brothers. Uh-oh. Looks like we're gonna be gaming today. I'm expecting crab. I fucking love trains, don't you guys? I could just watch trains pass by and trundle their way through all day. Wrong game on Steam. Oh yeah, you're right. On stream. Yeah, I gotta do a bit of a oopsie. There you go. I got a crab is coming. We are probably finishing the map talk today. And the maps we have left, they are fucked. It's gonna be rough. I realized we got some maps, we talk about them for like an hour, and some we talk about them for 20 minutes. Ah, gassy. Henry, Curie, everybody. Bertel 6. What's up? What's going on? Oh yeah, crab sex with crab. Crab's been busy.
Greetings.
There he is. There he is. The recoil bad. How you doing?
Dude, I
Uh,
found some stuff.
have you managed to sleep?
I woke up at midnight. And so
Oh, that's okay, because you went to bed pretty early yesterday.
yeah, so I spent the morning just writing a large document. And over the course of that, in order to check various things, I have checked various things, and I've contracted profound psychic damage. Do you know that Surge Staff does random damage?
Yes, it does random damage. It basically rolls the dice when you right-click it, and it also randomly determines whether or not you're going to stun the mutant. I sent Jasper on like an insane code-digging adventure, trying to figure out why it did that, and it's literally because it does.
Oh no, I could tell you. There's literally a thing that is just a
Yeah,
random damage table, and
yeah,
I've never looked at the thing today, but I was just like, oh, I'll try and figure out what its second target values are, just like empirically because it's a little bit fishy because of the way it works. I was like, I keep getting random numbers, and I looked it up, and like 5 minutes later, I was like, oh. At first, I was like, oh, this is the charge thing again, and then it wasn't the charge thing. It was there's literally a random number table. But I found some even more cursed things than that. Um, have you? Do you know how? Do you know if you shoot, if you wait for recoil reset on a Vrax 3, your recoil is higher than if you shoot faster.
yeah. Because you don't get the impulse cutting off the recoil of the next burst.
No, well, it's not
The thing you
even.
explained yesterday, right?
Yeah, but like it's worse than you think it is
Oh no.
because it lasts for more than one shot. So it means that if you shoot a burst and then fire at the right time afterwards, all three of those shots will go below the top shot of the first burst.
Yeah, that's what happens most of the time when I shoot it.
And 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 what's worse, it is pretty random depending on when you do it. But what's worst of all, if you do it with an IAG, so you shoot like 4 or 5 shots with an IAG, wait a small amount and then start shooting, you can get 3 or 4 or 5 shots to go on the dot because they have exactly the same uh, climb as the recovery. And this pattern will change direction, and it can change direction. If you fire a bolter, it'll just go up and down, like randomly. But this is actually so much worse than you think, because what it means is that if you try and control your recoil, you get worse recoil. Just mashing the button like an ape gives you less recoil, but you can't really predict it. It's just so the thing you need to do is just always go full auto and close your eyes. And that's it.
Hell yeah, dude.
And,
We
and
Battlefield 3 microbursting in this house.
yeah, and yeah, there's lots of there are some other slightly unfortunate things. Um, I mean, obviously the generic problem with the you know the Angry Nine still misses second shots on stationary targets at 20
Yeah.
meters. And it's just like, you know, and the thing is, after thinking about it, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to stop that from happening the way the recoil is implemented. Um, but anyway, there's just lots of chaos things.
Yeah. And I
That
think
need some
Dark
help.
Tide's gameplay is like pretty exceptionally bad. It's the only game where I've ever picked up a gun and thought, "Wow, this is unpleasant." Like just downright, I don't want to hold this gun in my hands anymore.
The thing is, I can this a lot of this stuff's quite fixable, so I'm not as tilted as I could be, but it does convince me that you can't achieve many of the things that you'd want to do
What
um,
what
without changing the
parts
systems.
what parts are not fixable? Would you say?
Oh, well, sorry, what I mean is like, so there's two different ways of looking at it. The first is how many of the guns have problems with values. So, for example, the bolter snap. Bolter snap on pressing shift or pressing ADS, you can just set that value to 0 or zero point 0.1 or whatever, right? So it just goes away. You don't need to rework the system, you can just turn it off. But with some of the other stuff, the way it handles multiple impulses just never works. And it always goes wrong, and it causes inconsistent behavior on every single gun. Ranging from the last pistol, where I first started measuring it, to every single gun I've tested. And the problem is that it stops the gameplay that is associated with recoil, which is learning recoil patterns and pull downs, because you literally can't. You just can't. So it just has to be fixed because it fights against consistent. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, basically, but the thing is that everything is there to make it fine. It just needs that. Um, and I think there's a couple of other adjustments, but yeah.
Carl is going fucking nuclear right now.
Mhm.
He's such a good boy. Yeah. I thank you for your service. If at some point we can get the guns in this game to actually feel like they belong in a first-person shooter, I think that'd be a great step forward.
No, no. I mean, I think that's the thing. Is like, it's genuinely. I can see how you would get most things to a much better place without needing an insane amount of time and effort. Because a lot of it is just stuff like, yeah, you just stop certain things from being allowed. Um, but uh, but no, I mean, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Carl is such a
But
strange beast. There
he's
we
just
go.
he's just a little guy.
He likes when you touch his nose. I've never really seen a cat who liked having his nose touched. Look at this.
Oh, you know what is
That's
cursed though?
precious.
Oh my god. Okay. Have you ever looked at how the crit damage stat works? Not the one you get on perks. The crit damage you get on crit bars.
Oh, do you mean the modifier?
Yes. How do you
Uh,
think it works?
what? I
When it says
assume
it
it.
gives you 30% critical hit damage, what does that do?
I assume it's still using the old scaling, where it takes like the extra damage you get with a crit. It takes that and it gives you 30% of that. So
No,
it's really.
it's so much worse. It's
Oh no.
30% of the whole hit. It's multiplicative crit damage. And it's displayed as crit damage. So if you have 10% crit damage on your weapon, and you look and you measure the amount of damage you should be getting when you look at the crit damage bar, you'll go mad because the crit damage bar says you've got 30% extra crit damage. Except what it means is the total damage when you crit goes up by 30%. It's actually multiplicative crit damage. I've never even bothered checking it because I just never even thought about it, but I checked it because some numbers weren't adding up when I was trying to figure out some finesse stuff. And it's like,
Doesn't critting also do some like really fucky thing with stuff like damage drop off at range?
yes. So if you so this is like if you're shooting a so well no, no, so Blood Vomit, the thing is there's two different things happening. There's the system that's like Vermintide 2, which is the normal crit damage, and then there's the multiplicative crit damage on the bar. The bar is called the same stat, but it's just implemented using multiplicative crit damage instead of ordinary additive crit damage, which is what the rest of the game uses. So it's just really, really weird. I So this, where it says like you get 24% critical damage versus unarmored, what that means is the total damage of that hit is multiplied by 1.24. And it was worth noting that crit damage as a
So it works
bar virtually
completely
for
differently from the perk.
exactly. It's a totally different system, and it also it goes from naught to a value. So on most weapons that have crit damage, that is the most important bar. um, I need to actually find why this is in the code, but it is uh, it is one of those things. Um, I hadn't even considered it because it was so weird, but yeah, it affects quite a few weapons badly too, because it means that the disproportionate relationship between crit and weak spot gets way worse if you include this, because there's no equivalent for. I think actually it kind of makes sense if you think about it like a finesse bar where it says a multiplier. You know, it says crit and weak spot multiplier with an X, but it's displayed as a crit damage percentage, so it gets confusing. I'm not explaining boost curves. I'm annoyed by boost curves.
Please post the broken line. Please
I
post
should,
the curve that's just like two lines intersecting. That's my favorite thing.
the default boost curve is, yeah, it's just 2 lines. But the short answer is that the default boost curve in this game is 0.6. Next question. But yeah, so that is throwing things off. I think it's more that just the visual display for it is different, and so I'd never even considered that it was essentially just crit power with a multiplier. But anyway, we live and we learn.
Okay, it can be fixed.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, I'm not sure this necessarily needs to be fixed in the sense that this is just an implementation decision. The UI needs to be renamed, but it also suggests that you
What I
could have
mean,
the reverse of this,
the,
which is where instead of having a crit damage thing, you have a weak spot damage thing that gives you multiplicative weak spot damage. I
I mean
haven't seen it, but
the
it
whole
must
thing we
exist.
talked about, like with guns as well.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and so
It
yeah,
can be
there's a lot of
fixed.
guns where this is how I would do it. Like if, instead of going into the finesse calc, give them like multiplicative bar that scales the weak spot. Anyway, but yeah, many such incidents. Uh, your life is on a downward trajectory because you fell from heaven due to being an angel. Get respected.
And he just kept falling after landing.
Exactly.
After dropping from heaven, life just
That
continued
sounds
a
like the
downward spiral.
tagline. Dude, that sounds like a tagline for a 1990s rom-com about an angel falling in love with a woman. After he fell from heaven, he didn't stop falling because he fell in love with her.
I don't know what Carl is doing, but it's loud. Okay. We've got oh dude, I dread this moment. I think we have exclusively just like the shittest maps left. Did we do Logistratum actually? I don't think we did. There's not a lot I would change about Logistratum, but I guess we can give it a whirl.
You can have a look at it.
Yeah.
There's actually some stuff to be said about Legislatum. There's a couple of holes and stuff that could be dealt with.
Yeah. Silo absolutely needs to be looked at.
Oh no, I mean the crit chains aren't fake. Like everything that's full auto and can crit has a defined crit chain. I suppose they're fake in the sense they're not renormalized, but yeah, they're still there. Um, they're on a bunch of weapons. I don't really think they should be there, but you know, I'm agitating for them to be adjusted. But yes, currently the IAGs still have Agrias 2, Graias 3, and who knows? I think originally it was meant to just be. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I honestly have never seen a statement of the intention for it. I guess just because I don't know. But anyway, they cause some really weird statistical artifacting. Um, So they need to just go. But you know,
That is a cursed word, dude.
slow warfare.
Statistical artifacting.
Dude, I remember when someone told me that they didn't that that's not how it worked. That like after you rolled a crit, you couldn't get crit. This was such a weird like psyop where someone convinced everyone that when you got a crit string on a weapon, the shots afterwards couldn't crit. I just remember it took like 5. You just go into Psychanium and you shoot a crit perked shredder pistol at a crusher, and you would get like a 40% crit rate on a 12.5% crit chance gun. It's just like think about that for a moment. There's no normalization happening here, brother. But yes, you can't have high finesse automatic weapons or crit chains for obvious reasons. All right, map.
Yeah. I think the starting area is okay. Like, very early it becomes a clusterfuck, but that's kind of a good thing. One thing I hate, and I really despise, is these things. This isn't the worst of it, but there's like a chariot thing that has 2 prongs, and you can get stuck inside the prongs.
Oh, yeah, just fold it up.
Yeah.
Like, because all that does is literally that's one of those things where it's like the only time anyone has ever noticed that is when it's stopped to dodge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In a
Like,
in a bad situation. I have extra wounds. I'm playing. This is the true solo mod, so I'm like ultra cheating. Will I have something called Will of the Emperor on, so I'm immortal. I have 1,000 wounds, and I can revive myself.
don't listen to him, Afro Tyrone. This is actually it's just because he's such a bad player. The devs gave him his own special difficulty on test server called teleports, where he gets extra wins like this. So you know, he's a criminal.
I never thought about it, but I hate this. Like, why? This only serves to create a choke point so you can murder the enemies better. This is stupid. Um, I would get rid of this and maybe widen
You
this
know, you know what that looks like to me? That looks like it should have been a gate that opens when you get there,
and
and the
close
enemies
behind
look at
you.
you and come out. Like no, just sort of like
Oh,
a presentation thing in a single player game, right? You come here and then it would open and the enemies would come out. But as it is, it just doesn't. I don't know why it's there. Um,
yeah.
I, I think if you remove that, you would want to put a little bit of extra cover either side here.
Yeah,
Um,
like maybe
but
keep
that's all
this.
it does. Yeah, I mean, I think it's meant to
Remove
be
the
cover.
boxes here, keep this.
Yeah, because
Maybe
it's one
same
of those
here.
cases. Yeah, it's one of those cases where it's cover for a player, but it doesn't have to be a big obstruction with the enemies as well.
Oh yeah, but from here to here and from here to here, you can get rid of that. Keep the cover where I didn't shoot. There's spawning problems here. Like the fact that dudes just drop here, like spawn up here and then drop down. That's a bit dumb. Like this is one of those places where there should just be like guns, uh, like put up ready to shoot you when you come. I would do something like put a maybe a spawn door here or
Yeah,
something like
that
that.
does
So
look like it should have a spawn door, doesn't it?
yeah, so they can come much quicker and get on the players' asses. Um, it's so rare that something happens here that it's kind of hard for me to figure out like what's going on. I
Well,
should I should actually just like run with pacing enabled just to see what happens. It
no,
also
no,
seems
I
like there's
think, yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that this is just like this is essentially like the big open room. This is just the intro area. So there's usually the pack on the right that you get to kill. There's a little bit here, and it's just designed to sort of make you announce your presence, so that as you push up to this, you then get the enemies behind, like turning around.
Yeah,
And that's pretty much it. Which is fine. Like I mean, I think this area is relatively okay. It's just
you wouldn't add something in the back here that could spawn enemies. Because like specials can spawn from this hole here if you wait long enough, but I don't think the horde can. I
yeah.
like
I
I
think
like a chance for like a surprise ambush from behind here, something like that. There's also this weird special spawner that's down there, and enemies have to do some like really wacky pathing to get to you. Like they'll climb up all the way here and jump up here to get to you.
is that not just from Draco?
Yes, it is. This is
Because I
shared from
think
Draco. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean in the sense I think that that door's there in Draco, right? So I think that it's just
Yeah.
they just left it there.
Bit
Which
of a
you
weird
know,
one.
I mean, it feels like just if there were more available spawn doors, it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd plop one down, but I don't know exactly where. Like maybe
You
over
know,
here in the back is too cruel. Maybe down the spawn tunnel. Like maybe somewhere here. Like there's a spawn door. Like in
I,
there somewhere.
what you would really want is just basically doors behind here to become activated once players have already progressed a bit.
Yeah.
that's the kind of, and I think the difficulty there is it's just quite hard to measure progression, because teams tend to be random. But that would be the dream. Like, and that way it just means that instead of it being an immediate problem for players, it's like if people decide to camp and like slow pull, then they walk back into a trap. But
Yeah. You can't see anything. I'm adjusting my DPI real quick. I'm still on
yeah,
that.
yeah.
My DPI thing can't detect which game I'm playing. I used to have that, like a mouse that would have adjust its profiles based on the things. Oh, it's completely broken now. It has full screened itself on my third screen. I can't move it anymore. Okay, there we go. I missed that. It was nice. Like, because I need, the problem is Helldivers 2 is a piece of shit console port, and they didn't think to have proper, mouse sensitivity sliders. So I'm on literally like the second lowest, and it's way too high, but the lowest is way too low. So I have to use a custom DPI setting just for it. It's horrible. But
I think the
yeah,
other thing too is just like the space always just feels a bit like there's the weird space on the left, but the space on the right, it almost feels like I would just want a reason to look right. Because you know that just sometimes you only realize like, because if you look at the background here, like it's, I know there would be a huge reason for it, but just you know,
I
sometimes you just
make
feel like imagine if there was just a random platform floating in the air with a single gunner on it, just so you were forced to look right and shoot him. Just
that
like,
could
oh, look
be
good.
that could be a nice modular element to add. Would be like shooter carrying platforms that are like dangling from somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, I know there's good reason why it sort of fades into memory, but I always occasionally I just look at this map and I'm just like, you, in your head, you're so unaware of like the size and space next to you when you're playing.
I'd get rid of this wall here, like this piece of shit here, and widen this. Because it's really annoying to take as a path for the players, and it's really not viable to take for the enemies as well. And I don't like that there's usually a barrel here that is like pre-trivializing whatever would come your way.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's nice to have a bat, you know.
Just basically make this less choke pointy, so it's like properly like you get to see. Like it's important for the cinema of it because you get this massive wave coming from the front, and they're just charging at you instead of politely funneling themselves into this tiny hole. But this really isn't like a super problematic map in general, but area especially.
No, I think it's hard to it's. I think it's one of the things where it's just like it mostly does its job.
Yeah.
Um, no, I mean, I think like I have no information this is true, but like I strongly like if you were making this game, surely Nurglings are coming. I just feel like maybe they looked at the they were just like it's too hard making Nurglings, because I suppose the problem with Nurglings is that from a point of view of like what kind of unit they are, they're quite difficult to fit in. Like they're basically just horde trash, but like shorter. So, like imagine how annoying it would be if you're fighting like a horde of poxwalkers, and then there's like toddler-sized Nurglings, like just hitting you in the knees, and you
Yeah,
can't
making a
hit them.
high-pitched laugh.
Exactly. And you're trying to hit them, and then it's hitting your legs, and you try and swing, but all the like poxwalker bodies are blocking, and then also they would be unyielding, right? So you're out there, you're like, oh, I'm going to hit these guys, these like little toddlers with my weapon, and then suddenly you're like, oh wait, this is unyielding. Thunderhammer, Thunderhammer man, could you come and save me? And then you just see some guy with a crucifix killing Nurglings one at a time for the rest of the map.
Yeah, but he's punting them across the world. Okay, this area is a bit problematic because it's one of those things where it's like auto-trivialized because the specials are going to be spawning like up there, dropping down, and then they have to make their way all the way down the stairs, and they are running directly at you in the open, and so they just get mulched as they appear.
I think that the specials coming out from above, I think, would be the shout here, right? Like you know how there's the shooters above you that can drop down. If they had
Yeah,
the special spawning above and then dropping down, they'd be way more disruptive.
yeah. Having the chance for them to drop above because that might get. Actually, assuming sound worked, and since I have Spidey sense, yeah, fucking ship it. Make them drop from here. What
Yeah,
I was gonna
that's the
suggest
thing.
is like, you know, give them some kind
A
of
door in
spawner
here.
here. Yeah, a
Yeah.
door in here that can activate when
But
you're not like
I
right
kind of
next
like
to
the
it.
fact that they spawn above though. So I feel like
Yeah.
giving them the
Plus,
extra
this
drop down is
looks
cooler.
really rickety chaos ambush thing. I like it.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where it's like you only get the enemies up there at the beginning, and then when you get in, nothing ever comes down from there. And it's like you were saying, it becomes much less exciting to fight in practice because there's no directionality.
Yeah. This could potentially be made into a door as well, like right here, so that it gives you like a bit of, because this is very, very, very safe. Like, look at how much I can break, line of sight with the front. Like, I am completely covered in safe, and everything has to come down in this area.
Although what I will say is I'm not so bothered about this section for one very simple reason, which is that you're right next to the respawn, and I'm kind of just like,
Yeah,
for me, it's like if you the only time you'd ever camp here is if you're having to do something emergency because your team has somehow died, so
yeah.
like at this point, and so I'm kind of just like I think it's adding extra interest, but I think it's okay to have so long as if
No,
if
it can
someone's
stay safe, but
yeah,
spawn
if someone's
dudes.
having to pull out the corner camping like minute 3 in a Castle Strata run, the game's in a better spot than it has been.
Spawn dudes here in this door is what
Yeah,
I would add. It gives you just one more direction to look in when you're in the funnel. Because the
absolutely.
problem is even if you're not like saving around, like very often it does end up that like the first horde happens here, and
Yeah.
it is just never a threat.
No, I think you're right. Like the risk is that you get a bunch of stuff that's down in the lower area, and they all just trickle up, and your team is a little bit spread. So you basically just end up waiting for them to come because the rest of your team isn't there yet.
Yeah. But yeah, it's fine. I like that there's this little verticality thing you could play with. If enemies actually spawned and we actually got monsters to not be nerfed, this area used to be a very interesting arena to fight in back before they completely gutted monster specialists. I have very fond memories of fighting like 3 chaos spawns at the start of this map and having to use this little climb up and drop down a lot. Please unnerf monster specialists. Thank
Do you
you.
think Nurglings could act like tiny little chaos spawns?
That push you around and shit.
Just like if they see a chaos spawn, they just like 5 of them form Voltron. They put their arms up, they just jump around like the spawn.
Oh, that could be a
They're like,
nice way
"Oh,
to have
good
them
idea."
buffing an enemy. They literally latch onto an enemy and they become another weak spot, and you have to shoot them off of them.
Oh my god, can you imagine just like Nurglings like clamping onto gunners to give them unyielding armor?
Oh, that may be a bit of a disadvantage.
Well, exactly. I'm helping. I'm helping. Oh my
Um,
god! Imagine. Yeah, sorry. Nurglings. Yeah, sorry. This is why Nurglings haven't happened yet. They're too powerful. It's like the bloat flies. They're going to pick up poxbusters and drop them on people. No one's ready.
this area is a bit too like two directional. Like enemies will come from behind you and they will come from the front, so you just always see them coming. And since the game kind of has patterns to its horde spawning, where it's like wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, you just always know, oh, wave 1 is forward, oh, wave 2 is backwards, or the opposite.
Yeah.
I would add some more chaos, like make stuff spawn from the side, like, you know, put a door in there, something like that. Put a spawn hole here. We don't have enough spawn holes. I like my little sewer holes. Make dudes come out of that.
I like these little
You
sewer
could have
holes.
them. You could have them like drop down. Oh, they might get annoying. But, like drop down from this window here. I think the
Yeah.
issue with like stuff dropping on top of you is that if you get stuck under the waterfall, it's just not a pleasant experience. So maybe don't do that. But you know, have a hole here, just so basically the horde has a chance to like kind of split, like a proper fluid. Like some will go left, some will go right, and they'll just wrap around to the player. It's gonna make it look way less artificial because right now, because this is what it's doing, it looks like a pack of 20 poxworkers has spawned around the corner, like out of your line of sight, and is now coming towards you.
I mean, I think the thing about front back front, as Keck's saying, is like that should be the way it often goes if your team is good and the game is functioning correctly, just because that represents basically you've got the core of a team and then you're being attacked from 2 different sides and like you're holding. But it's also the problem is if that is too easy to maintain or there's nothing that's disrupting it, then it just is boring. And I think the short answer is you can always add more spawn doors if the
Also
teams are getting too good.
making the ways for. First of all, I think a lot more should be done with the spawning behavior in this game, like the AI director, like we keep talking about this, but it's like, first of all, Groner ambushers, get rid of that. Second of all, horde compositions need to be, they can't stay. They cannot stay in the fucking game. That's heresy, dude. There's no, they
It's
serve
just
no purpose.
it's just like one of those things where it's like, where someone just goes, all right, so write that down. Also,
Yeah.
I like, but no, I agree, and I think there's a sort of, if you look at the spawning logic, I think there is also, it very often puts together waves out of too few constituents. So you don't have particularly varied groups, and so you're kind of unlikely to get tactically interesting waves
But
coming
it's not that
together.
it's unlikely, it's impossible. Like, the horde composition in this game is pathetic. Like, you either have a Groner ambush, which should never happen, and never should be a thing in this game, or you have Poxwalkers mixed in with, like, I think up to, like, 3 melee elites, something like that. And you might get some variety if they pull ambience along the way. And that's kinda it. You know. And what I would do as well is maintaining the horde composition thing is messing with the timer of the waves, so you could have some syncopation with them. That's a good
Yeah,
word.
no, no, I think that's
Like,
that's the answer is just more variation, and also stuff like the ability for it to save two waves and spawn them at once,
yeah,
stuff like
exactly.
that.
That's what I was gonna say. Because right now it's like front, back, front, in like sequence. What if it was front, and then there's like two whole waves from the back on like a much shorter timer? What if you just like just much shorter timers on like between the three waves, like randomly, like something that can happen, so you feel like you're getting, actually overwhelmed by the horde.
Era, I mean, that's actually a big chunk of what Tello and I've been talking about to an extent is like the fact that they don't have teleporters means that a lot of the problems with spawners come down to they really want the enemies to be engaged, and so they spawn them. But the fact they don't have teleporters means they get killed trying to get there. You know, it's sort of. Um,
Yeah. This is one of the problems in this area of the map. This fucking great wall that they have to jump over, and you can just stand here and do this. And
this is
Poxbusters
also one
will
of the.
spawn.
Yes, I was about to say. I feel like I've seen Poxbusters commit suicide on this more than any other place in the game.
Yeah, give it the old. This is now a gassed up, like invisible wall treatment that we've been suggesting. That way, enemies that spawn here get buffed. Otherwise, I actually quite like this area. Um, it has interesting decisions to make where you have this hallway here that has less direct cover but kind of protects you from the stuff in the middle, even though enemies can shoot through these grates, including snipers. By the way, I have a really nasty clip that's pretty old. Uh, it was on Chasm Station, but like a sniper locked onto me through this thing, and as I come out the corner, I get pre-fired and sniped without any chance to know that the sniper was shooting. It was awful.
I mean, did you literally just walked in a straight line like a bot and you got read like a book by a professional? Just grow up. Come on.
I
Okay.
got owned. He should have typed a message in chat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this area is like mostly not bad. Yeah, just a tiny bit more spawning, and it feels like yeah,
Yep.
many of the spawners are too hard for them to get to.
I
Yeah.
love Dark Tide game theory.
I'm glad you like Dark Tide game theory, dude. Thank you, brother. We need, yeah, just in general, all the stuff
Also the
where the
high
enemies
areas
have
here,
to.
the enemies never stay up there. Is another thing. There's a little bit of high ground, but then they sort
Yeah,
of always jump down. And
it's a shame
no,
because
not
they're
that matters
nice. There's
hugely.
nice
But
little
like that,
platforms.
yeah, that platform there, like, conceptually, if you were a gunner there, it lets you cover both directions. And the fact they always jump down means they inevitably always come this side. Like I've never seen the enemies up there have any presence on the other side, and I feel like the idea of that location is to have enemies, ranged enemies that can cover both sides.
Plus, I feel like it's fair because they do have great deal of line of sight, but that's because they are super exposed.
Yeah, you can see them.
Yeah. No, I would add more spawners because it does kind of suffer from the problem of like enemies can only come from the front and the back. Like when you dudes coming from the side, like having a way to get them into the map from somewhere like here, uh, adding a couple nasty spawn holes that are, you know, places. Put a door here. Like I feel like there's options that just aren't being utilized.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this is still one of the better maps in the game. Which is why I hope they don't. Like, one of my fears, because they've already taken away Monster Specialist from me, to the point that we have to Trudio it now for it to do anything. Please, please. Can we please just have... Yeah, one monster should be monsters. This thing's fine. I'm afraid that they're one day gonna nerf the end event, because there's like, oh, this is actually too difficult.
No, I don't think they will.
Alright.
I don't see what. I mean, let me put it this way. I don't think I haven't. They have never nerfed an event in like I don't know the last
Well, they
year.
have nerfed plenty of events. The question is, did they do it? You know,
Yeah,
did they
yeah,
mean to
exactly.
do it?
That's like intentionally. There's not been. They've made events accidentally worse, but all the intentional changes have always made events in principle tougher. And even if they didn't, it's usually when you look at it, you're like, well, you can see the intention was to make it harder, but.
Okay, so this arena. Problem number 1. It's a hacking event, and these are inherently the least interesting type of objective. But
Better than Stansley.
it has, well, yeah, only marginally. It actually has a very natural, it lends itself very naturally to the rhythm that ideally you would want to have with a hacking event, which is stay in one spot, hold your ground, you're overwhelmed, then you clear a bit, and you push to do the hack, and you do things. It has nice things that can happen, like you can get sniper sight lines all the way across here that lock down the hacking station. Like, it's very clever that this isn't glass. I've seen a couple of people complain that this isn't a window. This is good. This is why the event kind of works. Like if I'm here, maybe I don't even have
Yeah.
line of sight on like a bomber, but he can throw on me, and that's good.
Yeah, imagine just saying, well, it doesn't matter if they spawn ranged enemies down below. I want to be able to hack as they invulnerably shoot because they shoot the invulnerable glass. It's like, all right.
Yeah. I think there is a problem of predictability, where the stuff that spawns is like always the same. Like, oh, it's time to get the shotgunner and stalker wave from this door and this door, or oh, it's time to get the trooper and gunner wave from this door and this door. And they will sometimes drop down from above here, which
Yeah,
is okay.
you often get shotgunners from above, but the problem is if you're down, they automatically just jump down straight up as well. So they just come straight down, and then they're immediately in the same spot as if they come from below anyway.
Yeah, and they're just like fucking get murdered. I think having guns have a higher chance of spawning like back here somewhere would be nice. I don't like this drop down because it's a drop down. I don't like this drop down because it's a drop down. Put a fucking door here that's active during the event. Oh look, you already have one.
I
Use
don't
it.
even know if stuff can come from there. Can poxwalkers come from there?
The door itself.
Yeah.
I
Is that door
actually I
does
actually
anything
have no
come from it?
idea.
Yeah, I've never checked.
I activate enemy spawns and trigger it. See what happens.
Yeah.
Sent a few things that may be useful. I'll look.
I think the other thing about this event too is that it feels like it mostly does its job.
Yeah.
So in the grand scheme of things, it's much like
No, this is not an active door. This is an active.
yeah. The generic thing of if you just say, well, just add a couple of extra spawners and mix up the waves a bit more so there's more variation, and you're like most, it wouldn't be the end of the world if it stayed.
I think the geometry is interesting. Like, there's stuff that naturally occurs where the team kinda, like, assuming you have pressure because you're fighting something like a boss, which can never spawn on this event unless you're playing the correct modifier, because the mission board has decided that today you are allowed to play this map with the correct modifier. Can I please select what I want to play in a private game? If you have something like a chaos spawn that is, like, jumping from this door and coming to get you, very naturally the team has a tendency to just, like, split up to go here, which now puts a lot of friction on the players because there's stuff spawning from up here. And that's inherently good. It has this drop down you can use, but this drop down is potentially dangerous because you have guns here, because you have guns here, because you have guns here, because there's plenty of specials that can come and get you, because there's the horde that like naturally funnels up here. I think of all the stand-in hacks, this may be one of the most interesting.
Well, I think it's also that it doesn't feel like it should be something else. Like, because it's one of those events where the sort of fiction of it, where it's just that you're just opening a door, and you're right next to the door that you're opening. You know what I mean? Like it feels introductory, and it works on that basis.
Yeah, no, it's really fine. I'll maybe make getting into this room more of a fight, but this is like less of a geometry thing, and more of a why are the gun enemies just like you can just walk at them.
Wait,
Maybe it just
they line of sight themselves. So if they're further back, like either on the right or past the console, they actually have difficulty figuring out where to run. Because if you're coming in from the side, you actually have an angle where most enemies that are standing back here get line of sighted by the console and then start moving, and then you come back into
Yeah.
come back into loss. That's like, oh,
They should be set up. Like, look, it even looks here. This is like a horrible place to actually stand and hold. But look at all this cover here. Look at this line of sight. Maybe give a little bit more cover for the players and play with that a little bit more.
you see, I think that the trick is, if ranged enemies did enough damage to break a bubble quite easily, if there was a bunch of them, then the bubble boys might be having a bit of a difficult time. And obviously, anyone using smite gets shot instantly because they have a they just have a kick me side.
Bubble would be in such a healthier place if it got like shut down very quickly. So it's like a much quicker reacting to something and like putting a like it's like a stopgap thing instead of we are now safe.
It also just feels like with bubble, if it was sensitive to pressure, so it was sort of like, 5 gunners shot it, it took extra damage instead of just one. You know what I mean? It's one of those things you almost just feel like it should have a not taking the piss thing. But yeah.
Data flow resuming. No interruptions. Omnissiah be praised.
Dude, that would be such a good thing to sneak into the game, just have AI routines that mean the enemies systematically hunt down certain specs. Can you imagine that? You just have like the smite cycle running around going, I don't get it, every specialist seems to be after me this game.
Voice of command is like Kingpin from Payday 2. You just take the aggro of every single enemy with a gun on the map.
That's how they handle the specs they don't like. They just make a shit list.
Do not disrupt the flow of data again.
Like,
No, this is like a fairly competent event. The whole map really is some of Darktide's best, but it's mostly thanks to the absolutely phenomenal end event. Respawn complaints coming up soon. This area's okay. This is one of the few cases where I think it's okay to have a very clearly defined front and back, because usually if pressure mounts up here, things are fucked. Like you get 20 bulwarks, you get a Beast of Nurgle, and your clear line of retreat is directly putting your back to a wall next to where enemies drop. Even if you can see them coming, if you fight here, bad things will happen. So you're kind of encouraged if you're a knower, you get encouraged like rushing here.
yeah.
And like fighting off the stuff that's here. This is a bit of a hell room.
It's a pressure vessel where you actually feel pressure, which is nice.
Yeah, this is a bit of a hell room, but frankly it can stay. The biggest problem here is that there is a bugged respawn, where very often players, instead of respawning here where they should, will respawn, going all the way there for dramatic effect. Here. It's such a massive jump. It's ridiculous. I think they should add like an in-between spawn point, or just fix it so players spawn up here, because it's extremely annoying. It's one of those things, it's one of the worst ways to do difficulty, just like making players respawn 20 minutes away. It's absolutely terrible.
Well, I thought you wanted the game to be harder, telepaths. Why are you complaining? I think they
Meaningful.
should remove respawn points.
Oh my god, dude. Can you believe that was a thing in Vermintide 2?
You don't respawn IRL. When I got shot in Afghanistan, I died for good.
You don't know
Yes.
that.
Actually, the thing I like about this area too is that you genuinely do see people going all kinds of different places. Like sometimes you go this way, sometimes you go over the top, and sometimes you go in a little room on the side. It just
Yeah.
feel like there's sort of,
It has inherently like a bunch of kiting options. Like, you can go back here. You can make the mistake of going back down the hallway, but occasionally it's your only option. You can hop into this room. You can use the drop down here. You can use the drop down further back, and then you can chain that into going down the stairs. And now you're moving forward, so you're potentially triggering more pressure. Frankly, it's a nice area. I like fighting near the trains as well. Like, remove the fact that the trains cause your camera to shake, please.
my imagine.
Wait, did they fix that? Or is it because I have Deadshot?
I don't think I haven't had it in a while. Last time. I
Yeah,
checked.
they might have fixed it.
I think they might.
I haven't complained about it in a bit, so
Yeah, I think
maybe
I
it's
think
gone.
I think they reduced the uncontrollable camera shake.
I think the horde here tends to be a bit linear. I'd like for them to seep around weird angles more. Like I don't know if they can actually spawn like around here. Would be nice to give them a spawn door. Make this a little bit less predictable of a place to fight in, because you do always have the option of going back up the stairs, which isn't necessarily an easy task depending on what has spawned behind you. But you do have this immediately accessible linearization option, also because this is literally a bunch of straight lines. So you can, yeah.
This area also just feels like it has quite thoughtfully placed crates. You know what I mean?
Forcing you to go all over the place for the plasteel, man. Yeah, very annoying.
No, I mean more in the sense of just like when I'm fighting dudes, you just see, look, there's a crate, and then you can take some cover behind the crate.
I wonder how open the fat track does would be just removing having to find plasteel in missions, because it's by far I think the most disruptive element of gameplay Darktide has. It's so annoying having to like look around for a Pringle scan. Just reward me when I finish the fucking mission, man.
No, I mean, how else would you judge your pogs?
Well, by healthier methods.
No.
I discriminate based on nationality. There you go, much healthier.
We're back to banning French Canadian IPs, I see.
Oh, this crate needs to go.
Oh yeah, that one looks like you can go past. You should be able to go past, but you can't.
Yep,
that
needs
one
to
is
go.
Definitely. It's what you would call a non-diegetic crate. You look at it and you're like, this isn't real.
It's
Also,
not
when you go
good.
through this room, something I've always thought is just when I look at this room, if you just sort of look at it, I always just wish that there was a little bit more happening on the left side of this room. I don't know.
Yeah, it is usually empty. Like sometimes you'll find a dude. Like I punched a guy off into the hole the other day. It was pretty funny. But like that's usually it.
This is our gangplank, right? This is our well, this is what we want, the gangplank. It's
I think
also
having
I
a
love that fan, like the volumetric lighting from the fan and the movement. But you sort of you just skip right through and you never look at that because you're just fighting with the enemy. It's always look at it and it's like, oh, it's nice.
This is a bit of an interesting one. I really don't know how you'd improve this. Like maybe
I
hey,
mean,
it's Olden. What's up, dude? Thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
What?
I'm happy to say that it's most like I don't think it needs a huge amount of tweaking.
When are we telling the the people that Space Marines are coming?
I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to, are we? I thought.
Well, I'm breaking India. Space Marines are coming. Finally, what everything everybody ever wanted is coming.
Do you mean the Space Marine class, or the Plague Marine enemies, or the Noise Marine?
Both. They come in the same patch.
Because I really think the Slaanesh expansion is going to take people by surprise. Some of the content in there.
My nuts are gonna start quaking. Hey, look at the shutters here. Did you ever notice this?
No, you see, this is the thing. The left side of this room is cool.
Couldn't this be open sometimes? You get guns?
I don't know.
Like imagine you're walking down here, and you just oh shit, we're getting shot. Imagine having to like walk back and flank. Be like a good option that you can have, because now look at all the cover you have, so you can pop them.
You know what that reminds me of? This reminds me. Have you ever played the Plutonium Experiment?
Yes, like ages ago.
So there's a bunch of chain gunners that just basically get trapped in rooms as turrets in that game. One of them, in fact,
I remember
trapped
that.
on a ledge up above with a what do you call it? An arch file behind it, so it can always be resed over and over again. But the gunners in that room,
Fuck arch files.
You put the chain gunners being trapped in there, like like the gunners just get put in there and they can't ever escape. You just leave and they can't chase you.
How would you make this left side more engaging? I think the issue is that what we could do is that the right side is like the more protected side. Like you literally have ways to break LOS from shooters. Like if I'm in here, like they can't draw a bead on me, assuming they exist. So what I would do is I would maybe add a bunch of like fairly heavy cover, like here, that they can, or even here, that they can shoot over, waiting for the player, and then you have a decision to make. Or do you want like a fairly protracted shootout? And maybe we could adjust the cover on this side to enable that, if it should be the case that the guys spawn there.
Yeah, I was going to say my suggestion of just putting a 500 plasteel nugget dangling by a rope in the open, like hanging over the
You have
pit.
to jump
You
over
have
the
to
pit.
jump to grab it, and if you miss it, you just fall to your death and are unresable.
Oh, Olden, we need randomization. I don't think it's in the cards right now, but it is absolutely something that I want. A lot of Dark Tide kind of naturally lends itself to that as well, since you have these big areas that are split into different maps. If you could just reactivate some neighboring areas at random and be like, hey, there's a side objective here, go do it at
Oh,
random, or
but
just a minor variation, like room to room variation, would be
yeah,
fantastic.
but even on a smaller scale, you know, when you look at some of these areas, you know, like the area we're just talking about, going down into the lower area under the trains, you can block off one of those three routes, and sometimes that kind of does happen in effect with a what do you call it, a demon host, but it just feels like even some of those cases just forcing a little bit of repathing or blocking a few things.
Yeah, even minor stuff. Cover in a room gets rearranged. Shutters open or closed.
That's actually, because you see, I think that's the other thing too, is like variants of rooms that have different cover does feel like one of those things that should be more possible, because it does change how they play a lot. The only problem is I don't know how it affects enemy pathing, and you'd have to play test each room to see the sightlines and stuff. So I mean, I imagine it's easy
That's
to
what
say
we're
and hard
here
to do.
for.
But that's, I mean, no one tests anything, dude. You know, it's all fake. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like the overall conclusion for this area is that it's mostly fine. My major thoughts are more to do with the fact that there's a massive hole in the next room that is always the places you can fall
Oh,
in the
Jesus.
in this area are
This needs to be complete. Like,
the
why?
number
Why,
of
dude?
times I have like fallen into these holes and
Can
gone,
I dodge
I'm not going to
off?
do that again, and then immediately do it again. Well, but it's also you feel safe on these ones, and then you get to the part where the health and safety crits have gone, and you try and walk across the corner here and fall in, or this one over here, um, not that one, but the one that's by the turning that goes into the next area. Um, that one's yeah, these ones here on next to you, that one. This is the one that captures me the most.
Yeah, they're bad design. Ledging is bad. It's a bad mechanic. Get rid of it entirely. We don't need death pits. It's stupid.
But whatever we do with edging, health and safety. Let's just look. They may be heretics, but they understand the importance of a safety railing.
Oh yeah. And one small problem is kind of how you tend to just like pull stuff and they'll just like linearize themselves and come to you down these stairs. I would maybe open up this wall more, just like make it more fucked up and widen the stairs so they have a bit more of a line of sight on players and they have an easier time getting down to them. Something like that. Also, this is another case, enemies have to climb up and drop down over something, but since this isn't a major spawner, I think it's fine to keep it fucked up. Same here. Because usually this isn't somewhere you expect like a large fight, and if you do, you're kind of encouraged to fall forward and drop down.
Yeah.
This is a room I like, first of all, because in one of the early trailers you could see like a Reaper down there. And back in my day, Reapers were shooting lasers out of their stubbers. Uh,
Bring back the laser reaper.
barricades that can be damaged with gun. Oh, that could be something. You can do this too, which is cool. Whoever did
Yeah,
that, I like
I
you
really
as a
like
level
that.
designer.
Yeah, exactly. I love that because it like suggests that you can do it too. So
Yeah.
you see it, and your first thought is, oh wait, I can jump from that, and then you look at this path here. It's like, ah, cool.
I had a run where I played Knife Vet, and I just did like the most unhinged like scramble here, and I fucking dodge move teched off to here, and I had to like clamber up. It was fucking insane. No, I like this. I would maybe put a bit more. The problem with this room, I think, is that you're so disencouraged from actually fighting in it. Like most of the time, you just pull stuff from here, and everything comes up here and gets linearized.
Yeah, it's just one of those cases where you just have a lot of control over the sight line, and if you just pull back, they all start doing the jump up thing.
Do you know what we
It's
need?
just What, a backrooms teleportation device that will allow them to flank.
Well, something like that. Or this whole area just like slowly fills with gas, like segment by segment by segment by segment, up until a point where you have to drop down. So you can't stay, like, we just need an aggressive, the players are pushed forward type deal. But that is also signaled to the dude looting plasteel over there, so that he does have time to like walk forward.
Yeah,
And
because I was
actually
about to say
drop
that what you've just suggested is a speedrunner's dream, where the speedrunner can just run across here and then everyone in the rest of the map gets killed.
Yeah.
But no, I
Or
mean, I think the thing I just feel like is for the lower area, if you could get some enemies to hold positions that don't just chase, that would be cool. Or
Yeah.
you just give enemies a way to access this. But
I was gonna say, yeah, fucking infra style tunnel collapse. Or you do something here where like there's a small elevator that you have, like a ridiculously rickety like weightlifting thing, and you have to just like you can't see what's down there, like kind of an airlock, and you have to take it to go down.
yeah,
Something like that. Otherwise, I kind of like this very chaotic sort of half room. I'd maybe put a little bit more cover here if I want to encourage people to fight in there. Also, holes, remove the holes, so you can actually have your fight. I'd maybe give the problem is the enemies just can only come from here or from here, so they get cucked either way. Maybe they should be able to come from here. Maybe they should have a way to, like, you could extend this here and they could spawn up there and drop down and like make their way around, or like leap across. How cool that'd be if
Where
enemies
you were just
use this.
looking there, would be a place for ranged enemies that could be very popular,
Yeah.
I think.
It's unused right now, I think. It does
Well,
nothing.
I think enemies can be up here because they come down and they jump down into the room below.
Yeah, but they don't, I don't think they can actually actively spawn here. Like, I don't
Yeah,
think they have a
yeah,
door or something.
And what it feels like is if this connected up to the area above, and this was a flanking route that the enemies from below could take to get
Oh,
up to where
yeah.
you just were, then now you actually have a connection between the two. And the other thing is that area you were just in looks insanely cool. And if these areas were connected and it was possible for you to go down through that area as well, that would be sick. So, I mean, it's a nice. It's not an area that like needs a massive overhaul, but at the same time, it just.
But it could
just
be
seeing
made
that makes me
way
think it could be
cooler.
really cool. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that area.
They changed servitor calling to asset recently. I assume it's a good change. Yes, but they broke the event. So Excise Vault Middle doesn't spawn anything except for the wave of like 10 Ragers, and that's it. Like, it's literally sedition pacing. They broke it completely. To the point that the huge problem with Excise Vault right now is you can literally hang around like in the middle of the event and never feel any pressure from anywhere. It's one of the worst event gutting I think we've ever seen. This section is really cool. It's also extremely dysfunctional. The optimal way to hold all the time, under no matter what you do, is to be down in this pit here, because enemy pathing breaks.
Yes.
Enemies have to go all the way around to come and get you. Ooh, did you see that? Oh, just walking stops my movement. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a nice segue into my next point. The geometry here is fucking horrible. This is one of the...
Riser syndrome.
Well, this predates Ascension Riser. I have died to dodges getting cancelled on this shit so many fucking times. Everyone who knows this game has had a horrible... Look at this. Ledge fucking stops my dodge. Take notes from Hakita. This ramp is fucking useless. Flatten it. There is no need for this to be detailed as well. Like, why is this small bump modeled? It doesn't need to be modeled for collision. Just literally make this a normal ramp. This is so fucking stupid. It serves zero purpose. It should kill itself now.
I mean, I think the other thing I'd say is looking back at the area this is behind you. The reason for the drop down, like the big break in enemy pathing there, is not obvious. And honestly, this looks like the kind of thing where you could just add a ramp. Like, this drop down here doesn't actually stop the player, so it's not like this geometry serves any occlusion purpose other than stopping you from like going directly, so you have to go around. But
I was going to say, and you can kind of abuse the AI by climbing up this. There's only one minor problem. First of all, look at how stuck I am right now. Like, I can't move. This blocks my movement. I'm mudwormed. Sometimes you can't climb Like, it just takes you 3 tries to actually climb out of here. Like, look at this shit. This is horrible. Like, put a ramp here. Just like this whole area now has a ramp. So you've made this a bit more chaotic, a bit more less easily defensible, while also like just please improve the geometry. Like, why are there so many ramps here? Why? Look at this cube. This fucking square is blocking my movement completely. You can literally see the hitch moving normally. It is fucking impossible to me that nobody at FetchX QA, I need a drumroll sound effect, I know, like, played this and was like, yes, this is okay, dude.
I think it's just one of those things where it's like, at a certain point, you just get used to how the character controller feels, and you see the stuff, and you're just like, oh, it's going to feel like every other bump that I go over. Okay, I think it's that. Because the thing is that if you know, like, a lot of this stuff, the enemies can path over it, who would usually be the much more of a serious problem. For a lot of people, they're just like, oh, well, you know, if the geometry is a bit awkward and you have to jump, that's just, you know, that's how it would be. Sometimes going up a ramp or whatever. And it's like, yeah.
Oh my fucking god. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I just did that micro dodge on this thing. Oh my fucking god. It all needs to be flattened. All of it needs to be flattened. This is ridiculous. This is literally the worst part of the map. It is fucking ruining it. And it's a shame because it's potentially a good scene. So, suggestions. Ramp this. This alleviates players cheesing enemies and makes it so players can actually move when there are no enemies. I would make this much bigger. This left side area, I would make it kind of as big almost as the right side. Just so there's more room to play around on, because the issue is if you make it so players can't hold here anymore, you might want to encourage some some movement around these parts, something like that. It's also just that right now this is just a kill funnel, and those are problematic. I would love randomization here, Alden. Like maybe one of the variations is there's just like no hole here. There's just a ramp that goes up. And you have to fight like up here. How cool would that be?
It also does feel like enemies being able to come over this and drop down into the area that you were just in would have been nice.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the geometry's awful. Like all of these little side things. Look at that. Look at that. This should not be in the game. There is no excuse for this. Fix it. Jesus Christ. Like, holy fuck. I have nightmares thinking about this. Like, it's just so fucking bad. It is so obviously bad. There is no way that this has gone unchanged for close to 2 years now. Please fix it. I'm begging you. I'm on my hands and knees, dude. I'm at the bottom of the well. Please fix this. Look at this. Otherwise, I think it has potential to be quite cool. The issue is always like ranged enemies just kind of don't exist at the moment. But if they were to exist, this could potentially be like a pretty dangerous thing to step into because of these really long sight lines that you have. Should we put more cover? That might get a bit disruptive. I feel like FetchX didn't properly test the shooting mechanics, because if you use cover like this, you're just poking out of it. You're gonna get blasted. Maybe we could make it a bit bigger, so that players can actually hide behind it. No, don't even talk to me if your character's minimum height. So I can use the cover system. No, that's not how it should work. Are we okay with how predictable the spawns are as well? Because I feel like that's a problem. Usually, specials will just spawn from back here. So you can kind of wait for them and just execute them as they come. I'm not a huge fan of the horde just like slowly dripping down from here. I think it would be better if they... Maybe if they had a way to drop down into here, so that they could more quickly get out of here.
What?
Hi. I basically complained that the bag...
You just ran over and over into the same ledge.
No, like basically special spawning here, too predictable. and enemies dropping down from this ledge, too easy to murder, what I would do is make them be able to drop down from the top here into this room here, so that they can actually then move into the little ramp thing we've created and get to players much faster. Much
Yeah.
faster. Something
It's
like
just
that.
more drop downs, wider drop downs. If you have drop downs, you need loads of drop downs type stuff.
Yeah. I kind of like these long sight lines. They're quite unique. Like, potentially you could have fun engagements with gun enemies. Remove this pile of rubble. Please remove this pile of rubble. I'm begging you. Just anything. Just fix the geometry. Look at that. I dropped. My character, like, fell. Like, it turned the ramp into, like a little drop. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's horrible. This is just genuinely very harrowing to look at. I don't like thinking about, oh, look at this. Look at this pile of shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't like that.
I think overall, for a lot of like, for an area that is remarkably straight in some ways, this area tends to play quite well.
Yeah. Unless the geometry strikes.
Yeah,
my God,
it's more,
dude.
yes, I'm more in terms of the enemies rather than geometry. 'Cause I always reminds me of the demon host on the train. It always makes me laugh.
Yeah.
That's quite a funny spawn.
Oh, they thought about it for the other side, dude. Are you kidding me?
Oh well, you know, it's just one of those things.
Oh well. Yep. Yep. That should be actually flip through this.
Hex, right? Useless
Oh.
Swiss game, isn't it? We tried to select and
Oh no. Oh no. Slides get blocked by this. Not pretty. This room is okay. I'm not sure how I feel about there being like a tiny hole that's like the only way through. Like, it is a bit of a players have set up a kill room for the enemies that should be set up for the players to walk into, you know. A little bit could do maybe a little
Yeah,
widening
no, I
up.
think that the wall could be messed with there. But I think it's also one of those things where it's like you kind of, if you want players to even engage here, if you don't give them cover on the entrance, then they tend to just pull even further back and play loss from miles away. So
Yeah, I mean, that's the
I can
issue.
see-
There is
yeah,
no cover
but I mean-
here. Like, the only cover here is like this, or like using the wall, which
Yeah,
is not
exactly.
great.
Because you just end up using the side of the hole itself, right? So I don't know. I just feel like they could widen it a bit.
Yeah, make players engage more with the range units that are here. I kind of like that there isn't that much good cover that's immediately after the wall. Like, if you put
Yeah,
some
you can run
cover
in.
around
Yeah, exactly.
here, you have to like dive this room. Like, you have to like engage and breach. That's
Because
kind
when
of
you
cool.
look at it from their point of view, it does look like we have all the cover and we're facing you as you come in, which is
Yeah.
kind of
Totally. How do people feel about Medicaid placement on this map? I'm curious.
that's fine. I don't have an issue with it. There's quite a long gap here, like a really long gap actually.
Yeah, because I was maybe thinking we could put the Medicaid that's right before the end event, like somewhere closer to these train tracks, because often things can go wrong in the train tracks.
But then again, that's also, I think, you know, that's also why often coming into this room is a bit more tense.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
And I think
it is
that's the
like
thing
the
is-
final stretch. Yeah,
Exactly.
I do
And
like
I think
that.
that even evenly spaced Medicays are often undesirable just simply because it means that you don't get long areas of map, which can be tense, I guess. But yeah. I think the way I'd put it is that, like, from our experience of playing the map is generally fun. So even if occasionally we're thinking, I wish there was a closer Medicaid, maybe that's actually a sign that it's working. You see what I
Maybe
mean?
it's a good thing. Yeah, no, exactly. I like this room. It has lots of little paths you can use. It's very cool. It's one of these cases where even if you do widen the hole, I don't mind the front back front type spawning deal, because if you try to run back into the obviously more advantageous position, you are faced with enemies. And like, with how tight this is, that's a lot of meat to push through potentially, which forces you to like stay in this room.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's frankly, I'm kind of surprised at how often things happen here, considering this
Yeah.
is just kind of like a nothing room before an event.
Well, but it's not really nothing, remember, because if you think about it, there's actually usually quite a lot of density here, and there's usually a couple of patrols and stuff in the other area,
um,
and then the
it's
line
a
of sight
nothing
tends to
room
let you
because it's
see
like
through.
it's not an event, right? It's just like it's
Yeah,
just a
yeah, yeah.
place on the map. Yeah.
It feels like one of those areas where the extra enemies get aggroed naturally and tend to often show up with good timing, if you see what I mean. I've never even seen the Big Bens here.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah, I've never seen them.
Expertly animated Valkyrie here.
Wait,
This
I've never
is
seen this either. I've never even looked at this.
really. Yeah,
just running
Masozi
around.
shoots the Skyfire. This is the best event in the game, and it's not even close. This is the only event in a Geo that feels tense on monsters, because it actually spawns enough stuff to be, dangerous to 2 players. Not nearly enough for 4 players, but for 2 players, this is actually quite a bit of a challenge. It has a couple issues, but mostly it's fantastic. So the fact that you kind of naturally create a choke point here so that players can get stuck in a tiny train and then have to fight their way out and actually physically carry the vacuum capsule up the ramp here is awesome. The loop is great. There's a few spawning issues, like enemies that spawn up here and drop down tend to not be very menacing. I think you could diversify where the shooters come from.
But I think that's partly to do with our engagement range too. Like,
Yeah.
in general, you're playing far enough away from that ledge that no gunners or shooters are going to be up there because they try and close. And even if they were up there, they wouldn't do that much. So it feels like, imagine how it would feel if you had a gunner that could shoot 40 meters standing in the middle area where you just looked.
Yeah, that'd be
A
great.
lot more. Yeah.
This area down here is absolutely fucking terrible. Like, this is genuinely a nightmare to deal with.
But it's intentionally terrible, right?
Yeah, it's super tight funnels. I would maybe open up the second container and make them conjoined containers. I don't know. One thing I would change though is the respawn position. Like, it makes no sense for it to be here. Like, you have to pull off some really retarded, like, sliding revive to fall here and hope that nothing spawns here to break your shit. I would move it somewhere. I don't know where I would move it, actually. Probably on the other side, because the other side I think is decidedly safer, because it doesn't have like that shit spot. Maybe somewhere here, or here, or even up here. I really don't know. Also, ladders, I will never stop complaining. Why am I getting sucked in the ladder, or sucked out of the ladder? Can we please go back to Vermintide 2 ladders and have a button to interact with them? I'm a mature gamer. There's no, no chirping in my background. I can press a button. I'm a big boy. No, like, genuinely, this is such a good event. Like, I really don't know. Like, what would even be some complaints? Like, I've complained about this.
But I think it's worth looking at this and just thinking about, like, think how many different ways enemies can come in. Like, this is a good example of just not an enormous space. Like, it's not particularly big.
The sightline's quite open. There's loads of ways for enemies to come. There's loads of different ways to run. There's verticality. There's drop downs,
I mean,
etc.
inherently, you're forced down the middle. So you have this phase of linearization where you're facing overwhelming pressure, and then as you're pushing the capsules out, well, now you can't linearize as well. There's this door behind you now. There's enemies dropping down here. There's stuff coming from the front. Inherently,
you know what?
it's more chaotic than the rest.
I think something that you, it's just like, because this is a vacuum capsule event,
They can choose what your path is because you can't carry it, you can't climb up ladders, you can't mantle with it, whatever.
Yeah.
And so you kind of automatically end up taking the worst possible route to get back, which I kind of like. Except if you come from this side, because then you straight up and climb the ladder. But from the other side, it often just feels like, oh yeah, you kind of often
It's
do see
much more
people try
difficult.
and you genuinely see people without even realizing they're doing it, going the worst possible way to bring it back, which is a good sign.
Yeah, because sometimes it is the best option.
Yeah.
No, I like this map a lot. I like this event a lot. Like literally, I think just fixing ladders. Just like why? I have called this ladder the N-word. I have literally I have like I have slurred at this ladder so many times. Like this is horrible. This is one of the worst feeling things in Darktide. This should not be in the game. Like seriously, what is this? Who approved this? What is this?
Well, I
You
think
know?
with this ladder in particular, it could just be a crate stack. It's not that big. Like the height there, you could just move the crate slightly further back and just make it like a crate pile.
I feel like the problem though is that ladders do bring a little bit of decision making because it's like I can't afford to get hit on it or I'll fall. Although it is so short that it doesn't matter. You know what, total ladder
You
death.
always do the same thing, yeah. Like with this one, you always do the same thing. You throw the thing up and then you just hop and then do the climb up animation. I don't think I've ever actually been hit off this ladder.
Should we make it harder? Should we make it so you can't climb here? So you can throw the capsule, but then you have to actually fight your way and go back up the gangplank here. That could be interesting.
I think it would make it harder, but I'm not sure. Like basically, the way I look at it is, I just think this event plays quite well. So
Yes.
really, it's more just about turning up spawns as necessary and kind of just basically going.
Varying them as well. Another case of like, why can we get... same as the middle event. Why are there no Ogrins? Ever. Why can
or
we not
even
get a
for this
boss
one-
naturally?
For this one, having a boss would be particularly because this is the kind of arena where a chaos spawn is particularly oppressive.
Yes. And this is great because you have a lot of ways to actually deal with them and make space and fight them.
Yeah.
They do get stuck in the terrain sometimes, so watch out for that. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
overall, this is the best event in the game. By far. More like this, please.
I think the other thing about this is like if you had enemies that had more vertical mobility, like imagine you had troops who had jetpacks, and
Oh.
they could go from the area down below on your right and jump up to the area where you are here, for example.
Oh, that'd be sick.
You see, because I think that's the thing. One of the big things about the way the enemies path at the moment, because their lack of mobility, is it's like there are certain spaces where it's like you have a certain amount of time from any spawn happening to being got to, and this feels like one where the design would feel very different if they did have troops or whatever who could jump up. So it's just for all flying enemies. I think the other thing is a lot of these events with flying enemies would be very different. And if you look at stuff like this, you see this cover here that you're in front of.
Yeah.
Like that cover is the theoretical cover that you would take against the 40-meter shooters or 40-meter gunners or whatever who don't exist. But this is also the kind of thing where if there were flying enemies, you could.
They jump above the cover. Yeah, that's so sick.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's. I think this is just one of those things where it'll only get more interesting as they add enemies with more capability.
Oh yeah, Righteous, the best by far. This event is one of the few that is dense enough for a duo to be fun. It can't be... It's a vacuum capsule event that you can't trivialize. Well, unless you're playing 4 players. But Darktide doesn't balance around 4 players, you know. Surprisingly. They just didn't think that 4 players would play this game at the highest difficulty. It never occurred to them. So if you're playing only 2 players, it's actually like a proper fucking fight to get the capsules up the thing. You have to use the map. You have to use your mobility. It's just so sick. It is such a good arena to fight in. Yeah, minor changes. Moving the respawn location somewhere more sensible. Fixing ladders. I think that's it. This thing is fantastic. Also, I like the way this looks. I don't know what it is. Like some kind of train pooper.
Well,
Like it poops out trains.
But you see, this is the thing. It's like just look around at this environment. Like when you have that, it's just this is.
There's fighting going on in the background, by the way. Like they're exchanging last shots between the roads.
There's quite a few of those. Right? I remember with this one where you see a Lehman Ross get blown up. I think in the background, like its turret comes off.
Yeah, that's Mercantile.
So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's time for a bathroom break. I don't have anything to add to all, just Radom. I think it just really has this problem part in the subway. And that's like the one thing really holding the map back. The respawn point is a bit goober. And if anyone gets to call respawn points goober, it's me. Okay, I have earned the right. So,
So much.
it's a bit goober. Climbing enemies you get stuck too near the chain link fence. Like if you stand here, do you just get stuck by them climbing on the other side?
Oh yeah, like enemy collision and when it moves versus the enemy. It's kind of weird. I know what
When
you
you
mean.
try... Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, Kek. I mean, I think that's more of a general point than like map design. Yeah, when they climb up here, you get stuck inside them. Yeah, that is a bit annoying. That's a bit of a problem.
But that's also like partly to do with another reason that edge camping and jump ups are so bad is that you get weird stuff like that happening because enemies can't clear their personal space,
Yeah.
and so they're just designed to kind of programmatically run up at you. It's kind of like
But no, good map. Good map. Okay, I'm taking a poop break. You have to entertain chat.
I'm eating.
Oh, I pressed a button by accident. I don't know which sound I played. Hopefully it was thematic and funny.
I got a cheese toasty.
Mercantile is not done yet. We have a couple maps left and Mercantile is on that list.
Mercantile and Warren.
I got a notification.
I don't even know what I'm going to say about Warren because I haven't actually played Warren very much.
Oh
It's
my
one of those
god.
maps where it's just like
There's a
I
reason
kind
why
of
we don't play it much. Okay, I'll be right back. I've got to change my diaper.
all right, chat. What's going on? I can't believe there's so many people who are against ketchup. Ketchup is the best. It's made of tomatoes, and that's a fruit or something. You know, it's good. Who is Base or Bass or whichever one he is? Who is this denizen? Oh yeah. Sorry. Yes. My brain fused. Yeah, yeah. Makes sense. Hell yeah. He was a nice dude. Um, it was interesting actually because he hasn't played Darktide for that long. It's interesting hearing someone who has, like 100 hours starting in patch 13 or 14. It's a sort of different point of view. Well, not different, but interesting. I mean, I think the thing about ammo in Darktide is like ammo could be used as more of a tuning value. So, for example, there are some guns where if they had much smaller ammo pools but got more ammo back per pickup, that would be a nice fit for their niche. So that they don't have a massive reserve before they run out, but they don't have like sustain issues. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of agree with that, but it's also just there are some things about maps that are kind of independent, stuff like geometry, and there's definitely some areas where I think, there are some sightlines that are bad no matter what you're fighting, and and some bits of geometry that are not very interesting no matter what, is how I think of it. Bulwarks are definitely one of the least fun enemies. Literally, all you need to do to make literally all you need to do for bulwarks is make them have a move set, so they don't just have some identical attacks and a shield push. Make them more aggressive and make their shield not a force field, and they'd be much cooler. But as it is, they're like that weird kind of enemy where they're just annoying because they make everything else annoying. You know what I mean? You got to wait for the force field to come down. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think there's a bunch of environments where you just look at them and you're just like, this won't feel fun until enemies are more dangerous. Still remember people telling me about the bulwark lateral breakpoint with the bolter when executioner stance
I'm back.
gave you 50% range stagger, so you could do it with any bolter if you activate the stance.
Man, Carl is
Great.
such a weird looking cat. He's like clearly unfinished. It's kind of funny. Like, you know how Golb and Cazador, they can look like quite majestic? And Cazador kind of looks like a small version of a finished cat. Carl just kind of looks like he's not done yet. He's a
Maybe
bit
that's how they feel about
runty.
you.
Yeah. What?
Maybe that's how they feel about you.
Yeah,
Send back
I
our
don't know.
teleports, he's unfinished.
I don't know what I look like to them, but maybe that's why they try to lick me. They think they can finish me that way. I don't know. Okay, up next. Oh, I was recording the whole thing. He's a bit munty, yeah.
But no, I mean, I think there's also just something which is like the entire stagger system, and quite a few things to do with stagger do need a big once over, but it's the sort of thing where, you know, it's like there's a certain point where feedback is just like, rework this system, 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 and then it's kind of like, yeah. But I think bulwarks maybe will be improved soon. Bulwark enjoyers.
Did we do consignment yard? I keep forgetting.
No, we didn't.
Okay, I'll do silo cluster first because I think it's been requested, and silo
We
cluster
not
is a
done
bit.
Silo Cluster.
No, we haven't. Wait.
We did Silo Cluster yesterday, didn't we? The torrent one.
Oh, that was Vigil Station.
Right. I don't know the names of many of the maps. Most of my time playing this game, I literally just clicked quick play. Didn't care.
I gotta say, the putting bulwarks in Vermintide would have been a fantastic April 1st joke. Okay, first of all,
Hell yeah.
fantastic
Dude, look at that
introduction.
pipe. Look at that pipe.
Yeah, you never seen the pipe
Imagine,
before?
imagine coming down that pipe as a player. Like, you have to run down a pipe and fight enemies all the way down a massive pipe, twisting down through a
Spiraling down, yeah. Literally going
Yeah.
down the toilet.
Exactly. That's where I deserve to be.
I just want to be a turd.
A turd with an E, not a turd with a U, though.
Hell yeah. Born to shit, forced to flush. This is a bit of an area. Carly's being a cat. This
Feels
section...
like, again, this first fight is just getting you woken up before you come to this edge.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's something to be said
I
about
hate-
some of the barrels here.
This barrel is... The lighting fucks with it, so it's really hard to say whether it's real or not. So, I like barrel checking on this map. I think this should stay, because it's so full and cool. Carl is going nuclear in the background. Look at this. He's going insane. He's going insane. He's a good cat. That's a good cat. Okay. Get back under the sweatshirt. Come back when you're finished growing, okay? Don't talk to me. This area, I think, is extremely problematic because of this stair section. Like, people often complain that there's, like, you know, this long, protracted, and tedious gunfight. Well, I think the reason for that is because you have no cover, and these stairs are bad. Like, I have been pox-bursted, like, through these stairs. So, like, in ways where,
The
like,
box burster on heights
you
thing.
can't defend yourself. It's just the worst fucking thing. Like, it can draw, like, one small line to get you, and it just obliterates
No,
you.
but it goes through the floor.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Like
why.
straight
Okay.
up through.
Well,
Like I've been that corner where you are here. Sorry, in the stairs. Like literally under the stairs, and been hit by box bursters through the floor. So it's cursed.
yeah, me too. Um, Otherwise, I actually kind of like that this is a bit of like enemies have the advantage and you're breaching their position. It's just that it's not fully realized in gameplay very well. Because look at this lack of cover. Like, I have nothing to play around except for this shitty half-broken door, like, piece
It's
of
also
door.
this is one of the few areas I can think of where you consistently get enemies shooting.
Yeah. Um. Otherwise, I quite like it. What's the lore explanation for this biohazard symbol that is clearly an Urgalite thing? I like it. I'd like to see. I'd like to see
They
this
made it.
expanded in some lore
I
posts.
made it.
Like, that could be a cool theme for new Paypix slop, new penance gear, decontamination unit.
Dude, which industry did the Nurgle cultists infest first? Answer: it was the cleaners, so they could subvert the people who clean from within.
The janitors, some might say.
Exactly. Like everyone's like, man, none of the sewers around here are working anymore. The toilets are all broken. Something's wrong with the plumbers. And the plumbers are just like, yes, Grandfather Nurgle blesses us.
Okay, so this next part is a much more of a problem area. Like, this is just straight up a shooting gallery with no cover. And these very long sight lines, so that if anything happens, if anything occurs, if any event is to take place on this map, the only correct action, because no one wants to fight on like these super fucking rickety tight spaces where at the moment I get here, I'm exposed to absolutely everything shooting at me. The correct move is just always you go back here, and you climb over, and you LOS everything. And if you didn't have that, it would feel extremely frustrating to fight and play around in this area.
Oh, but the thing is that's not something that pubs do.
Well, no, pubs wipe.
Well, but the thing is, that's not even it's not even the sightlines or that bothers me about this. It's just in this area, there's just so many incidental weird things. Like there are so many different places you can ledge.
Yeah.
So like going up the left here.
Right here.
Yeah,
Right here.
Here as well.
Right here.
Here as well, and then there's like on the main area that you were just in, where you look
Oh,
down
yeah.
towards.
Oh,
the
yeah,
hole.
dude.
There's two different areas there.
Yep.
And then there's like
nothing else.
a place you can ledge here. I'm pretty sure. Like
There is
I
one.
think-
There is one. Yeah, I just need to find it. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, you can slide, and then there's also another
Yep.
one.
Look at this.
And it's just like all of these different things where it's not that any one of these ruins it completely, but it's just I have seen so much stuff here where at the end of it I'm just like,
What's this fabric dangling? Fix it. I can see it.
yeah, there's just
I
a lot of
can
nonsense
see
in
the
there.
void.
That's I don't care about the void. I just care about how many just random little weird things there are. And also, I don't really like the this also feels like there's an intention that they want you to shoot, but then when this actually happens, it's never because of the shooters. It's because there's a boss here. Basically, 90% of the time, is a boss
Yeah.
shows up, everyone panics, and then some people get ledged.
It also feels like there is just not enough. Like, they don't really understand that these little baby wall cover walls, they don't work. Like, your character's just poking out of them and you're getting blasted. If we are going to have shooter presence,
Oh,
this
no,
area,
they work if you're small.
yeah, that should not be a thing.
You should be Simran, and then you'd be fine. Have you considered
Oh
that?
my god. Canonically, Gunstick's wife.
Exactly.
I hope. Wait,
That's why they married. So so that she could take advantage of waist high walls.
exactly. We need Oh, oh yeah, the statue's really sick. It's beheaded and it's holding his head, and there's like a grate on his face. Yeah. There's some things that look quite good here. Ledging, I'd say is problem number one. There's some weird janky shit that maybe you could play on, like maybe since the correct move is kind of always to go back up here, maybe this shouldn't be a drop down, since effectively it isn't a drop down, and it would solve the problems that enemies having to like, you know, slop their way down to you.
But I mean, but even that shouldn't even really be an issue anyway, because it's like it feels like you also get this weird thing where everything will be going wrong in front, and you turn around and there's just like two poxbursters lying face down in that corner, and you're just like, why did you get here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just everything about this just it doesn't feel like it goes quite right. I just don't think you should be able to go back. There's a drop down. It's a drop down. That entire area which you get back to, you know, the area that leads to the back to the drop down, as it were, the lever going right to the right. It doesn't feel like that's intended play space. And the way that enemies behave when you go there and path that way also makes it feel like it wasn't tested or intended that you would take that route. And that's really what it is. It's like if you play the actual area down there and don't go all the way around, it feels a bit like a complete mess in a fiesta. And then if you go around, it just feels like you're just breaking it.
Yeah, you're forcing them to climb up. I think the problem is that this area should be designed in a way that it doesn't encourage people to do that. If you're gonna be taking this away, this needs to be made better. What if we played around this idea of these like crossing bridges and we added a third one, like
if the
over
drop
here?
down was way bigger, so just look at the drop down section. Imagine that was like twice as high, or even higher than that. You had to drop down onto this from an area above.
Oh yeah.
And now you're coming down from this side, or maybe another way on the left, and you have to get down and round, something like that.
Yeah,
It would
we should
be
be
a little
playing
bit-
around this because it's cool.
Yeah.
I was thinking like add a gangplank like from here to down there, like a third small, of one of these bridges. Although at this point, like enemy pathing would just get super fucked, which
Ooh,
it
I
already
can get
is
the
here.
roof.
Oh
I'd
yeah,
love to get up to the roof. You see them on the roof. Sometimes I'm just like, I want to get up there.
yeah. You see, I love it. I love that enemies can be on the roof. It feels like they don't play enough around that, and like they just have a tendency to drop down to get you.
Well, it's because the enemies are on both this roof and the roof further back. So go and stand in the area you drop down and look at the line of sight. The enemies that are on the roof get lost blocked by the geometry of the level, just looking at everyone dropping down.
Oh yeah.
It's like, why do they not have a better line of sight? Like, particularly this one. If you go to this crate, you see that cover on the area in front? That will block players who've just dropped down. Look, it's right there. It completely blocks them.
That's not good. But
No,
also,
no,
players don't have
yeah.
cover. I want both. I want enemies to be able to shoot at me, and I want this to be... Like, if I've made it into this bridge, it's just like, you have so little to protect yourself from guns.
Exactly, but it's like, the problem here is not the presence of cover otherwise, it's just, if you want cover, it shouldn't be there on the bridge where the enemy who was waiting for you would have had time to go, if someone drops down here, they're not going to have line of sight.
Oh yeah. So if you clean this up a bit, I think it could be interesting. There is another, like, Silo Cluster really likes these long sight lines that don't have much going for them. This is the least problematic, and this area here I actually quite like. This has like a bunch of nice like branching paths and like little drop downs you can use.
I do like that area above the Medicaid where you could shoot the gunners up above. You often get to shoot some gunners up there.
Before they all jump down.
Yeah, exactly. But it's because very often I'm there and I'm just like, oh, I have time.
Also holes. Why are there holes?
Oh yeah, this one here, that one there catches me out so much because I try and be clever and like go across the gap.
Yeah.
Never try and be clever.
It's not great. This thing where enemies will like drop down before getting you is a bit like you just kind of always murder them.
If you
Like,
had
it's a
enemies
special spawn
up
here.
in that thing I was looking at, and they didn't have a front wall, so they couldn't see you, and they would only be able to see you as you ran to the Medicaid and shot you in the back.
That's vicious. Ship it.
Stuff like that, yeah. Because basically, it's like so much of the geometry and the structure in these levels is set up for encounters that then don't happen.
Very frustrating.
If in a film, there's like, you look up, oh no, they're ready for us, you know, guns pointed down at you. And in the game, it's just like, there's like 2 squads of guys standing on the bottom floor looking at each other in like parade order. There's
Scratching
like
their
2 gunners
nuts.
talking to each other at the back. And then they see someone coming and they both jump down. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a second, lads. Who came up with this plan?
This area is like messy, but it's kind of fine. This isn't really meant to be somewhere you fight in. Like you're just gonna walk here before you get to the next real area, sort of. I really don't
And
know what.
it does have a nice respawn.
Yeah.
Like a nice easy
Well-
respawn before what could be a brutal drop down potentially.
Oh, you know what we could do here? We could connect this hallway to the previous zone in some capacity. Because look at the window here. Look where it points. It points like the place where the gunners are. See? Look at that.
You see, now this is one of those things I've never even noticed that these windows exist or that you could look through here. And this just makes
Whose
me
fault
think,
is that?
you know, if you I'll tell you whose fault it is. It's the fault of the fact that in the game, you only look at things that your brain tells you need to care about, and this line of sight doesn't exist because enemies can't use it. And it's not only the case that they can't shoot through it, it's like enemy awareness of where you are doesn't matter, mostly, and they can't see very far, and even if they could, they couldn't look through this. And even if they did see you, they'd come back round via the stairs that you're already watching. So, you know. If
Make
these
this
were open,
yeah,
if they
open
were
this up.
open, yeah.
And put a like some kind of bridge or something so enemies can actually walk into this position, or if they're here and they're getting shot to shit and suppressed, they can run back here, and then they can post up here and shoot you, or post up here and shoot you. Like these windows don't serve any purpose, but there's potential here. You could do something cool with it.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of thing where they should be throwing grenades through. You know, pouring
Hell yeah.
pouring night jars on you or whatever.
That's gross. They wouldn't stoop to that. Okay, I don't know why they reworked this area, but okay, I'm glad you did. Please rework the
I know
problematic
what they did.
areas.
No, I know what they did. It's very simple. Like, if you look, this area now just has way more areas for cover. Because you know, when you drop down, that all these little cubby holes didn't exist. They just made it much easier. Because I feel like I've seen people get here. There's a badly placed demon host, and people just make the wrong decisions. It's definitely a
like this
nicer
is-
area.
I feel like this is like a bit more of an obstruction than cover, you know what I mean? Like it's just kinda noisy. I like that it has spikes on it. It's really cool, really cute. The water transporter.
Well, but I think that's deliberate too, which is that it's meant to literally occlude the line of sight instead of it being a cover object that you play around. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, this is
I mean,
just designed to plug the hole when you're fighting shit in the
It's-
back area that you drop down.
it's a fine rework. It's just like I'm kind of scratching my head when you see Refinery Delta untouched for 2 years, but then they just change 2 areas in Silo Cluster without
My
touching the middle
assumption-
event.
My assumption is just one of those things where like there's someone who had it on the back burner and he finally
Oh, yeah.
finished it up.
Cleaning up this is good. This version, this
Yeah.
left side is so much better now. That is
And it
one
looks
thing
better.
that's fucking fantastic. Yeah, it does.
That
The whole
red
thing is
glow?
better.
Yeah.
No, this is nice. This area here is like pretty interesting. It's one of the most, I think, complex play spaces like in the game. Like it has this tunnel over here leading back up there. It has stairs leading up to a drop down here. There's a whole fucking corridor up there, and then there's the main way down here that you can go. I quite like it.
Do you know the other thing about this is I hate the fact that you can drop down here because it's such a trap
That's a
to do
death
it.
trap, yeah.
And every single time I look down, I see the chest, and my first thought is just, ooh, a chest. And I just drop down and open it, and about half a second later, I'm like, wait a second. I've done this before.
I don't really mind that it's a.
But I do like that they have the barrels often here, so that if you do get rushed, you can kind of, have a barrel prayer or two. And also, this area to come back is wide enough that you probably can't just get raw, like, stuck there by, a mass of enemies, which is nice.
This door is a bit small. Maybe it could
Yeah,
be a
but
bit
I think
wider.
intentionally, right? Because this is meant to be, if you want to take this door to go through, you have the cover to do it, either side of the door. But I think it's definitely meant to be that you want to take the way round, because it's more comfortable and lets you control the sidelines.
How do we feel about putting a bit more cover here to make this a little bit more desirable as like a way to fight back against the giant sightline here?
Do you want to say something fucked up? I think this sightline is much more advantage for players than enemies.
It is.
Like, yeah, this sightline to me is one of the freest sightlines in the entire game because once you kill the enemies that are close, you just shoot straight down here. All the enemies
Yeah.
far away can't do anything. You know exactly. You don't even need to aim
that's-
because of that object there, right, which includes the enemies. You just shoot next to it, and you will just chain nail all of the elites on this bridge. And when they try and get line of sight to you, they'll put themselves in your only sight line, and then you shoot them again. It's
This
yeah.
needs something specific to that. I was gonna come back to it later, which is that usually when you get here, you just start popping elites, and they have no way of defending themselves. Maybe like this object, which by the way, what happened here? Why is this? Why is there like broken concrete, like
It dropped.
slabs of rocks?
no,
How
it
far
dropped.
must it have dropped? It's like look, it's intact. It's intact. It did a superhero landing on the ground.
Exactly.
No monster spawn till the mid-game event. That happens very often. I'm sorry, dude. Game is fucked at the moment. Spawns are not working. But yeah, I think it's just kind of like having these long sight lines is inherently not very interesting. Also, we need more water. Like this bridge, like we've talked about this for Vigil Station, but like man, this is the torrent. I can see the void. We need like water rushing, pipes bursting, that kind of shit. Yeah, Thymer Zealot's absolutely fucking ruin this kind of stuff. So, I quite like this area in there. It's pretty nice. It's alright. I don't think there's like huge problems with it other than holes everywhere, which shouldn't be in the game, but beyond that. This event is a disaster. This is one of the worst events in the game. It's a stay and slay that pre-trivializes itself.
It has to be one of the easiest events in the game.
Oh yeah,
I
nothing
can't
ever
think
happens.
I don't think I've ever seen a team wipe on this.
No, it's impossible to wipe here. So, even if you played the normal intended way, like the dangerous enemies will kind of linearize themselves and you can murder them, and there's like very low pressure overall, just like kind of nothing spawns. Or you can just go here and like literally spawn kill everything as it's coming out. So, I think there's a few ways.
But it's like a broken record. Like, why is that possible? Because the spawn doors are right there. Why the players have access to the spawn doors? Well, because we didn't expect them to come across the bridge. Well, they can. So
the issue.
destroy the bridge, or that's going to happen. I mean, it just feels like that's pretty much the case.
I think crossing the bridge is actually cool, and is actually what the event should be encouraging. Because imagine if you had to like make your way out of this room through this bridge, like fighting. Like you have to fight your way across to do something in this area. That's how I would choose the event.
Like one of those small rooms in the area on your right has a terminal in it that you need to get the lift when it gets stuck
Exactly.
halfway.
Exactly.
And that area where you're looking, you see the stuff that's on that overpass there, and that's a place where enemies can drop down coming from above as well.
So first of all, I think spawn hole, just so you can just be like this. You have stuff spawning behind you now, but even then, I would do something where like we have this gas mechanic.
So what you're saying is, if you're pounding that hole, you want there to be rear holes.
Yeah, you always want some backup holes when you're done.
Okay.
This shit. This room just is so inherently uninteresting to work in because it favors the player so much, and it's just like there's no objective.
But I will say I have ledged myself twice here, and I thought.
Oh
it was
yeah, I
impossible,
mean, the holes.
But like,
Is that the
there's
elevator
always things-
counterweight?
Yeah,
Oh, that's awesome.
that is so cool.
Like fighting here, it's so low pressure and so static. And if the range enemies are forward, okay, I'm here. They can't hit me anymore. Like, what are they gonna do, bro? Like, shoot me? Sick, good luck. So, running back and forth a vacuum capsule, that's exactly what I had in mind. So, first of all, when the elevator's on its way up, people stay here for a bit, but it's actually a trap. And after, like, a set amount of time, they fucking gas out, like, this entire room, and, like, the gas slowly moves out. And now it creates this situation where you can't camp in there anymore. Enemies that come out of there are buffed by the tox gas, like the Carnactoid tox gas. And
you don't even need enemies though, because just doing that, I'm seeing your own lower difficulties where there might not be enemies there. Just forcing players to move and to get onto the bridge, and it's suddenly like the situation that you thought was going to be your advantage. Even better if this wasn't something that always happened. But you're just looking across, and suddenly all the stuff over here that you've been letting pile up just looks at you, and it's like, oh, we should have been ignoring that.
Yeah,
Ah, that's
we
cool.
should have we should have had maybe have a bit more cover here, because it is a bit light. Like it's both a problem on the receiving end where enemies get blasted, but also like when players are moving out, this might get a little rough
Well,
when we.
there's a very definite front there. If you look there, they have that cover that's clearly here is enough cover that like 3 players can exchange fire,
Yeah.
and then there's a
It might
really
be
big
enough.
gap where you've got to cross.
Yeah,
And
It
I
might
think
be
that's
enough.
intentional. But like, because the problem is that the enemy's response to cover, that cover will just cause a lot of ranged enemies.
Might as well
to
not
move and break
exist.
position. Well, it's that it,
Even worse, yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't quite, I think, do. I think keeping it relatively open is fine, so long as it plays okay, which we need to
Yeah.
see. But
So
oh,
basically
mortars!
now,
Look at those mortar shells. Where is
Yeah.
the Drake Mortar team? I knew they were coming. Hell yeah.
they're coming with a Space Marine expansion. So now you've created something where fighting over there is impossible. You have to get out. And you can add an objective, like using a terminal. Because like this is kind of like the Barros problem, where they confine the event to this small area. Also, by the way, if you stand here for the middle event, everything will come to you. Like they have absolutely no counter to you being here. So activating this back part of the map, instead of having these scripted spawns from like these 2 doors, a couple places on the back, and like a special spawner that is like somewhere up there, making enemies come down the stairs to get you. Just reactivating this whole area, same with Barras, now forces you to play in a much more interesting space. You could even have like scripted like shooter dudes spawning up there. And now imagine,
Yeah, I mean,
imagine doing this. Like imagine being here and having a firefight like all the way across here while you're getting the terminal or the vacuum capsule, whatever it be.
You know where to put the terminal? Go back down and look across this area. You know the area with the drop down that I was just saying I always go down and die? That door at the back there, put the terminal in a room. Just there, that door opens, and there's
Oh
a
yeah,
small
the
room with a
airlock.
terminal in it.
It's the airlock room. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. Yeah.
And it's like, because the other thing about that too is, it's like, yeah, if you speedrun right in here, you've literally just put yourself in the worst position on the map.
Room's card, we have to stay close for it to progress. I think it inherently removes the possibility for interesting range threats because it's like, I don't know actually.
No, there's a bigger problem than that. Like, think of the Eridanor. Like, the problem with the cart is it's like, if it's mostly just horde enemies, then it's all right. But in a game like this, it's the combination of ranged enemies and stuff. I think it forces too many restrictions on player positioning. Whereas
Yeah.
in this game, it's like you definitely want some players to not have to be near other players because they got guns, you know. So yeah, I feel like the better version of the cart is, or at least from this game's point of view, having to carry stuff. Because if you do that right, the player who's carrying the object becomes, in essence, a cart that needs to be escorted.
Hell yeah. So basically just have this room be the event room instead of the bridge. And you could have multiple objectives. Like, you could have something that's up here, like one terminal that could be here. You know what? Instead of having a hacking thing over there, this is where the transportable comes in. And basically, you have to use, like, a hacking terminal. And the hacking terminal is there for 2 purposes. One is getting the gas pumped. And 2, the elevator was, like, corroded by the tox gas. And so you need to get, like, a new button for it or something, like a new lever that's, like, hidden in there. Something like that. So basically just make this the event room, because first of all, Stay and Slay doesn't work, so we're going to be killing Stay and Slay as much as possible, because it's bad. Oh, we haven't done Oubliette yet, have we? Oh, that's a problem map.
But Oubliette's pretty simple. It's like 10 minutes to play. I mean, I don't know how long it takes this guys.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that, but yeah, this is also a case where putting the terminal or the thing that you need to get in different places, like putting it in each of, you have this room has like both an upstairs and a downstairs, and there's like that tripod like split in the middle. Each of those wings could have a different location for the thing to spawn. It would be different if it was here. It would be different if it was there. So I mean, the point is not obviously that we've gone well into, well, just change the entire event to a totally different one, etc. But it's like, I think this space could have so many things. But also going out to the bridge, something else that strikes me about the bridge is like, if you were going out to this bridge area, something that never happens in an area like this in this game is where you get enemies shooting at you from an area you can't get to. That's either to the left or the right. Like as you're crossing the bridge, it feels like there should be another bridge or a small walkway or something. Either
Some guy pokes out of like the shanty shack over there and starts blasting you.
and I can see why it doesn't happen, but this definitely does feel like one where you could really mix it up by having the ability for pressure to
Do
come from
you
different angles.
do you know the pit from Vermintide 2? It's a map that
Yeah.
at the end of it has like an escape sequence where you run, and it has this Skaven boat in the water that's like peppering you with a machine gun from like 1,000 miles away, and it does
Yeah.
like negligible damage, but it could be nice to have something like that where if you don't move or if you stay static, like he actually gets a beat on you. But most of the time he's just like blasting the environment around you, just like
Yeah, no,
unloading his machine
I
gun.
remember that, and like almost every group that I played, people were just always booking it in that last thing.
Yeah.
Everyone was just trying to go which which is cool because you actually feel hurried, and like you think about it, I felt more hurried by that and more aware of cover from dealing with that thing for some reason than most of the time in this, just because it was kind of unexpected. It's cool. Anyway.
Yeah, no, and I think the issue that I think I could see somebody bring up is that backtracking is lame, but it's not backtracking. Like you're now you've made this into like an event room. Like now things are spawning stuff. You have stuff to fight, and you're fighting it from a different perspective than you did on your way in, most likely. I think it's really interesting. It's quite cool, and both in this map and Vigil Station, this play space is underutilized. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to take good level design that is already there, and just making it work. Because this fighting over there or fighting here doesn't work. It doesn't work. So giving this an objective and making the objective be somewhere around here would be awesome. Like I think this would solve one of the biggest problems with this silo cluster, which is this middle event, which fucking sucks. Like nothing ever happens here.
Backtracking is a problem in single-player games because when you backtrack, you already know where you are, so there's no confusion. But in this game, you always know the map because you played the map a million times. So
Yeah.
you're always playing at the same play space recontextualized. And in fact, half the areas in this game are the same area turned around anyway. So it's like if backtracking is bad, then every single map is bad.
Well, I won't say they're bad, but some of them are more bad than others. Now there's a bunch of things. This is one of the middle events that I think is like the geometry is all there, dude. Like you just have to spawn an objective, or 2 or 3. This area, a very cool presentation. Enough with the chat. This thing where enemies have to climb up is a problem. This thing enemies have to climb up is a problem. This
just also
thing
just
where
feels like you
enemies
shouldn't
have to
be
climb
fighting.
up is a problem.
Yeah, but you know what it feels like here? It's like it just feels like you only fight here when your team is kind of being slow or you're just hanging around here for no reason. And then a whole bunch of enemies that should be interesting and coming from behind you when you're going into here are for some reason going into this area in front of the lift, then they shouldn't be there. And it virtually always seems to happen when it's like one person has gone forwards and triggered this stuff. And then, I'm just standing there looking into space, and then I have to fight like a bunch of dogs crouched in a corner. And you just feel like this is all not quite right.
I like the redesign of this. It looks much prettier. There should be. I like this up area here. This like light. I'd like it if you could get like a couple shooters up there, like peppering you. That could be cute.
Or nurgling, waving.
Just pooping at you.
Oh, that's the siege artillery projectile.
Genuinely having to fight through a horde instead of just holding is much cooler. Yes, holding when you have an event in a tight game and it allows holding, let alone encourages it, it's a design failure. If the only thing you do for the whole event is like stand in one place and wait, you've failed. Like there is no purpose for that. It's not good gameplay. It cannot be made interesting. Get rid of it. Now use this window. Enemies should be behind it shooting at you, like in our proposed changes to Vigil Station. Do something about this so it's like a door or like a gas hole, whatever. Just we need more gas everywhere. It just quick and dirty shortcut. Like players don't really care if there's like what is in a sense an invisible wall if it leads to the play space being used better and working better. What's
The problem is, if you go out there and look across that area, like you don't really want players to look too hard across that gap.
They put decorations in this. Why is this not used?
They've been hiding the party room with the pizza.
What the fuck?
Dude, that's so cool.
There should be a way to put a puzzle in here.
Wait, so this is how the spawn rooms are? They've got like tables and fucking like they've got games set up, so they're having a great time. Dude,
I didn't
no
expect
wonder.
it to be a room there. The Goon Cave. The Goon Shack.
That's awesome.
I think this area is mostly problematic because of spawns. I quite like that here, in theory, ranged enemies have kind of an advantage on the players because there's like very little cover.
Uh, I'll be back in a sec.
No problem. Maybe we could put something here, a couple of thingies up, so you can make an advance. But I feel like it's not too necessary because you have this path here, which is in theory quite cool. Which does provide you with LOS, with nice cover, but then makes it like a potentially harder retreat because there's dudes behind you, which would force you to go forward and here and around. I think the geometry's fine. And I think they really intended for this to be just like players are getting shot. Since you've got this hole here. Like this isn't real cover. People can shoot through that. Also, how cool is the Goliath rock grinder, man? Like, why isn't this thing used? You know? I love my Goliaths. Look at this thing. Oh, it's carrying poison. That's kind of sick. Ignore Goonstick vibrating.
How can I ignore Goonstick vibrating? He is very.
Okay, basically this is kind of like the, in theory, the big shooting gallery. It feels like it rarely actually happens.
Well, but yeah, because if you're at the back there's no sightlines. Like, go stand next to the Medicaid and look down there. It's like, who's going to shoot at you? What would they stand on? Like, there's literally just that tiny area in the middle. And it feels like there's always the enemies that are across the bridge on your right. They're not going to aggro on you. So I think it's quite intentional that when you get to that Medicaid, there's no ranged firefight, and it's as you push up the bridge to about halfway, you get the aggro from the guys on the right, and then usually you get some stuff from the people in front, and it feels like if you look up in the middle area here, it looks like there is a high area up there. That area up there, like these areas up here, feel like they should have gunners on them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And instead, when I look up here, all I think about is just that single one doorway. Because
Sniper on the gangplank.
Yeah, but in fact, the only snipers that you ever see, they're coming out that door. And it's just like, it's cursed because you get the sniper inside the blackness, and you just get the red laser coming out at a funny angle, and you're like, oh, he's there.
Yeah, and it trivializes the horde. Oh, I talked about a thing at some point. This needs to go. You should be able to dodge through this.
No, look. All I'm going to say is, this is the one case where when I look at it, I'm just like, no, if you stand between these two things, it's on you.
But it happens so much that like you do something like this, and then you're looking up, like you don't know why your movement isn't responding, and it's like, oh.
If you don't mess with the bull if you don't want the horns.
The cock sticks. I do like that it's like a little book stand. It's a very cute piece of geometry. It's used in Visual Station as well. One of the big circular areas. It's very cute.
Imagine one of those being as a cover section on the way up, and you shoot at them between the books.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think here we have like a bunch of just spawner problems. Kind of like this is something enemies have to climb up. Yeah. This is enemies have to drop down. Enemies have to climb up.
And the drop down at the back there as well. It feels like it's always too slow. On the one on the right, like really at the back, because there's one there, but there's also one further back. Not the way you're looking. The way all the way back next to the one you were just looking at.
Here?
No, on your right. Like basically, if you imagine looking down the bridge that you were just looking down. Not this one, but basically back where you were. There is another one all the way down at the end.
Here?
Yeah. Right down at the end on the left here. Yeah, where you're facing right now. That's spawner 2.
Didn't they fix? No, I think that's no longer a spawner.
Oh, did they change that?
Oh yeah, no, that's been a while.
Fair enough.
It's like closed off now.
Because I've been missing those guys. I was about to say that they never come out of there anymore, and I missed them because I would occasionally see them and be like, man, you guys are coming such a long way.
There's this spawn door that's active on Turtle Station. I think is deactivated on this event, which would actually like this would be a good spawner. Look, they can just walk down. Extend the ramp. Yeah, it would be slick. Maybe add a spawn hole here or a spawn door here. Just
you gotta be careful there because that's a res spot.
Oh yeah, it is. I completely forgot. It's so rare that you have to clutch people here to res people here. You could always move the res spot if it like messes with.
Well, but it's quite a good res spot if you think about where the spawners are. that one's the one where you have long enough to do
Oh
the
yeah,
res.
but where the spawners are is problematic as hell.
Well, no, but you have long enough to do the res, but you're now trapped with the person because people have come from behind. Is like, because to me that's fine. Like this one, you can get the res off, but then you're in a shitty situation. It's fine. To me, it's more of an issue if it's just like you inherently are just rolling the dice and you're gonna get slapped. There are definitely much worse ones.
I'd rather we make the enemy pathing like more dangerous and interesting, and maybe move the res bot back a bit.
Oh, I just mean like, you know, I think the enemy pathing should be more interesting, but that res spot is like, you know, it's not the. There are not many other places in this area where I would want to have a res spot, and that's all right. Because you know how sometimes you have an area where it's like it's a minor area that you have no reason to go to otherwise.
Yeah.
And that feels like that's okay for a res spot that's almost like a sort of, well, you should only be going here if someone's really screwed up.
I mean, you always go there because plasteel spawns there anyway.
I mean, I don't pick up plasteel, dude. I don't need it.
Only by winning on the back door of the wars can we win on the front line.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
for
it's-
sure. Like the amount of enemy it takes for the amount of time it takes for enemies to drop down from somewhere is absolutely fucking horrible. Completely agree. Their melee animations are too slow. Like, have you actually ever spawned a boxwalker and looked at how long it takes him to hit you? Like, this is not acceptable in that game.
Well, for poxwalkers, it's kind of less of an issue than bruisers, I think. Like for poxwalkers, it's pretty slow, but they're meant to just kind of be washing over you. But when you look at bruisers, and there's a massive bruises and they're all being a bit slow, it's like, come on, mate.
Yeah, this I feel like there should be more fighting around this set piece. Just like add spawn holes. Just do something about these drop downs. Like, we don't know how you could elegantly solve this. You could maybe make it more interesting. Like have another gangplank like from here to here,
To be
somewhere
honest,
like that.
it's just like,
Oh,
that would be that would be an interesting modifier. A modifier that was like groaners and poxwalkers attack twice as fast.
Also, these holes. Why are there holes in my map, man?
We just need to put a gangplank.
Why is there? Oh, okay, thank God that's not
So
a
you
real
can't, you can't
hole.
walk through that. Yeah.
This is nightmarish. Yeah, like this area I think could be made very interesting if you somehow manage to get the enemies to actually spawn. Like
But I mean,
activate,
part of the issue
activate.
is yeah, but the problem is that this side across the bridge is fundamentally tangential. Like you can go across and get plasteel, but really the crux is the encounter you have as you come into this area.
Well, exactly.
And it's
So
usually
if you
messed up.
actually had enemies that could come from the side, that would make this encounter here more interesting.
Oh, I see what you. So I think you meant like when you went across into that area, the enemies were.
Oh no, no. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
activate
yeah.
the spawners so that there's the horde isn't just going to be coming from this drop down and behind.
Yeah, so I thought you were saying, but yeah, basically I agree, and also I just think the areas above here are also really obvious ones. You know, particularly if you had a gunner on the back side of the pillar. So if you look behind you, the pillar that's directly behind you right now, a gunner that was up top on that platform that can't be seen until
Yeah.
you've gone around the corner.
I
would
love
be
this
such a
platform
fucked up-
too.
Yeah, and also another one behind the corner on that column there. Like if you could have backside
This-
gunners, you would just show up where like inherently you only see them once you've gone too far.
This would be one good way to do ambient range units. Like they have their own dedicated little things. You could even maybe make one of them be breakable. Like you can break one of these and like the guy falls over dead and ragdolls down. That could be cool.
Imagine
Forcing
the
people to
drag.
look up is always a good thing.
Yeah.
That would be that would be a very drag thing to do as well. Like on the rickety platform you can blow up.
Yeah, imagine being
Yeah.
a drag who gets confined to the to the tiny strip. They're just like, stay up there. We're not letting you down. Go. The ladder isn't coming back.
Okay, I don't like this section at all. It feels like it takes up way too much of the map, and it kind of inherently has super trivial spawning because you always know where everything is going to be coming.
This room is like, I don't. It's literally they all just come through the hole, and I don't really understand why. It feels like this shoot makes sense when you're in the next room. It doesn't make sense when you're in this room, and then the amount of stuff
Yeah.
that always spawns out of here. But then it's worse because going into the next room would be difficult because in principle it's like the enemies have good lines of sight. Except there's no reason for you to push into the next room unless you really want to.
Oh yeah,
because
no.
there's no threat from this room because one person could camp the chute.
So
So
what I would do is I would make it so you get into what looks like, I don't know what this is, like a transport area. It kind of like my first thing. This looks like a flooding zone. This is like when there's like a
yeah,
flooding.
like a
People go
runoff.
here to protect themselves. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um, and what I would do is you get in here, and there's a potential for a set piece, like this long hallway you have to run across. You could make this really cool. We've talked a bunch of times about the concept of having these mini events where it isn't something that like hard marks like the middle of the map or the end of the map, but something that's at one point in the map where something happens. You don't necessarily have to do an objective, but it kind of directs the flow of gameplay. Because the issue here is that this is played super passively and nothing happens. Like, you murder the guys at the hole, then you walk forward, and it's like, oh, I wonder where the enemies are gonna come from. Well, they can only come from here or from the hole behind us, so you just murder everything. This sucks. What I would do is something that forces people to push forward again. Like, you
Well, no,
go in here.
but more important, just look up at the ceiling. The ceiling looks like it should have holes in it. They're coming from the ceiling on the other side.
Oh,
If
yeah.
nothing else, there are so many other places that if you even wanted to have drop downs for enemies to come from, but also these side areas, you
Spawn
could
holes.
imagine like, yeah, there could be a door in the cubby holes, even on the back side of them where they come out. There's a lot of different ways to get enemies into here, and it just seems like a very odd. Yeah, I mean, it genuinely just seems like an oversight. These two rooms work in the sense that you can go through them and stuff happens, but again, you will never
Well,
see a wipe
hear
ever
this.
through these two rooms.
What if you get in here and like the doors close behind you and like the lighting like kind of shuts off, goes red for a bit, and you hear like a like alarm blaring, and you have to push forward because now there's stuff pouring from everywhere. Like there's heavy density coming, and you have to get to the next area.
Okay, heavy density pouring from every orifice. Got it.
Yeah, we love that. And like you open this door, and instead of just being a thing where you press button, door opens, it takes time. And now you're faced here with like a very generous sightline, but there is just like an ocean of shit that is coming to you. And you do have some space. Like, first of all, can we please make this more easily mantlable? Like, I don't know why these little walls are like so problematic. Like, I
Man,
mantled the
that's-
first time, but
Are you pressing and holding?
yeah.
Okay. Because early on, because of how the jump works in this, I often wasn't pressing and holding. Because I just thought your character, if you're holding forwards, would automatically just like, why else would... If you're holding forwards mid-air, surely the input would always get you a mantle. But, you know.
Like you do have a little bit of space to like guide around, not too much, and this room could potentially get dangerous. Except you can squeeze out of here. Huh.
I mean,
That could be cool.
Again, look up at the hole in the ceiling. One thing that you could do with that hole is make the hole longer, so that they can drop down in more than just one spot.
Oh yeah.
You know, and again, it's like that's a very minor thing, but this is probably one of the worst examples because you will literally see people standing completely still, either hitting them through the floor, but the thing is, people also literally just do it standing here and hitting them as they drop down because they're all in physically the same space, and
I have a
it's one of
simple
those things-
solution.
Indeed, but I just want to emphasize though that like imagine how weird that looks to someone who hasn't played a game like this, and they see someone standing here with a sword, hitting what looks like a falling column of 100 zombies all inside each other, merging, and their limbs are interfering with you. It just makes no sense. Like it is such a weird situation to have engineered, and I think it's funny that we don't think it's weirder. You know what I mean?
I think it's weird. I think it's horrible. It's very simple. Just simply gas bomb, pipe leak, whatever. This whole fucking thing is gassed out. If you really have to keep this drop down hole, I think that would solve it. And now the enemies come out of here with like a little tox gas buff. Cool like that. Up next, well then you keep the scramble going forward. You've got enemies to fight. Maybe I'd make the cover a bit better for players because it is a bit light. And I don't want to just like force people to run here and trivialize the range encounter. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
but
this is
I
fine.
think that's basically the idea, right? Is that you go into this room and then. But I mean,
Yeah.
again, it would be quite different if you were playing in this room with an encounter as opposed to just simply wandering in and there's a couple of gunners at the back and that's
Yeah.
it.
And here's one thing you can do to like make the force people out. It's like this back room gets gassed in along this line, and you're forced to cross this door threshold, and now the door just like slams shut behind you. and you're stuck in this new area, which also needs more spawn points. Like, this is the only spawn point in this room.
Also, I mean, this is another example of an area where it's like just 1 in 10 times you come into this, the lights will go out, and there's a chaos spawn chasing you around for a minute.
Oh yeah, catting a boss in there, that'd be sick.
Yeah, but this is an example where the lights out modifier, if it's for a minute in an enclosed space, in a situation where you're under pressure, you wouldn't get as upset because it's so obviously a pressure tool that's temporary. Like the way it's presented has an understanding of the fact that it's making things much harder.
I might get more upset. You know, playing some more of Helldivers, which kind of does a lot of what Dark Tide does wrong, which is having really bad modifiers. There's never a point where I feel more pressured or more engaged because I can't see anything.
Oh no, I think particularly with like, you do lose some information. And
Yes,
the
but
thing
it
is,
doesn't lead. It doesn't lead to like meaningfully difficult things. It's just I can't see shit.
But the point is, it's like, it's a vibe, right? But under the conditions that you know it's temporary,
And I can opt out of it.
and it's got a context, it's like, okay, that's fine. Whereas if the whole mission's like that, it's like, oh, whatever. Partly because it's like, it's one thing to be chased around by a monster in the dark, it's another thing to go around looking for plasteel, and then you accidentally get ledged because you didn't look at your feet.
I would ideally want a Dark Tide that is so difficult that losing my sight for a few seconds would mean like dying, pretty much. Like, it's not something I should be able to afford.
To be frank, the thing is that the way that the enemies are designed, the way Lights Out is designed, because the enemies have glowing eyes and a few other things, it is intentionally, you have enough information that it would be quite difficult to die from only a few seconds.
Well, the enemies aren't what kills you in Lights Out. It's, ledging. It's not seeing where you're going. It's the map. It's the level.
But like we're not going to talk about some of the ledging incidents. Like that, I do think it is funny how much when you think about many of these areas, the thing that really gets you is not, oh, so many times I've had bad encounters with enemies here. It's basically always, man, I can remember so many incidents where I've been ledged.
Yeah. This shouldn't be a drop down. Make it a door. Put holes in the ground. Put holes in the ceiling. Do anything to get enemies spawning from more than one direction. Please, I beg you. This is a horrible room. And I think, like, the last room, you could be, like, it's the hell fighting forward thing, and this is kind of like the reprieve. But there is still stuff happening. And then it's when you open this door to the next room. You know, this is when, in theory, you'd have the gun enemies, like, set up and prepared instead of just waiting around with their dick in their hand, like they do now. I like this door. This door is devious. Like, this door was specifically constructed so that people camping here get silent box busted in the back. The level designer who placed this knows the sound doesn't work, and I respect that. This part is, like, fine-ish. I don't know. Maybe this could spawn enemies? Somewhere over there. This climb up is weird. Have you ever seen dudes, like, climb up here?
Yes, yeah. I mean, again, it's like, the funny thing about this, too, is...
The vertical leap, though, to actually manage that. Look at that jump, man.
But the thing about it is weird. Is if you look, they have multiple different ways to get up, but just because of the path, what it feels like is they prefer taking that route. But then when you look at the other two places they come up, you see that bit of the tilted down bit of ledge there. That is one of the slowest and worst enemy drop downs in the game. Jump ups in the game, where you just see people farming that, even though they're under fire from enemies on the ground sometimes. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Alright, Agatha is cooking. Just
a huge ball
of enemies like a katamari gets yeeted at you, and it explodes, and instantly, instant encounter, enemies everywhere. That's incredible.
Hell yeah.
You just see like the Nurgle katamari, only it's like, oh my god, Nurgling. It's like a ball of Nurglings.
Yeah, I think if you just add more spawns, like maybe here, because this is like a rest spot, you could have a contextual spawner here that like...
Oh yeah, more spawns in this room makes this area nasty, I think, yeah.
Before this door opens, this is inactive, but then when you open the door, it becomes active. And so now when you're here, you can't just like camp forward here. This
I
is
also
actually
do
the
think-
fact that it's split in two halves. Like this is actually really problematic. Like the fact that there's no easy, the fact that this is a drop down actually ends up fucking the enemies way more than the players.
Yeah, and like the thing is, this is one of those things that looks like it should be difficult, but go back to where you just were, the other drop down. Like the truth is, every single time I do this thing, I look over here, I kill the enemies in the cubbyhole opposite, and then I just go right across. Because the enemies can't stop you just running across the gap here on the left and getting to this corner. So it's kind of, you know, it just feels like, even though it looks like it should be difficult and tricky, in reality you can just go along the back. And if you go to the corner in the area just across here and stand in that area here, and look how safe this is.
Here.
No, not this. Sorry, as it were going through.
Oh, I didn't know you could
that-
get this. Okay, this needs
that
to
is
get
an
someone.
accursed hole.
Someone is going to get mudwormed here really bad one day.
That's evil. Wait, can you get
This-
an edge there? Can you go down that hole?
No.
Okay, I was about to say if you can slide off that through that would be amazing.
What's the issue with people leaving the game? Why would there be consequences? Like it's not like it's putting you at a disadvantage. I really don't care.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I
the
really
same,
don't want I don't want lever penalty in my fucking tide games.
Like if you because you have this thing, so everyone here is linearized, and then if you look across, you have like complete safety here, and you have the cover. You can push forwards and backwards. Like
Yeah.
it feels like you can just get, and that might
So,
be intentional, right? Like,
this-
just-
This area is like at least in theory potentially really bad. Like if you drop in here and there's just like a million enemies, like you just get ultra mudworn by like 10 crushers, 20 bulwarks or whatever. Like being down here actually gives you very little room. Is there a boss trigger here? I don't remember. Putting a boss trigger
No.
here might be interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever fought
There's
a
no boss
non-monstrous
here.
boss.
you do occasionally get demon host. You get a boss further down. I've occasionally seen.
Yeah, pushing the trigger up here would be better. Like extending it. Yeah, we need some ways of like getting the enemies up into the other side. But
That
that
little
isn't
area under the
kinda-
stairs looks cool there. Like look into that area that's orange. That's cool. I want to go into the orange zone. What's in there? I want to go.
Explosives.
I wanna go in there. Dude, they should put a game table in here, like the other room, just like where the boys were hanging out playing some board games.
A Habdrico will not be touched on for reasons we can't. I mean, we could actually look at Habdrico.
I mean, it's not much to say about it really.
Yeah.
The thing about Habdraco is that Habdraco has an interesting-ish scanning event in the sense that it's kind of multiple levels and it kind of happens randomly. But otherwise, the rest of it is just some of the I don't know. It's
I mean, it's also that the middle event doesn't work. Like, literally
Yeah.
doesn't work.
But there's just a lot of sections where you're just like, oh, this isn't that. This encounter that not much happens here, but the next one does, and you just. By the time you get to an encounter that actually stuff happens in, you're most of the way through the map, and then you do it again, and then you're at the end, and even the end is much better than it used to be. But I mean, actually, no, I'm not going to complain too much about the end. I think relative to where it was, it's a lot better because at least there's more stuff happening. But I think the map is fundamentally not that great for having. It feels like a map that is always going to be a tier below some of the more intense maps, some of the more open maps.
Well,
Just
I
because
think
of how limited the opportunity for kind of structured fights is in it.
Habdrico has this one interesting thing, which is it's a very short map with almost back-to-back events, and I think we need to capitalize on it if we want to make it interesting. It's just like pump the intensity. Habdrico should be like a clusterfuck. It should be a fucking absolute just brawl through the Hab. I think that would make it interesting. Also,
It feels a bit like a bunch of. The problem is a bunch of enemies can't really operate in that map. So it's like, to take the scanning events, right? That's happening on multiple levels. You can't. Shooters do spawn there, but they don't get much done because it's just a bunch of
Yeah.
rooms.
I mean,
then
it-
you know, on the upper floor you have some shotgunners, but they just get killed as they come out of the spawners, and it's really just a sort of.
It's also that the middle event on Habdrico is just like there's very little actually spawning. Most of what you're fighting is ambience. Like if you actually clear all the ambience before starting Habdrico, you'll be shocked to find that it has sedition pacing and nothing happens. Also, the fact that all this geometry is currently blocking my movement is driving me up a fucking wall. I'm screaming internally.
This is punishment for going into the evil corner. To be fair, so.
We need a
Wait,
way
can
for
you see the
enemies
void
to.
over there?
Yeah, void. I can see the void.
Okay.
There needs to be something happening here, like enemies coming from the side. I don't think there's an elegant way of getting enemies up there without having a ramp that would also nullify the drop down. So we really need some kind of where they can teleport behind.
I mean, yeah, having the spawners up here, particularly the spawner you were mentioning that's on the close
Here,
right. Yeah,
here.
that one there, it has to be
Yeah.
close, because remember it has to be short distance.
Yeah.
But if you just come over to the edge here, I think the other answer is if the enemies that were trying to get up all came and jumped up on a wider stretch, at least that would be something. Or the other possibility is you see where you're looking at the left.
Yeah.
You have a platform above those crates, and there are a bunch of enemies up there. And when this encounter starts, they can just jump straight across, something like that. Something that could be a way of doing it, because you can't, so long as it's not far. It's because the enemies can do the long jumps. So long as you can't jump it, you can't ignore them, because if you drop down, they're now shooting you in the back. That could be something you could do.
Yeah. This section here,
I don't mind this one just because it is like.
well, first of all, it sounds like you're walking through water when there's no water.
You just got sloshy boots. Well, what I
Yeah.
like about this one is just that it is raw in the sense of you look at it and you're just like, oh, this is literally a straight line over some train tracks, like, and then you're actually going to the side. Like I've had some occasions where I've had to run to the sides and like stand in the tiny bits of cover, and that genuinely, you know,
Yeah, dude.
given where it is, it's not too bad.
Enemies have a leap super hop, but they barely use it. You can really see it in the end event of Refinery's Delta if you're lucky, but you don't really see it that much.
Yeah, they never do it. I legit thought I was like, wait, they've given the enemy the ability to do the long jump, and I asked Fat Shark Employee, like, is this new? And they were like, no, it's always been in the game. And I'm just like, what? Enemies have had Olympic standard long jumps, and I've never seen it. Actually, as I was falling asleep last night, I was just like, I've come up with the answer for dealing with the climb over walls. And when I woke up this morning, I realized my answer was pole vaulting.
That's awesome.
It's so, like, we've got that as a fallback plan.
I mean, having an enemy that could actually be interesting. An enemy that sets up a ladder. I don't know if the game is set up to have this kind of thing where they can modify the environment and then use it, but a dude that like puts up a ladder against a wall so that only enemies can climb up, that could be something. Like a really heavily armored dude who just sprints in, puts the ladder down and runs away.
An Ogren with like a step ladder on his back, and he just crouches, and all the enemies run up the stairs on his back.
Okay, this event is full of problems. And it's a shame because it's set up to be potentially a really good arena. First of all, it has a lot of like really, really nasty geometry that will just block your movement constantly, and it's not good, and it shouldn't be in the game, and I don't understand why. This rail is physically modeled. It makes no sense. Please, someone help me. I'm in the well and they're pissing on me.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can just basically say that anytime you see lumps on the ground,
Look, they thought about this. This area
No,
here,
they
you can
did.
walk in there.
yeah, a lot of them are. And
But
you saw
then
that
right
previously.
next to it, there's
Well, but the thing
this.
is, for stuff like this is an actual ramp, right? So for that one, you can kind of see what it's like. Well, a ramp has to have the relief on the side, but if it's an obvious bit of ramp where you can
Dude.
clearly see there should be a gap, the issue is stuff like this, right? Where it's not obvious that. Yeah, like that's not right. I think really the biggest warning sign is the rails. Anytime you see the rails, you should immediately like the red alert should be going off. If every rail in the game was like Control F made not collidable, that would be pretty good.
Hell yeah. Okay, so this event has an interesting premise. The
That gas
objective.
above looks cool.
Oh yeah, this little thing, this little skibbity toilet water dispenser. I love it.
Yeah, the volumetrics on that gas is sick.
I wish you could drink from it.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's a really cool
Sorry.
arena. So okay. In terms of like what the event is supposed to be doing, you've got this. You have to go and chase the demonic growth thing. Inherently here, there's a possibility for an arena that forces players to move. And that's good. but in practice, it doesn't really work out that way. And what ends up happening is that you can just kind of blitz these things like super quickly. And since the demon here doesn't really get that angry that you're blowing up his eyes, there's not like a mount, there's not like a crescendo of pressure. Like this should cause like a massive peak of bad stuff happening. But instead you can just walk to the next one and clear it. So first of all, I would increase the time between the spawning of each of the corruptors, so that even if you do get a close one at the start and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I can capitalize on that, well, now there's just like, you can immediately rush next one, and there's like a big pressure of stuff spawning. Onto stuff spawning. There are multiple super problematic spawns. This drop down here, bad. This drop down here, bad. You can just stand here.
This one is particularly bad because it always has a whole bunch of the ranged enemies in. And for the trash, you don't care. But for this one to be on this side, pretty much all of the ones that would be annoying you when you're at the... Because you know how there's the corruptor that you just marked, so that's the next one? These are the only ranged enemies, pretty much, that show up and annoy you when you're doing this corruptor. And it feels like the spawns are so far away. Like, if you're doing this corruptor over here, the only enemies that bother you come from that door. But then, you know how when you come in, there are usually enemies that get some of the really distant spawns, like the spawn that are on the train? And there's that train where they have to run along and then jump off the sides of the train as well.
Yes, this one here.
Super slow. Yeah, and you see them coming, and you can be... If you get lucky with spawns, you can have enemies that are, like, nominally been targeted on you that have taken, like, 25 to 30 seconds to get to you. But it gets even worse if you take into account line of sight, because the area where you just were, with that drop down with the shotgunners and the guys back there, you are completely safe from range pressure while killing those guys because there's a massive, great big thing in the way. And
yeah.
It just feels like the pressure isn't fast enough at getting to where you are, and there aren't enough spawners to rectify it. And a whole bunch of enemies will get spawned, and then they just can't get to you. It's a really weird... It's odd, because it shouldn't be that big, but it feels like it's one of the biggest events from the point of view of the enemies. And every way to get to you is a ball ache for them. Like, you know that high ground spawn quite close to the exit?
Yeah.
And where they're always coming down above you, and then there's like a multi-stage drop down. Where
Yeah.
They have to come along. They
have to
out,
drop
and
on this platform,
down.
and then they have to
Yeah.
drop all the way down.
And what's worse, and this is the rare case where you have a spawn door, and you can actually stand like under that, like that, that thing there. You can stand underneath it and kill the enemies that are coming out of the spawn door and the drop down. Like, just so many cases where you're like, why? Like, you know what they really need? These Nurgle activists need a greased slide. If they had slide technology, and they were coming into combat on a slide, they would unironically be solving so many of these issues. Just imagine them getting greased up and going down a slide ready for combat. I don't know, it just feels like everything is awkward for them.
Yeah, they need something. I don't understand why the ranged dudes can only come from like this hole or this hole. It's super limiting. Why can't they come from here? Why can't they come from the train? Why can't they come from here? Like, if they had more opportunities to spawn like away from players, like in a place they aren't guarding, because like these opposite spawns.
Tag the two specialists. Like, where are the specialists coming?
Oh, here.
They can come from there, but the other place they can come from is either on top of the train. And
Yeah.
in that case, any poxbuster that comes along here, they have to come along, and they painfully stand on the train, and they fall flat on their face onto the ground, either side of the train. It's amazing. But that one is effectively the same area of control as the guys coming from the high ground. So it feels like the specialists don't have any access to you if you're near that drop down you were talking about earlier with the shotgunners. Like, the specialists just don't get to you. They almost always come from, pretty close to the entrance. But the ones that come close to the entrance can't do anything, because any specialist that spawns on the high ground area next to the exit, like, if it's a trapper, unless you're standing so close you can shoot from the platform, she has to do the drop down.
She's never gonna do anything now.
The only exception is the bomber, who will come out, get line of sight while in the high ground, throw, and then run back into the spawn room. Which is funny.
I agree with favorite, but I think if you have a meaty... I like the idea of hybrid berserkers in general, but I feel like if you have a meaty enough corruptor purge, when like you've changed it so that it's actually a meaningful event, you might not even need to have something. Like, you just keep the button, and then like an onslaught of shit happens. Because the problem is, like, this is an area that's like quite nice you know, outside of the horrible geometry to actually like run through and navigate. Like you've got all these pillars to potentially break LOS. There's a lot of room to kite. Stop standing in front of this door. If you're a pub and you stand in front of this door and you get fucking sniped, I'm not resing you anymore. You've been warned so many times.
I love that though too, because the thing about that door is you can see poxbursters and grenadiers and stuff spawning in here, looking sad and then running to go into the back rooms to then reappear above you like 20 seconds later. And by now, you know, this might be a specialist that had ostensibly been sent to do something 30 seconds earlier. He's only just come out the top here and then he gets killed immediately. And it's like,
That's why he looks sad, because he knows he's gonna get in there and get massacred.
yeah.
Yeah, just like if you could clean up some of the spawns, like add more immediately accessible. Like, why do we have 2-step drop downs, man? Just instead of having this bullshit, put a hole here to come out of the goop. The train, I feel like we could integrate the train into the event. Like, what if players could get up here? I don't know.
No, if you had a ramp on this train, the only problem is, of course, that the enemies are just coming out of the darkness here.
Yeah,
It's one
the
of those
wall.
cases where just
The
having
void.
like an enemy-only stair lift or something, so that the specialists could get down here faster. I don't know. You know what you just reminded me of is the scene in Always Sunny where Frank Reynolds comes out of the sofa. Like that's what enemy holes need to be. They just need to be put
Like scabs getting born out of the floor. Like,
If you just had a way to like make the enemies come down here quicker, like with ramps, maybe you could gas up like the hole here, so like it's an area you don't want to be standing here. I don't know, something, because you know, worst comes to worst, you gotta just remove this train, because it's just I love trains and this is a spiky chaos train, but it's so bad for gameplay to have the dudes have to drop down. It sucks. Just, we need more spawners, we need more stuff spawning as well, because the intensity feels very low on this event. Potentially having a boss to kite would be really cool. And if you're gonna have a meaningful range presence, I would want them to have a chance to spawn from more different places, but they need to be signposted. And I think fucking with the lighting and having the alarms, look here right now, having a specific ranged guys are spawning now, alert, that could help. Because I don't want people to like get caught out like while they're kiting a chaos spawn or something, and then suddenly a door opens and it's like 20 shooters are here now and they're just kiting into it and they had no warning of it. But we do have mechanics in place for that, so.
I think the big thing I'd say about this arena too is the more you run around, the more it's just like, although it looks quite open, it is actually quite a few small areas that are not as available to each other as you would think, and I think that's a big problem the enemies have. Like the area
Yeah.
to the side of the train, because you'll often see, you know when you're at the
Look
exit,
at
and you
this.
see the
Look at this. Look at how
specialists?
much this blocks.
Yeah.
And this creates this is go ahead. I'm gonna go to
Well,
the train.
this area over here, enemies going into this are effectively in their own world. And they have to run all the way around to get to people on the left. They have to run all the way around to get to people on the right. They can't see anything in front of them. And it's just like, that's why it feels so low intensity, is because they're being spawned as if they can all get access to you, but they're actually really in multiple small cordoned off areas.
It's also spawning very few of them. What I would do here, this giant fucking thing is useless. It doesn't make it makes it's horrible. It's the worst of both worlds, because it makes it so the enemies have to like take a long way around to get to you. But it's also extremely annoying because it creates this pocket of jank here where bad stuff can happen. Like, I've been grabbed by a bullshit mutant before they got fixed like so many times. I would just remove this, maybe add a little bit of cover here to compensate or something, but this is entirely too big of a thing to have. And I think if you clear out a lot of the space to enable more fluid mobility, also make a spawner here. Make a spawner here. Like, why aren't the dudes like oozing out of the train, you know? There's it's weird because there are a lot of spawners, but they're completely ineffective because half of them are like these horrible drop downs that auto trivialize themselves. We all love the cargo container idea, but I legit don't think the game can handle it. As a problem.
What's going on with this? So the thing in the middle. Because I've often wondered about this map is that, like, when I look at it, I would have thought this central thing was going to be
Rotating.
significant. Well, partly because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's one of those train things that spins, and I thought that was going to happen. But also, it's like I've never actually gone on to this middle area.
Oh, because it's one of the worst places to stand in the event.
Right. And so it's one of those things where it's just like, almost why does it? It just feels like the structure of the event should demand that you do something with it. It's the kind of thing where it's like if you put a shitty hacking event in the middle here,
It has to be an objective,
halfway
yeah.
through, yeah, then you could get people to really go, oh, this is a horrible place to be. We have to figure out how we're going to set up for that kind of. I mean, that could also be insanely frustrating, but at the same time, it just feels like there needs to be, because this is also why this feels so split up, is because everyone's playing around the outside. If everyone's playing around the outside, all the outside areas, the areas that don't have access to each other directly via loss or via movement, but this middle area does. But there's not even a reason to go to the middle area, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, of course, like no one wants to be here. It's like look at all this like shit blocking my movement. It's just, it's putting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
if
like,
if you
it's
forced
like,
players to go here, that'd be nice.
I've never even noticed how bad that geometry is because I've just literally never had a gameplay or intuitive reason to go to that, which is just like, you know, that really says something about how like the pathing in this area works. The closest you come is when there's the corruptor that's on the edge of it, and you run out for like 3 seconds, hit it, and then there's like 8 shotgunners to your left, and then you scamper back in.
Dude, I suck at this. There you go.
Hell yeah.
We did it. Also, by the way, a cool detail about the corruptor.
He looks at you.
It actually, this is what I can't take any corruption right now, but this is how he corrupts you. Well, if you stand too long in front of it like that, and he picks you as a target, his eye will follow you, and
Yeah.
that's why sometimes you feel you take random corruption.
Well,
Really cool
also,
detail.
If you stand right in front of it and let his goo hit you, I think if you
Oh,
kill
yeah.
it and stand right in front of the eye gush, that shit I think corrupts you too.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
goo is real.
Goo is real.
Yeah, no, totally, Wolfhaven. Just making this like higher. This shouldn't. This also should be like cleared out. Like get rid of this drop down spawn. This should be like an area you can traverse because enemies can also traverse it. It feels like they put these obstructions thinking, oh, this will impede player movements, but it's having the complete opposite effect, where the only ones that are impeded are actually just the enemies.
Actually, but take a look at the upper area here. If this was pathable by enemies, like instead of being occluded with those water things all the way along the top, right? If that was actually just a straightforward run, a straight run, and you could get ranged enemies that could be up there on that top area, and the wall was open, and then it could go connect to another one of them, and there was a high area that could be played by the enemies here. That even just removing the water barrels there to give them multiple different areas to drop down and the possibility of range presence up there could be something that adds a bit more pressure.
Hell
Because
yeah.
part of it is that they can't play from up there. They, like even if you could spawn ranged enemies up there, they'd have to just enter the drop
Yeah,
down.
they can just stay here,
Yeah.
and that's all they have. No, that's a good idea. Yeah, like clear out the 2 lower levels here, make ranged boys potentially spawn up there. Be dangerous, shoot you, don't aggro into melee from up there. That kind of stuff.
Yeah,
We also,
suppose
I think we need a
yeah.
boss here, like a chance for a boss. This is like an event, an area that screams for it. It's also an area that I think would be improved a lot by, you know, having random parts of the event be guessed out. You know. I actually don't know, like no joke, I don't know how the coming modifier for toxic gas actually works. So,
I mean,
but
like,
something like that.
The answer is just a Pogren chasing you the whole map, and he generates the cloud. It's called it's dynamic spawning.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, it also just feels like these corruptors. I don't know how you feel about the corruptor placements for these in general. It feels like there's one that is the easiest corruptor in the entire game, without question, which is the one that you're just looking at, which is the one that spawns next to the train.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one you're looking at
This
right
one.
now. That one potentially can be trickier in the sense that if you look, because you know how there's the eye that can go on this section here, behind
Yeah.
you, like in the middle. So if it's gone horribly wrong and this happens in the middle and there's shotgunners there, that can potentially be difficult for someone to just melee. But the one that is the easy one, is the easiest one of all, is the one that spawned past it in this run. That one over just next to this train here, where you have cover from everything. Like, you can't be got at by the range spawns over there because they have to
Because
come
the
to the
train
corner
is
to
too...
get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything that spawns to your right is coming on the cursed drop down. You can't be shot through the grating door. Everything that's spawned over here is lossable and in fact won't spawn. So you're basically invulnerable while doing it. I've never seen that one go wrong ever in my entire life.
Do you know what I would do? This door here, I like the thematic of it being a giant gaping wound. So why is there this shitty fence like stuck in it? It
It's
looks
open.
completely artificial. It looks like someone plopped that in. This should just be purely demonic. This is just like the fucking demon physically blocking the way with corruption. And you could do a thing, because like what Windog said is right. Like waiting for the Exodus to open is just a stand and kill. I like the kill part. Stand part, not so much. You can make this just like a pure wall of fucking flesh, and the corruptor gets angry. And this can become like a spawner of like a nasties, so it's like a fleshy thing that just like opens and lets through like a shit ton of Nurgle enemies at like random intervals. And then when the event is done and you purify it, or this thing like disintegrates and falls apart and you can walk through. Meat curtains. Literal meat curtains, yes.
So you want to you want to see the demon give birth. So okay, yes,
Now model her giving birth, Fat Shark.
exactly. But yeah, no, I think that's nice. Like having that as a way to let stuff through there would be, it would actually genuinely be useful for the pathing of quite a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, it does feel like there should be something that happens in the middle of this arena. I guess.
Yeah.
It's hard to pin down what exactly it should be, but it's just that this area in the middle would
What
be
if you
the
had-
highest pressure. This would be the worst place to be standing in the whole map.
What if you had to load in stuff? Like make the nozzle, like make this an actually proper two-step event. Like there's killing the corruptors, and then there is like the next part where
You have to put the vacuum capsule on the Ogren's head, and it sucks it off his head like a dunce cap.
yeah, you have to like feed things to the nozzle. Like there's a machine here, and there's like vacuum capsules you have to like free, like somewhere on the outskirts of the arena, and you have to like bring them back to the middle and plop them in, to like put in the water cleansing thing.
I mean, that is I mean, if you wanted to make the event hybrid, that could be what each of the corruptors you do, and then you take something from the middle of it and feed it to the what's it to get the next eyeball.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, the corruptors reveal the vacuum capsule.
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
good
that I
idea.
think would be the neatest way to do it.
Yeah.
And then it hybridizes the two, and it gives you the natural staging in the event. But I mean, you know, again, it's like at that point we're sort of pushing, because I imagine there probably so many things that they'd like to try. But yeah, I mean,
Try them, boys.
Well, they need Jason Fatshark to give.
Wouldn't
them,
it be
like,
crazy if we had some kind of environment for testing purposes? That would be wild if we had that kind of technology available to us.
To be fair, you know, Jason Fatshark has to give his underlings the blank check. But I think it's a sort of this map, all in all. I'm struggling to have strong feelings about it. Is that how do you feel about this map? I just feel like it's
Massive waste.
yeah. Because it's when you mentioned it, I can only remember a few areas of this map. I remember the bridge, but more because I've seen it from the other direction.
You remember the starting section?
The starting section, but mostly for comedy reasons, and I remember the big holographic statue because of all the characters commenting about it.
Also
the voice lines about that.
The starting section is one of the locations where mutants can just throw you down, just like all the way down.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that's yeah. This map just feels like it's not quite. It needs some sauce.
Yeah, no, like it doesn't have a middle event. The section past the hollow statue where you go down the tunnel is really bad, and this end event is pretty bad, but could be made very good. It's because it is one of the best setups, I think, for something interesting, but it's not being used well.
Yeah, actually, that's how I put this map. This map is a bunch of connective tissue. It has a bunch of areas where you're just going between things, and you don't feel like you're expected to deal with anything. You know, like there are long sections, like the section the tunnel, where you're just kind of like, oh, this is between events, but then there aren't actually events for them to be between. It's just a lot of just running.
no.
Yeah, that's how I put it. I feel like intensity is genuinely what this map is missing.
Well, that's because there's so much of the connective tissue, as you put it, is bad. Like the tunnel section with the meat hole that you just camp by, like there's nothing ever happening there. The middle event, there's nothing ever happening there. The thing right after the middle event is also typically pretty chill. It's just like it's it's just unfinished. Straightforwardly, it's unfinished. Like the middle events, there is no like stop like just like directly heart to heart. Like I forgot the name of the LD, but stay and slay. Stop.
Well, to be,
It's
yeah,
Jimmy, stop it.
James. I mean, yeah, I think there's a sort of if we could sign a piece of paper that just said just add more places for enemies to come, and given that most of the level is fighting enemies, you really need to have a pretty good pitch to make stay here and fight some enemies while not moving the interesting thing that's happening.
Yeah, I think having it all the way at the end, like you have this. Oh, I think my internet connection is dropping. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, no, it's just Discord shitting its pants. If you're gonna have like a stay and slay segment, it should be all the way at the end, like after you've done the objective, and it should be short and intense. And I mean
Yeah.
intense.
Yeah, it's like it has to be something where the presence of enemies causes it to feel like a situation. It's like, they never put me in a situation, but
Yeah.
it has to be a situation. And very often with Stay and Slays, you're like, this isn't a situation, this is a bunch of waves that I could handle at 5 times the rate they're coming.
Or are there no situations in any map where you fight two bosses at the same time outside of monsters? Because devs are cowards.
Well,
That's a
also,
good
to
question.
be fair, no, to be fair, like, you have to, most of these levels were made at a time where they really didn't know how the game was coming together before the game had launched. And most of the events were set up for that. Only a few events have been recalibrated. So I think it's very fair to say that, they were probably like, we don't want to give people a nightmare. I think now it's absolutely the case that, particularly on max difficulty, there were a lot of cases where you can say, if 10% of the time you just threw 2 chaos spawns into this event on Auric Damnation, no one playing that mode can say, how could we be expected to deal with 2 chaos spawns? If you're in Auric High Shock and 2 chaos spawns is too much for you, you are in the wrong place. So that's how I would put it. It's like they can basically just do it from sort of top down, where they just
Oh my
start
god.
throwing it in on max difficulty only, and
My payment went through.
hell yeah. I also just
Um,
wish that I also really really do wish that there was a more basically like an ability for the level designers and for programmers to basically just push test versions of stuff where they're just like, I've reworked this event, it's completely unhinged, it's not balanced at all. Sign a waiver saying you won't sue us if you get chased by 13 chaos spawns back into your own spawn. And you could just see, like, so they could actually, get a feeling for stuff like that. But
Only one map with a guaranteed monster, yes, and it's one of the worst events in the game, if you don't count Scap Captains, which I don't
well,
think.
that's
Killing the
that's a good point.
monstrosities might be a bit of a
Consignment,
stretch.
no, let's do consignment yard depth. That's
Yeah,
what a useful chat member. Giving you
yeah,
consent
I
up.
don't. I'm like, I'm really fucking just like delaying the inevitable. Consignment Yard is such a problematic end event. It's like there's nothing you can do with it. It needs to be like from the ground up, completely redone. The geometry doesn't work. I'll be right back. A short
Yeah,
break.
no, I actually, last time you were the shitter, and now I am the shitter, so we're back.
Good luck shitting, brother. Yeah. Only one map with a monster, and it's a bad event. So yeah, you're getting your wish. I don't want to talk about this map because it's so problematic. It's that end event is a nightmare, dude. I don't know. I would, I don't. My whole pitch was like, we are going to keep the geometry as close to what it is right now as possible, but there are some maps where I have to just tell the guys, redraw this entire fucking thing. It doesn't work. It's and this is one of those maps, which is no good. Engine limitations, yes. Yeah, enemies can't stand on moving platforms. It's why you can't. I think it's the reason why you can't start the elevator with enemies on it. It's been like that for every Tide game, I think. Okay. I will be right back, fellers. Give me a couple minutes.
Greetings.
Oh, damn. Alright. Don't pay attention to the amount of plasteel I have now.
Wait, what's happened? Wait, share your screen. I need to see this.
Not very subtle are we over at Fatfish?
Wait, why did they give you this much plasteel?
I don't know. They like me. I thought I'd only be getting Aquilas.
Maybe. Wait.
Also, I think I may have gotten my dockets juiced just a little bit. They may have put an extra 0 in there somewhere.
You know what this is? This is because the racist bots conspiracy went much deeper than we thought. And like you saved them. You saved them from a lawsuit.
I wasn't gonna say anything for fear of NDA, but I don't think I can hide these numbers from anyone. I have 10 million dockets and 54,000 plasteel. I'm bought and paid for.
That's unimpressive.
Before they take it away, I'm taking a screenshot. Okay. So
I never want given free stuff.
juicers.
I'm cheap.
I don't think they give me any. I don't think they give me any Melkies. I think those are natural Melkies.
Oh man, the natural milks. I only realized recently that there's so many times where I just haven't even looked at milk, and so I never activated the quest, and so I've missed out on many free milks.
It's over.
It's tragic.
54,000 plasteel for a Devil Claw. I got my collection when there was the plasteel bug, and honestly, 54k might be enough for one Devil Claw.
Well, it depends. It depends if you have like good taste in double claws.
Well, it doesn't matter because there's just as much chance of getting a connoisseur's Devil Claw to getting a cringe Devil Claw.
I've got the perfect picture for this.
Is it a crit chance shred Death Strike Devil Claw?
No, it's a story in a single image.
All right. Yeah.
Two sentence horror stories.
We love Vicious Slice.
The machine gun is most generous. I'm still so sad about
See you, Lurko.
so sad about the report for I have fun like well, I think one of my early communications with Fat Shark was reporting that Vicious Slice only did stagger instead of damage. And just the next patch, seeing the tooltip updated and just thinking, that's not how I thought that was going, you know? It's not how I thought that was going.
Consignment yard. Off on a good start. I actually really like this area.
Wait, is it like, are you lagging? What does that mean?
Well, my connection just dropped. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll be back. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna do the trick. The trick that always works. And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna throw myself off the roof.
Hell yeah. That's the,
Okay,
the
there should
kill.
be like a minor interruption, and I'm very sorry about that. Basically, the 10 gigabit line sometimes is a bit unstable. It feels like it's trying to give too much juice to OBS, and I see that my stream is at like 60k bitrate. So I have plugged it into the 1 gigabit line.
Wow.
Alright.
The 1 gigabit line.
Hell yeah.
How many gigabits do you think I have?
Half of one?
No? Half of that would be 500 megabits. Like 27 megabits.
Oh god.
Except it's actually less than that.
You get what you deserve.
Yeah, true.
So I love this area. Like it has this nice little bulbous thing. It feels like this should be a bit bigger on the inside, so you have actually a reason to like go and fight it. I like this like giant like garlic factory thing.
Look, you know what it looks like a heart.
It's cool.
It's even got inside chambers like a heart. And actually looking up in there, do you not feel like that, when you go into it and you look up, do you not feel like enemies jumping down? It's
Yeah,
like,
that could be
look
something.
Look at that cool area. I mean, it just feels like one day you'll be up in that upper area.
Look, there's a broken ladder too.
Yeah, exactly.
Look who's here,
You know
man.
why that ladder's broken though? Because they knew you were coming and they were like, we don't want to put a ladder here. He'll complain.
See, the cat looks unfinished, right? Like he's got eyes that are 3 times too big for his head. Look, what is this? What is this cat? You're a baby.
Same.
You're a baby. Meow, meow. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh.
It is very
Oh,
tough
oh,
on the
oh.
cat.
He has a hard life, man. Most cats have a hard life, but I think Carl is definitely in the top 100 of I have a really hard life.
Dude, it's the same with dogs though. Like sometimes you just look at a dog, like especially when someone's doing something like cooking a chicken, and there's a dog just sitting there looking so mournful, and you're just like, man, I know nothing this bad has ever happened to anyone else before.
So rough.
He's just like it's all over.
Hell yeah, Frozen. I think this is an interesting area. It has immediately just starting off branching pathways where you have an immediate access to the drop down that is potentially putting you in a worse position than if you stay here, but here is like kind of more exposed. You've got this whole thing to play around. I like it. Seriously, not that much wrong with it. I think enemy spawns are a bit too predictable. Putting one back here might be a bit devious, but might also be necessary. Enemies, I know that they can eventually start spawning specials. Like, I don't know why. You know all these sections that you can't backtrack to that have friendly units at the back?
Yeah.
You can... Specials start spawning from here, eventually, and dropping down from there. Just make this a horde spawner, eventually, after a bit, and I think it would be cool and good. Um,
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is just like that first area is again, it's like the sort of taster wake up kind of area, and it mostly feels like it does that job pretty well.
but it's prepped for a proper fight. Like, if things get super hairy in here, it's actually kind of fun to play around it. It's actually, it's well made. I like this zone. It's cool.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those cases where it's like again, you could move the start slightly further back. And if you had the room where you go into at the start be slightly more complex, so that you
This
felt like
here?
it all warmed up enough that when you come out, you could have a big fight. But otherwise, it just feels like it all has to merge together into a single base encounter.
Las guns is gonna feel awful. Infantry las guns are like not fun to use at the moment. They just have really degenerate jank behavior. Hellbores are cool. Hellbore 3 is cool.
This area feels like it's spoiled a little bit by the same curse of the drop down. Where it's not only because if you look at the
Yeah,
high area where all the
this
range
here.
enemies are here, have you noticed how even though they could, there's as much of a reason for them to drop down in any place, given that it's the same height and it's the
It's
same geometry.
all in the
It's
same
always
slot.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's just one of those examples where it's just like give the enemies more flexibility and drop down, and it
Yeah.
would be a lot more interesting.
Or, you know, giving them like a teleport door, like here to come out of, something like that. Because, yeah, this drop down is really inelegant. I think it's the one thing that really sours this whole zone. Letting them drop, like, all over the place would help. I don't know, maybe they can, but it's just that the pathing makes it that they only drop down in one spot. So maybe this is like...
That's my assumption is that the drop downs are like they have to be specifically connected manually to let them know that this is an area they can drop down in. That would be my guess. And so they could add more nodes because I assume it's like anything else. There's a nav mesh, and then you define points from one nav mesh to another, which are shortcuts, and then they can use that while pathing. Would be my guess. I assume this uses A star actually.
I also don't know why I have anime speed lines on the side of my screen. I can't get rid of them.
It's
Just going
because
fast.
you activated your powerful executioner stance, and now you're in the zone.
I feel like this could be a nice thing to have, like, gun dudes actually exist, because
Well, so
you
this is
can
another interesting
break a
example.
lot.
Like, go back to the entrance and look up. And this I've noticed a lot. When you come into this room, because often the enemies are spawned on the area on the right, none of them have lost you. So what they do, and you often have a patrol or a
Oh, yeah,
line of
'cause
them,
they're
and the
up
line is
here.
going back. Yeah, they're up there, and they all immediately go, "Oh, I can't get lost," and they jump down. If you see what I mean, like it feels like
Yeah.
it's really consistent.
Yeah.
And it's a case where if you pulled back, or if you just slightly changed the geometry or pulled it back just so that the line of sight was there, then maybe you might get some people shooting down. But as it is, it's like no one is ever going to get shot because the enemies all technically are always out of loss and always need to repath.
Would work well for this part.
Yeah, but they're never there. And if they are there, what they tend to
Yeah.
do is they tend to run round. And again, it's a sort of case where it's like if you could give the enemies a bias to staying up there because they think, oh, it's a good place to go. But
This is a nasty burster door.
Yeah, and it also just feels like if you're in that corner, it's virtually always something horrible has happened. The last time I was
Yeah.
here, it was like I was using a crusher and fighting off like a million dudes, and it was for the first time I was looking at just could I actually get an entire chastise back at a single crusher swing? And yes, you can, and I was just like, this has to go. But yeah.
Yeah. It's this really is like the oh shit thing, which I think is why they've made so many little things you can climb on
Yeah.
to jump over.
Oh, that might be part. That might be why they're doing it. It's because they try and path up on that. That's the drop down, isn't it? It's here. They path over this bunch of crates.
No, they don't drop down here. They drop like a
Oh, they
bit
don't?
to the right. I
Oh
think
no,
this
you're right. Yeah,
is.
they
I think
drop.
I think
no,
here's
they
where they drop.
Yeah, okay, no, you're right. For a moment, I was like, wait, that's actually kind of cute because they could just go over it, but no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. And again, it's like when you go back there, if you look at these walkways, they have those cover spots on them.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to me because you don't ever think about these. The enemies don't seem to have behavior with respect to these that uses these, and so it just comes back to this thing of kind of like the parts for a ranged firefighter frequently present, but not actually able to be used, and that feels like a sort of something to think about from the point of it's not exactly a map design thing, but it
Oh no,
really
that
is
is
the
that is
case.
enemy behavior. Yeah.
Well, but it's how they interact, right? Because when you
Yes.
look at a lot of
Yeah.
these spaces, you're like, this map has the space for this, but it doesn't end up happening.
I think it's a conclusion we've come to a lot, like exploring these maps and looking at all these places. It's like, oh, this looks like a perfect place for a ranged ambush. And yeah.
And also vice versa, when you're going along there, you never have ranged enemies down below that have like come in from behind or are chasing you, and you have to use those cover spots. So there's a kind of it kind of goes both ways. You just end up looking at them and going like, oh yeah, this entire walkway has actually been set up with the consideration that if it was just railings, you would have no cover.
Oh yeah. This drop down, no likey, but it's one of the least bad in the game. This area can actually box people in, which is fairly unusual. Like if you have enough pressure coming from here, and then you fall back into the back wave, like stuff can happen here. One of those rare rooms where that kind of stuff can occur.
Yeah, I often feel like it's chaos spawn. You get a chaos spawn in this room, and someone's getting slammed over on one side. There's someone in a corner, and something's gone wrong. And then like someone's back
Box
at the
boosters
doorway.
come out of the door.
There's a box burst to yell. There's like a trap that came from behind.
Yeah.
It actually feels like it's one of those cases where it's just like there's so many different access points for the enemies.
Yeah. This isn't particularly interesting. These stairs break audio. Like it's literally impossible to tell if you hear something if it's like below you or right behind you. Like there's absolutely no way for the game to signal that, which is horrible. If you could have some extremely thin occlusion when they're below, that would be cool because it's not cool. This is actually a really cool room that you don't really get to play around much because ranged enemies are such a joke.
You
But just look
also
at
get
this.
you also get so like if I say to you, where do you see gunners climbing? You can point to somewhere. It's there, isn't it? And that's one of
Here.
those things where you're just like, oh yeah. So you so often see them coming up on top here, just dying, and you're like, what's going on here, lads?
Yeah,
It's
that is not a level design problem. That is a. Although making it so gunners can't path, could that be like a nice band-aid fix? Like if they
Kind of, but
can't
it's-
path up here, they can't climb up.
But
What will they
it
do?
also just comes back to if you were a ranged enemy and you wanted to control this room, you'd be in the middle already.
Yeah, set up
Um,
Set up
yeah.
behind this crate with my machine gun deployed. Right
Yeah,
here.
and actually the other part of this too is that the cover here is not very. It's quite difficult for them to position here anyway. When you're coming out of the room, so it looks like. Yeah, it's a bit awkward because this area is interestingly set up where it has the holes there, so the enemies down below can see you. Like you have surprisingly precisely done sight lines here, which I like. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Also, the climb up here. So the number of times you've seen like a crusher or a rager coming up on your right here, and it just feeling kind of silly. I don't know. It's sort of weird.
It is silly, but I
almost
feel like
feels
if we didn't have
Yeah.
this, they'd have to take the really long way around.
Oh yeah, indeed. I just want me. It just often feels like, although you can fight up here, doing so always feels cheesy.
Do you know what I would do? Widen
Make that
this.
like a ramp, like a what do you call it, a crate ramp where people can just climb up with the crates.
Yeah, much faster. Because like we already have this access for players up here. Might as well just make it so enemies can actually use it. Like, because it's kind of weird that they take the long way around and climb up here. If they just straight up like came here, they could push up on you much more efficiently.
But I'm also a bit nervous because it
And
does
add
feel
one on
like,
the side.
Yeah, but it does feel like they try and hit you with a lot of pressure here, but give you, but try and give you the benefit of the fact the pressure has to come in weird ways and in drips and drabs. But it does feel like this whole fight doesn't ever come out quite as you want. You often get people pulling back to the room behind.
Yep.
And then it's like the thing that I always think of here is just someone there's a random poxbuster that you couldn't hear coming up the stairs, and someone on the right gets hit. But it just feels like it could be a mess, but it's never really that bad.
But it's also never really interesting.
Yeah, but the worst part is that all the enemies that were going to be in the main room have come up here.
And now you go into the main room, and there's usually like maybe a patrol of guys with guns coming in from the back of the room, and a couple of guys past the area on the right who didn't aggro because they couldn't see you.
Yeah.
But mostly the room then doesn't function. And you have, I suppose, the far back left high area where there can sometimes be another ranged pack right in the back area. But yeah, it just feels like the room itself never quite lives up to what it could be.
It's a shame because you have like this nice cover. Like I saw a clip you posted where like you're fighting like ranged guys across here. And it
Yeah.
does look like it's nicely set up for these cross-room encounters. But as you said, it's like never gets realized. There's also a problem, I think, when the horde comes, it's very, very predictable, which is weird. Because you have so many spawn holes available.
You do, but this is also from the point of view of how far they have to pass to get to you. Like, let's imagine you're standing here and both those two areas open. Like, they have to come a very long and obvious path. And it feels like any area where the horde has to come through a sight line where you just have, you know, you can see the 50 meters away. Like, that never feels like pressure unless there's so many or there's other stuff happening.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of the same problems here. So that climb over the wall there.
Yeah,
I don't know
that
if
drop
that
down,
was
that
even-
drop down. We
Yeah,
covered
that
that
drop
in
down.
Smelter very bad.
Exactly. I don't know. It's just a sort of. I almost feel like what I would want is to come in differently, to have that set up and from the high ground just slightly. Maybe even if it was like you have to drop down onto that ledge or something. I don't know. It just the ability to pull back just feels wrong.
Yeah. You could have guns here. This window up here. You know, like open it up a bit. Perfect setup. Look, there's a ramp. This ramp is in here on Smelter. Look at all this.
The fact there's a ramp here is interesting. Like, why?
Yeah, that's weird. It looks like it was... That is really strange.
Also, these computers, are these usually here?
No, it's rearranged differently.
Yeah, but like, yeah, okay, yeah, and the void is definitely usually there, so, you know. Anyway. Medicaid, fine. You also
Drop
get
down.
this thing where the specialists coming from there, if you're not already through the door when they start spawning, everyone always pauses here to kill like a couple of bursters and trapper or something, and then you push on. So it just feels like maybe that there should be another way for the specialists to come when you're like in the area close to the doorway.
Ah,
Because
plus they have the doors ready, man. Like there's a door here, there's a
Yeah.
door all the way across. You could...
That's
This is
cool.
interesting.
What's through there?
Oh, it's playable. Why don't enemies have a way to come out of here? What if we just made it?
Wait,
Hmm.
this looks. How much geometry is there back there?
Oh, a fair bit.
But I mean, in the high area. Up there. How much do we have? Okay, it goes to the point there. Fair enough. Oh, no, this is cool. I just like
This
seeing
is-
how many of the high areas on this map where you're just like. Think like someone spent a pretty long time putting together a view that you just see through that chain link fence.
What if you removed this fence and added a ramp that enemies can climb from, and you spawn them like in the back over there? I feel like you'd already be disincentivized from staying there as a player, because, well, why would you put yourself in this hole here, right? Because now the enemies that are coming here are gonna wrap around and box you in, and you're stuck fighting on this shitty ramp with like an enemy spawner. Like we may not even have to resort to like invisible wall and gas behind it type deal.
Yeah. No, I think that's definitely because it does feel sometimes like when you see a room like this that's in another map that has some extra space that could be used, you almost feel like it really would give the impression of difference if you could just incorporate some of those extra bits. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Things
just-
could be done to make this room interesting because it feels like a big set piece. You know.
I like max load 5T.
Yeah, it's a fat fucking load. Because this is like a really big and complex map, so it would really be nice to have...
What's down in the
Stuff
hole
happening.
in the middle?
It's the elevator
that-
for Smelter.
No, no, but is it like what do you see if you look down it? Do you actually see?
Probably the void. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Onwards. This next area I think is more interesting because this is where the geometry diverges. And
Here we kind of have an issue with stuff being way too linearized. Like just standing here, you need an overwhelming amount of spawns to be threatening to actually be forced to pull back here. Like if you're playing monsters and there's like way too many monsters and you can't pull back because there's like a wave of elites, bulwarks and shit, you're kind of stuck in this area. But it is super rare that it is actually enough pressure to be meaningful. Most of the time, you're just gonna stand here and you just murder the specials as they come.
yeah, I do think that there's also a sense that this sightline here on the right is meant to be really savage because you have you always have ranged enemies across there. It feels like that element of the pressure is maybe not there. You
They have a
get
tendency to
demon
just
host.
walk forward instead of like
You can get an
standing there and
awkward
shooting it.
demon host here sometimes. I don't know. It just feels like this isn't. I've been ledged here.
Oh yeah, that's a horrible one. Getting ledged up here? Oh yeah. Why? Please.
Yeah, there's the mutant and boss ledges here are always a bit of a surprise because you always forget that you're above a drop. But I don't know. It's kind of. It's hard to know what you say about this section because this section on the come down is straight. There's the small side area, and then there's the specialist coming from behind. It is what it is.
Maybe we could widen the door and like this stair could be a bit wider. So it creates less of a murder line for players. I don't know. I really don't know. This area is not that problematic.
Yeah, because I think it's also this is that the room that you were just in was meant to be a kind of open space, and then you come through, and this is meant to be where the stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
So I'm
And
kind
then
of alright with that.
it's like these more directed encounters. I kind of like these super long sight lines here. Sometimes you can get some nasty
Yeah,
snipes
but-
on dudes. But they're
but the
always
problem is-
asleep.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that every time I do this, right, there's always a bunch of gunners or whatever across here, and I shoot them, and they don't shoot back. They just run into the room. Like they always go, "Oh no, he's too far away," and I'm like, "Brother, you have a gun, shoot me back." I don't know.
Let's hope we don't meet whatever made that hole.
The showers at Ram Ranch are a bit chaotic. I like it. This is
Yeah.
one of the few cases where drop down can get nasty because you get foxbusters dropping here while you're fighting other stuff.
Also, there's the drop down above the door,
Yeah,
and
that
then
can
there's
box you in.
and then there's the normal doorway as well, and that drop down so that if you go into the door, into the room there, you can get them right behind you. And it also feels like there's often enough a boss here that it kind of works. And then there's the boss spawn at the back there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, medicas are too close, I agree. This one's too close to the other one. I don't know, this one feels unnecessary. You have one, like, at the big room, and then you have one at the start of the event. I don't like this one being here. Not a big fan.
I kind of like it in the sense that I like the position of this Medicaid. In the sense of the physical position that it has in the room.
It's in the back corner, hence inviting trouble.
It's kind of a bait. I like the bait Medicaid corners. I think the way I'd think about those two Medicaid is so long as if you add this plus the previous Medicaid together and they make the amount of Medicaid a single Medicaid would have on average like +1, so that you don't get much from either, that would be alright. So that it's not like
Yeah.
in total an increase. That would be cool.
I like this
You know,
little...
yeah. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think Medicaids close together aren't a problem so long as the total charges aren't higher. Like, the charges per map area aren't higher than a certain amount, but I don't know if that's something they do.
Also, the things that spin, like these giant gears or like the little fans you see on the pieces of cover sometimes, they don't loop properly, and there's a point where they'll jerk, and you can see the loop happen. Please.
Oh,
fix it.
that's don't point that out. You've just really upset a level designer by doing that.
It is extremely distracting. Same on the
Sure.
Morning Star. Like all the fans, they don't loop properly. I don't think there are any here that I can show.
Sure. Okay.
I'll show you
That's
later.
actually that will tilt someone. Like,
It's
there'll be someone who's like-
it's been upsetting me for a while, so I'm glad to tilt somebody else. I like this area. It feels like this drop down, like climb up, is as always a big problem. The enemies don't know how to deal with this.
Although to be fair, this feels more like a reward because it's like if you've managed to run all the way around up here and there's still tons of dudes down there. But then again,
Yeah, but it's not difficult to make your way around. Like
yeah,
it
it's
is
true.
optimal to do it. So maybe it shouldn't be that much of a reward. If they could
Yeah.
throw grenades, that could be sick.
I
I
also
don't
just yeah, I suppose it's just one of those things where it's like if it's just a bunch of it's the normal spawns here, just a bunch of ranged enemies or rages or whatever, and it's just kind of like I don't know. I often don't even feel like there's much meaning to them climbing up because I just shoot them on the ground anyway. So
What if you had a spawn door somewhere around here? This would have the consequence of making camping this more annoying, but also it would make it so that enemies can path down this hallway when you're fighting here instead of all coming from the front. That could be neat.
yeah,
Adding
I
a
think
new
the
angle
thing
of
is-
attack.
Yeah, because if you're looking down here at the guys coming at the top of the stairs, you can just shoot them all. But the risk is that potentially the specialists coming from the shower room. But up there isn't the risk, so I suppose it is much easier from that point of view.
Yeah, getting an extra spawner in there, making this more difficult to hold, could be nice. The pipe bursts and you get showered in steam.
Or I mean, it's one of those areas where if the enemies can jump off the pipes.
Yeah, something like that.
We need to add a new faction, just pipe dregs. It's just dregs wearing like extra hoboish clothing, and they live on the pipes and they throw stones at the other dregs.
They shouldn't throw stones. They should have rats with dynamite on it.
Oh, obviously.
That's such a cool Warhammer thing. We should have explosive rats. That's instead of the immolation grenade for Zell, you should just have like a pack of rats he sends forward that will seek out enemies that explode.
No, but rats are cool. I feel like we shouldn't be mean to rats. We should be mean
You're
to
not
like...
being mean. You're giving them a purpose. You're making them heroes.
No,
Martyrs.
you should have dynamite to save the rats, you know? Like,
Okay, so I've complained about this already. This event is literally broken. There's a chance that when you play it, Horde will not spawn. So instead of getting the normal big Horde spawns, you will get like small pockets of like 10 boxwalkers, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's super bugged. In terms of geometry, this is kind of like Logistratum Middle, where Sten and Hack events are a bit boring, but this is one of the ones that is potentially set up the best. It's just like this is too safe though. Like even with this spawn door, which is like inactive when you're near it, because it's so rare to see anything happen from here while
Oh,
you're
no,
playing
it
the
can-
map.
it
It's
can
always
only
when you're
actually
down there.
Oh no, if you're staying here, it can only happen. It can happen while you're in the room, but you always hear it, and it's only ever a specialist. So like a specialist can come there, but like ordinary enemies won't. Because
It's not proper pressure, yeah.
yeah, I play this event in palms by literally just sitting here refusing to move, and if no one hacks, no one hacks, and it's like almost 100% consistently safe. It's really easy, and it's actually kind
Yeah.
of fun.
It's
And it's nice. It's nice because it's one of the few cases where you actually feel like you're doing something.
you can
By
shoot
just sitting
stuff.
in. Yeah, and I like the fact they have the moving tank parts to block your sight lines, and you're like,
That is
oh,
that
that's
is very
shitty-
clever.
That's a shitty rhino part. Like, I love it. You know, you can look at my sponsors. Or is that a Land Raider? I think it's a
think
Land
the-
Raider, actually, isn't it? It's too
I
big
think
to be a
the-
rhino. Yeah.
No, it's a Lehman Russ.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it may be
Oh, yeah,
it may be
it's
like
got
almost a
props.
1-to-1 to like the miniature part. I
Yeah,
don't have a
that's-
piece to
that's-
compare, but
Yeah, I was like, it's got sponsors on it. But anyway, so like, yeah, it's nice. It just again, in
wait.
practice, it ends up being a bit weird. And you can get the weird situation where the two different consoles here can go back to back, and so stuff doesn't happen because
It shouldn't be the case that you can hack, like you can kind of hack in this safe house. This safe house should be the place where you stand and hold. It shouldn't be the place where you also do the objective. The objective,
There should be one up here.
nope,
Because
zero.
No, but the reason why there should be one up here is just simple, which is that like you want one in every location, just so that you can
Nah.
like get people to move around. Because you shouldn't be up here. If the rest of the areas, if there weren't two here and there was more pressure, there was pressure in this room, people would have a reason to leave. The only reason it's a problem there's two up here is because it's not only that there's two here, but it's also completely safe. And we don't need to assume that this should remain safe.
But how do we make this not safe? Is the problem like?
Just have stuff spawning at the back. Just have a couple more spawns. Maybe even make the door so that the
Yeah.
door can let us through.
Plug the
'Cause-
hole, make it a door.
Yeah, because the key thing is just that it's not just that you can sit here and shoot. It's that you can sit here and be shoot with almost 100% uptime.
Yeah, and because you can just block off this one doorway.
Yeah.
That will just like forever not do anything. I think this is one of those cases where you could make this safe, but then periodically it gets fucking gassed out and you have to leave.
Yeah. But then again, it's also genuinely like it's worth thinking how many other events is there an Overwatch position which actually does anything. And it's interesting here. You have one of the few cases where you have events where ranged enemies actually have some presence.
Well,
If you have everyone on the bridge hack and a bunch of gunners spawn here, you will occasionally often hear, especially because you know when you get the gunners across the way here on your right, gunners getting piled up there can actually really bother some teams if they don't have some stuff. It's interesting. It's like this is one of the few cases where it can actually happen. So,
I feel like
don't
the
know.
spawn killing is out of control. Like we need a way to stop it as well.
Absolutely, sorry. I'm not saying that this isn't like one way spawn killing is really easy, but it's also like when more the geometry of this arena. When the gunners do get in position, you feel like they actually have some.
They have an
presence.
unimpeded sightline. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just noticed one really cool detail. The Lehman Russ line stops when the hack
when the hack happens.
needs to be done.
And I
Really
think
neat.
it's something I've noticed is that it often feels like it stops right in front of the window when you're trying to shoot. And it's like, why are you doing this?
Also, snipers can spawn over there, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Um,
I feel like there should be more cases where there's just like snipers that have just spawned to fuck with the sightline.
Yeah, just way out of the way. Like, just you'd never expect there
Yeah,
to be an enemy
like,
here.
It's the sniper in the random bit of geometry and nowhere. Like because the snipers you don't expect them to be with other enemies, right? It feels like it should be illegal for the level designers to just pick completely random bits of geometry where a sniper gets spawned just on the off chance they see someone. And you just suddenly get a laser out of nowhere while you're scratching your balls. You're like, what the fuck is that? You're like, oh my god, it's a Kefri angle.
Yeah, limiting it to only one up there, guaranteeing that you have some that are too far. Like, I agree the one in front of the medic is, like, too trivial. Having this one, and I think one... Adding one over there would actually be nice.
Yeah.
Did,
Or potentially one back there, or maybe have the high area up here. Like the area back here could also do something. You know, there's just like there's more space to put
lots
stuff.
of space to be... Ooh, here would be good.
Yeah.
Also, why is there a hole here? Why is
I
there
mean,
not?
to be frank, why are you here? You know what I mean? I've asked that same question. You can walk behind this crate, I think. If you probably still can walk behind that crate.
Navigator needs restarting.
Oh, not quite. Okay.
I don't fit. I'm too fat.
Yeah. When will you extend the balcony near the? Actually, you know what the other thing you could do. All right, so here is like an gangplank here. If you could gangplank, if you opened the right side, go to this top room, and you open the right side where there's currently the hacking, and you connect it down to the area by the door. It would fuck with a Lehman Russ construction, but just going across this gap, maybe under the line, so closer, so to the area that's close to us, but not.
There should be...
You see above it where before it dips, so to
Yeah.
the left. Like you could have a direct connection here or something. That could be kind of interesting. I don't know. Just you could do some fun
Enemies
stuff.
can zip line directly into the room.
Dude, that would be so good. They have a zipline set up, and all you see is just
Yeah.
a boot appearing in your field of view. And
Exactly, and you get fucking knocked back, way back.
Like,
Stalker breaches in.
it does feel like this is one of those cases where if there was just something above you, where usually enemies weren't, but then one day you just look up and there's a bunch of guys like hi fuckface, it would just be a nice moment. Actually, access from here to here is another possibility.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said that.
Yeah.
Like a ramp here. I mean, when Blood Vomit said
Exactly.
that. Like faster access, because they spawn directly here, and it's much healthier for them to be climbing into the room very quickly than dropping down here and just dying. I think, the spawn killing stuff, I don't know, put gas that seeps out of the room is like just like flex tape the problem away. Might help.
Or just every time you have scabs coming out of a door, you hear one of them say place breaching charge, and there's an explosion on the door, and if you're standing near it, you get hit.
Yeah. Also, why can Ogrins not spawn here? Like, why do we have events with missing enemy types? It makes no sense. Like, please.
Almost very few events have Ogre spawn. Like it's actually one of the weird things is just how exclusive
Yeah.
they are. And I wonder if it's maybe they were. I don't know. It's odd, but yeah. In this event in particular, crushers would be an interesting thing to add. Because you have a lot of ranged enemies and then you have a bunch of like complete melee trash. So throwing in a crusher would definitely mix things up.
Hell yeah. I think also, like, having the dudes spawning out here be ready to shoot so they can intercept the spawn campers that are here. Like, maybe creating like a natural crossfire, like you had a spawn door here as well for gun dudes. So, like, you can't, like, you'd need like 3 full people to spawn kill the gunners, and then eventually because I would want the intensity for the fan to be like doubled because nothing spawns on it. It would make
The only-
it
the
like
only
almost
thing
impossible to
is-
spawn kill.
that hacking place here, if you genuinely had like mass range density spawning from all of those spawn locations, and you were trying to hack,
I want this one removed. It's too easy. It's right next to the drop down.
Yeah.
Replace it by something that's on this side here. Now that's gaming.
it's pod racing.
It means no
Also-
gameplay barriers. That's true, but since the spawns are scripted, you could make them not ass.
Yeah, and to be frank, crushers are mostly okay. Like the occasional crusher or two is not so bad. It's mass bulwarks that are the crime.
Enemies that call in patrols or something? I think patrols should be on timers. Why do we not have timers for ranged enemies that arrive aggro? We don't even need to tie them to an enemy. We should have an enemy that makes ranged enemies stronger. Some kind of a scab captain.
We should have a scab captain that can give birth to scabs.
It's a really long, complicated process. Like he has to like go down and spread his legs, and he's like sweating really hard, and he's pushing, and there's the scab nurse, and he's just like very slowly pushing out like a naked scab shooter, but with just like one helmet.
There's a Tox flamer with a hand and it's like push, push, and then like a single shooter comes out after like 20 minutes.
Yeah, and he's just like naked, like in his placenta. This is what a scab baby would sound like.
All right, so we are geniuses who are considering the future of video games. Now, this area is weird. Like, do you feel like the high area here just feels kind of like a troll? Because you just always hear a bunch of specialists spawning away at a loss, and then you know they're gonna come to the drop down area and then drop down.
Yeah, I don't think this should be the place where a special can... there should be the occasional special that comes and drops down, but it feels like it's the only place they use to show up. Like, if
Yeah.
anything, it should just be like there's guns posted up here.
I kind of like, although I guess this room's meant to be a bit of a break. And then you
Yeah.
have this area thing here, which I like, because you can drop down there, and that's fun. And
Yeah, there's
then
a
I get
little
look in
loot.
that chest, and I always get disappointed because there's no like grenades or whatever.
I think this is kind of where you start entering the Fiesta part of the map. This drop down is disgusting. Keep it in. One of the few cases where drop down kind of works, where like you're fighting in here, and then suddenly you're fighting back, and there's dudes dropping on top of you, and they're coming down the hallway. I love stims. Yeah, this area is fine. This door should be... Why can players activate doors? Just... This is stupid. Widen the hole, make it so players can't do this, and just cheese enemies forever. Pending mechanics where the enemy breaks down the door, just get rid of this. This is so stupid. Instantly clearing aggro and insta-killing bosses is just so bad. Get rid of it. This room I actually gonna like. It's pretty cool. It's this nice multi-level arena with like nice sight lines. Kind of underutilized. Like, ranged enemies should be able to spawn here.
Hey, apologies. I had a bridge telephone moment, but I'm back.
What?
I had a BT moment, but I'm back.
Yeah, alright. I was just saying I like this room. Just like the door at the start is a problem. So, pending a mechanic where enemies can just smash the door open, this should be double wide and no button. Players should not be able to do this. This is just like so obviously game breaking.
If it was broken, like an actual like broken wall section, as if
Yeah.
like just like the area earlier in the room where your character's like, well, I don't want to beat what made that hole. Well, maybe they kept running. The Kool-Aid man never stopped.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah! Someone already tried the door trick on an enemy. Sorry, my connection keeps dropping.
See, my route is breaking it. Your DC, we're both having our struggles.
I don't know what is going on with my internet, but it just keeps doing that at random, just like small interruptions. This is why I'm playing solo mode. Yeah, this room is kind of sick. Enemies should be able to spawn up here. They should be able to spawn up here. There should be like a hole in there sometimes. It feels like there's not enough spawn places. Like you just usually kind of end up waiting here. Like especially if you have dogs or something, you just kind of wait behind the door and kill everything.
Yeah, and it's also that the enemies that spawn high here, like in the high areas,
Yeah.
they again, it's just a case where because of the way the enemies detect where you are and how they move, coming across here to this area genuinely makes you essentially not really attacked except by enemies coming from the door. Because this long bridge, it might as well be a force field because all the enemies that were in the low area on the stairs, they all try and run up,
Yeah,
or they
they all
run
climb
down,
up
or they
here.
run along the bottom. Yeah, they
Or
either go along the
yeah.
bottom, or they go to there because they can't quite shoot at you from the stairs or the downwards area, even though they kind of can. So it's just, yeah, it's like a corridor, but it isn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there just needs to be more ways for enemies to access this. Like maybe the store should be active. Instead of having this ladder, like there was this idea I had for Power Matrix where instead of this being closed off on Power Matrix, there's a ramp you can use to go up to this area. Why don't we have that? Why isn't there just like a ramp enemies can, run up to?
Like a gang ramp.
Some sort of a gang, possibly made of planks.
Yeah, okay.
For enemies to just quickly get up here, so you actually have a chance to have to fight stuff instead of murdering it at the climb up. Always comes down to these climb ups being a huge problem.
And I think it's when we're talking about this, it's like all this stuff is always a question of obviously you don't want to have infinite access to the player from all enemies all the time, but given the way enemies currently work, it feels like every time you look at something and you're like, rather than dealing with the way the enemies should behave, I can just run to an innocuous area, and for whatever reason, every enemy just does something stupid. It's like that is kind of a problem, I think.
Yeah, maybe we could
And that's how
open
this room
this up.
feels.
Maybe this
Yeah?
should be like a spawner of some sort, or like here.
Oh, honestly, if this area was connected to the bottom layer at the back here,
Oh yeah, some kind of
if it was
stairs
connected
going
up
down
here,
it.
yeah, exactly, and so it was connected more from and you can see the spawner there if they could come up the back here somehow.
I like that.
And that way it would give them much like closer proximity and they could sandwich you from two directions. It's like this is just one of those spaces that if you actually look at it, the amount of like imagine what you're looking at the stairs right from here. Imagine a single shooter standing at the base of those stairs and he has to get to where you are now. How long does it take him?
Okay, shooter is here. He wants to get up to me when I'm up there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the shortest path would be he does
He runs
this.
like this. He goes up these stairs.
He's now completely exposed.
Yeah, and then he has to go all the way to here. Then he does
And
the
he
jump
very
up.
slowly jumps up.
He pulls himself up, but you see the thing is you're behind the Medicae, and you know what he does now? He runs to his
dies.
right, and then he goes up the staircase. Because he can't attack you from here if you're behind the Medicae, or
Yeah.
like too far back. He'll decide you're at a loss, and he comes around this corner. Now, imagine he was at the base of the stairs at the other side. He would go up the stairs to the end, and then look at you down the what's it, decide
Wait,
to
what?
shoot you. If he was going up the stairs all the way around the back to get across the
Oh,
bridge,
yeah.
yeah. Or he was one of the ones that had spawned at the back there behind the crate. And they're just having to do all this movement because you can path so much more efficiently than them. When
I really like the solution of stairs here. That's like really
Yeah.
elegant, and that is like actually adding like a third vector that would actually be functional.
I just kind of want them to shoot you sometimes.
Oh, that could be nice. That could be nice. Maybe we could also just like move the Medicae, make it a bait Medicae, make it like here, and we could just make these stairs take up the whole width. I think my connection has dropped again. It will come back in a sec.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting these micro interruptions. I really don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, just take these stairs, make them take the whole width, so enemies aren't just corralling themselves into this tiny hole. I think would improve the space a lot. There's a lot of
Yeah.
weird things with this event, like with
Oh,
this map.
it's
Like
not-
enemies
it's not
can
an
like
event.
cheat, they can like walk down like here. Yeah, no, it's an event. Power Matrix is an event, but yeah,
No, but I mean, but I think it.
I think I disconnected again.
Does.
I
Well,
didn't hear
I
what you
mean,
said. I disconnected.
Because when I look at this room, it's like precisely because it is an event, it always feels like it wants to have more going on. But then you're like, oh well, I suppose this is just the area that's got a Medicae in it, and then you go through, and there's some plasteel at the bottom.
Yeah. It makes you run across the area. Well, the issue right now is that running across the area is optimal. Okay, my internet connection keeps fucking dropping. Dude, it keeps dropping. I don't understand why. It should be back. It should be back. The issue with running across here and why it's not actually that interesting is because this is just optimal, because being here completely trivializes the entire area. Nothing can get you when you're here. Like, that's kind of the problem. Like, you should want to cross, but crossing shouldn't put you into the best possible position.
It's also just going down the stairs.
Oh my god.
Like, it
I-
doesn't make any
It
sense.
keeps, like, just keeps disconnecting over and over and over. Just like for 1 second it interrupts itself. You were saying?
These steps.
Yeah? Okay, hold on.
He is kill. He has been killed. They stabbed him. They have stabbed the pot.
I have plugged my Ethernet cable in the second 1 gigabit per second line, and if it doesn't work, I'm completely at a loss for... I don't know what to do now.
How many lines have you got?
Like 4. There's like 4 holes on the back of my router. But I think my router might be defective at this point, because every time I call these useless retards and it takes me 20 fucking minutes to get in contact with an actual human who doesn't live across the fucking pond somewhere in the third world and has no idea what I'm talking about, like an actual human person who can help me, they just tell me that they see nothing, like there's nothing wrong with their backend. So I really have no fucking idea what's going on. I'm just going to try and call them and just order a new one.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, the
anyway.
last time I called my ISP, did exactly the same thing a few days ago to get a new router, because I was just like, this router keeps restarting over and over again. And their response was, yeah, your account hasn't technically had a contract since 2009.
Oh yeah. Pretty good.
So, we're both having good ISP experiences right now.
Yeah. So you were saying about going down these stairs?
Basically, just strategically, partly because you have the spawning area behind you and the drop down behind you. It really does feel like the going across the bridge is so desirable that it shouldn't also be so easy.
Yeah. No, I agree. I like your idea of connecting the downstairs and
I mean,
upstairs
actually,
area.
if the Medicaid was on the same level but further back, like round the wall in the area that's currently inaccessible, that could make it even a bit more of a bait. But I mean, you know, it's again,
Here?
it's like the geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean, but the geometry isn't that much of an issue here, really.
It
It's
rarely
just-
is.
Yeah, but also I just mean more generally, like this room isn't really a problem room, because but the thing that's striking about this room is early on the enemies in this room get filtered out, because you know how the enemies can see you through the grating as you're coming through the room when you come
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
That often pulls a whole bunch of enemies out of this room, like either, and then they go up here, they either get killed through
Yeah.
here or they then filter through here, and it
They
feels
funnel
like that
right here.
often. Yeah, and it results in a really unsatisfying, scrappy fight in here.
It's
And
and
then you
and,
go
it,
on
and
big
then it
rooms.
diminishes the amount of pressure in the next room. I would just simply like
Yeah.
cover this up, just make this a real wall. Like it's having this be like weird chain link fencing just adds absolutely nothing. In fact, it
Well,
detracts.
I think it's one of those cases where it's also when you look at the lines of sight that the gunners often have in here, it often doesn't feel right. Like they'll be shooting you through weird angles and through
Yeah,
the corners and
they
stuff.
always shoot you from here.
Yeah,
it's
and
really
just
weird.
like I get why the AI is making them do that, but it doesn't feel legit either. It doesn't feel like they've done an ambush or they've got something clever. It just feels like there's an open wall they can shoot through, and the AI is like, you know what I mean? Like it feels artificial. It doesn't feel clever. It feels like this feels like an area where if they had like specially cut
windows where the gunners would peer through and shoot at you down below or something, where it would feel like intentionality was doing it. It would feel more legit.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a problem.
Hello, what's this?
It's just, I
and I
think the
think
reason
this-
we don't
yeah.
consider it a problem room is because it's not an event, but it is actually just a room where nothing interesting ever really happens, and it's just kind of pre-trivialized by going to the metagame.
Well, again, I mean, it's like it's fine for it not to be a stressful room,
But it should
but
be
it's like
interesting.
you can't.
sometimes.
Yeah, but you can't have too many rooms like this in a row, and the next area isn't very interesting either. Because you know this next area. Well, okay, there's the spawn door beyond here, and I'm kind of a little bit. Are you still streaming, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just staring at the fan because I want to see if this is
Yeah.
one of the fans that doesn't reset properly.
Yeah, and so you've got the people just beyond the doorway, but it's not a particularly tough res. And then you've got the Medicare right there, and it's like it's not really clear to me when shit's meant to be kicking off. Yeah, something like that. It just feels like something should happen in this section because you've got the big event, and all of this going all the way back, like the corridor, this room, the room beyond.
It's a lot of setup.
It feels like preamble, and then the next area feels like preamble. And then finally you get to the big open area, but going through that big open area also feels surprisingly like preamble, even though some of it has like what can be a reasonably intense fight as you go outside. But none of these areas here feel that intense. And so it feels like there is room in this map for, you know, where this Medicaid room is or something, for something more to happen here at some point. Because otherwise you do just have the big middle hacking event and then just a kind of like a continuous until you get to the consignment yard event, and by then you're kind of like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
again, this is a perfectly serviceable corridor. You know, there's some ranged enemies at the whatever. I feel like stuff should always feel like stuff is going to come out of the floor because they intentionally leave that thing there, and like this is where the gene stealers are going to spawn when the gene stealers are added. But you know, when you look down here again, this is a perfectly serviceable corridor, but it's not like this is a perfectly okay interstitial area, but that's all it is. The previous area is an encounter event room, which has been turned into an interstitial area. This is an interstitial area. Like, it's got a mild fiesta here because sometimes people refuse to push. There's two box bursters coming,
Yeah.
and the people in front refuse to push it, and you can't shoot them. But again, this is pretty mild. And then here we have another example where this whole area you have so much control over everything. This area never is a problem. You get to here, and you can only fuck this up if you misplay it because you have the ridiculous. This is another case where the ridiculous climb up and run along here so that the enemies kill themselves running along that area, or the enemies being so far away that you can shoot them even though the ranged enemies. So this is another example where if ranged enemies mattered, it would matter. And when you look to your right, there's the high area where they could potentially be set up across here. Enemies can be there. This feels like they should be there even. Like always, there should be a group of gunners there, or like most of the time, to shoot you across here. But this whole area has no pressure on it. You stand here in front of like tons of ranged enemies and just go,
And you-
you what, mate? And then they all start climbing the fucking train. Like, it's so annoying.
Yeah,
And
no,
then the
that's
people at the back,
ridiculous
you can-
behavior.
And you can see enemies at the back here, like the gunners. You can't tag them, but you can shoot them, like all the way across here.
Yeah.
There's usually like 4 gunners and shotgunners, and I'm killing. Like, I literally will kill every single random ambient in here from up here with almost any gun before they've done anything. And you can see them. And it's like, okay, it's nice to occasionally do that, but it's like this section coming after that much, not very much. And then the event starts, and the beginning of the event is also pretty lame.
All of the event is lame. The
Well, I
whole
mean, in
this
sense-
this
I mean, in the sense
area. Okay.
Okay. But let me put it this way. At least the event, there's a part in the event where the boss spawns where it's like, okay, the thinking here is this is now intense, right? But it feels like everything up to that point is so like, the level was built into something and now it's completely run out of steam.
So, Consignment Yard is a map that I've put off for a long time because most of my changes involve not really changing the geometry this much. This entire area is like so bad and so under-designed. It needs a revamp, and I think the revamp starts here. So how do we solve the problem of crab sniping every single gunner. Well, first of all, this drop down no longer exists. What you do is like this whole zone is like fenced in, and players have to like walk all the way here and then drop on top of the train to get to the objective. Because first of all, that's cooler,
Yeah.
right? Like that's cooler.
It makes more sense too, because like look how big that vertical drop is that you're taking.
Yeah,
You're just
break your
jumping
legs.
down there. We don't even notice because we're used to it, but like conceptually, you've just fucking broken your ankles. That's
Yeah.
like that's really
It's a
fucking long
big
way,
drop.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, and you make it so like the whole like there's like some cover alongside the wall, and you're being shot at, and it's cool. You can even have some stuff like here, where enemies could be coming, like they're trying to board your ramp, assault on the train. There's room for stuff that is way more interesting, and now you have to actually play around the sightlines and those range enemies that have a chance to exist. They could even spawn here. They could spawn here.
Well,
You know.
I mean, also, look, you're right too. The other thing is there's a big blind spot. You see where the hole is? That's actually a running problem with the design of this event too. Is that big hole in the middle? Because it divides this
Oh, yeah.
this section is in a big like horseshoe. And in reality, look at this horseshoe and think about which sections of it you're ever in. The answer is you're in the section that is by the train over there, like that tiny section. And you have to go through to push the button, but you don't stay there, because if you stay in that open area, you're pointless. And then you go down into the area in front of the drop down of specialists when someone dies. That's it.
Yeah.
And look at the space here. Like, there's just, you don't need to go anywhere. There's no objective. You just, I mean, is this a stay and stay? I don't even know if this is a stay or slay or not.
It is.
I don't even know.
It doesn't
Like,
have an
probably
objective.
is. But like, I haven't even ever thought about this because like literally this event, I've done this event the same way ever since the game came out. You just kind of stand somewhere and just kill, like vibe, shoot shit, and that's it. And then you kind of jump off the edge.
It is one of the worst events in the game. Just absolutely terrible stuff. So
But there's so many individual funny things, right? So take these crates. So you see this crate pile here?
yeah,
Not that one, the one further back. You can stand on that at the top of that crate pile, and you're invulnerable to every single groaner. If you stand just on the back of the top here, all the melee enemies will fuck up. And why do I know this? Because while doing this event, I have stood on every single object in this arena because I've got nothing.
because
else.
you're bored.
Yeah. And like, it's also particularly bad because you have every single possible problem here at the same time. So you have a drop down on your right where waves of specialists can come down. This is particularly bad because it often contains pox bursters, and you get like a pox burster and two trappers, and you shoot the pox burster, and then the two trappers fall over, and then you shoot them, and then they have to run the world's most obvious like route to get you. You have the zombies climbing up, and so you have the way up here, where that one is a massive climb up, and it's all right for the
There's two of them.
The trash. This one's great because pox bursters will go up there, stand there, and then die. But it's fine for the pox walkers because this event feels like it's one of the ones where you want a really absurd number of trash enemies to be coming all the time from far away, so that you're aware of how fucked you are. But it's not enough. Like at the moment, it doesn't reach that.
Yeah, the issue is that it's not enough, and like they do end up taking so long to get to you that they're not really much of a threat.
But that's it. It's not that they're meant to be a threat. It's just like you can't really justify shooting poxwalkers. And I think that's the thing, right? Is that like in something like
Psyker.
this with big open sightliners, yeah, I mean, but Psyker's a different problem. But in general, you aren't eliminating poxwalkers at range. So it's like they feel like a kind of enemy that you can spawn all the time in loads of different places, and at least the pressure can kind of filter towards the player.
We need more spawn holes. There should be a spawn hole here on the ground. There should be a spawn hole like here on the ground. Like they need to have places where they can spawn and get to you faster.
How many,
like especially if you
places can shotgunners spawn here?
one
Yeah, where do they spawn?
here.
Yeah, like why do we know that? Why do we look at this map and we're like, oh yeah, that's the place where you stand and kill all the shotgunners at once? And so
Yeah.
again, it's just there's so much space in this arena, and we're both sitting here the whole time waiting for the one wave of shotgunners so we can kill them.
This area I think is like where I'm looking right now. This is I can see the void. This is one of the most problematic areas in all of Darktide. You can't keep this geometry and solve this. Like this is a huge fucking problem. Like it's giving players direct sightline on the only ranged enemy and ranged elite spawn of the entire event, and you can just cuck it. So what I would do is make like a mess of containers here. That stuff can then like just pull out of like on this side or like come down here. Maybe like run directly across and like you can't get there because like there's a spawn door in one of them. But this like shitty drop down here cannot stay. This is clearly no one. I don't believe the level designers are like this. You know, there's no way they have this little foresight. No one put this here thinking, hell yeah, this is gonna lead to hella cool encounters. No, this is like a last-ditch effort of an unfinished map that had to be finished. This doesn't work. This is terrible. Remove it. Do something with a bunch of containers over there.
Well, no, but just go back to where you were and just stand in that courtyard. So one of the things about this too
Wait,
is every single one of
which
these
courtyard?
areas
Here?
yeah, here. Just stand in. So every single one of these areas, just think about where you are, right? Now, does this not feel very empty and uncomplex? When you look around, right, you have
Yeah, no, it's unfinished.
everything is flat, right? So like first, everything is only going up to about mid-screen. Everything is flat, and this area feels like it should have, by rights, geometry. But actually, it doesn't really. None of these individual areas are actually very interesting playable spaces, and you don't have to move. The only area that has any complexity is the area that everyone stands, which is the area in the middle, which has the train interior and the little two-step area up here. So yeah, this area here, with all the activated, has the train, the up area, the below area, the ladder, this thing, the cubbyhole there. And it just feels like no wonder this event is that boring if the only space that has any play in it and any routing is here, and then the enemies don't. Yeah, it just feels like there needs to be 4 times as much space that's interesting to play in. There needs to be something to do in here.
And
It's
more
not-
holes like this one.
It's like when they were talking about Doom Eternal, like we're making a skate park, and it's like this is a quarter finished skate park, and there's no skateboards. Give
Yeah.
us some. Give us. It's not only there's nothing to do, but there's nothing to do it on.
But I would really like just complexify this like a lot. Just like add up like find a mess of containers and like train parts or something. Like make a disassembled train like next to this one right here or something. Stuff to like add complexity and also hide new spawners that don't involve making the ranged
Running
enemies
along here.
run all the way up here and then dropping through the ceiling, which is broken by the way. Enemies can pass through the ceiling. Please fix it.
I remember seeing a chaos spawn appear literally behind you.
Yeah, and
In
then
that room, and you grab you. But also, if you go across the other side, and if you remember when you were looking at the trains on the come in, on the left side where you're like they could be boarding the train, that area has some quite interesting geometry, and it strikes me that
wait,
the
where?
kind of element in the original area, just when you were talking about coming in,
Oh yeah,
looking on the left side, yeah, you see all this pile up of containers and stuff over here.
yeah. That's
This
kind of what I have in
geometry
mind for the other
is
side.
a lot more interesting. And so an example of the kind of thing that'd be interesting, take one of these train carriages, right? And turn it, like rest it on its side and put it at an angle, and now make it go up at like an angle into the sky and connect 2 levels, and and that is the connection between 2 different levels, that kind of. It feels like it needs something like that. Because the other thing is that if you look at this part here, right, this train carriage is essentially a drop down.
Yeah.
Right. So this isn't actually a playable space, this is a dead end. And you couldn't really stand here if you wanted to because stuff's falling on you. So it's not an interesting playable space and not a good playable space. And then the area beyond this, the other side, is also completely flat because it's the area that's designed to basically force you out when you come in. So it ultimately just comes down to like, what you know, so, what am I doing here?
So it is
What
really
would
hard
you-
to like give feedback that is like very constructive because I feel like for a lot of maps it's like simply if you do this simple change the map is better. This needs like a complete redesign to be more complex, more interesting. But you have so much space to make use of it that it like could be cool. I also feel like keeping it like an open area like this would actually lend itself very well to something like mortar teams. And it's like, oh, we're being shelled. We need to move to another defensive position, and you have to push the density. That could be interesting, something like that.
Actually, I think a really good point of comparison here is Barros end event. Right? So both
Yeah.
big open areas, and Barros is a more complex arena that is smaller, and that is still probably one of the less interesting events. And this is like Barros with less stuff spawning.
Yeah,
less
this is like a
density.
worse Barras.
Yeah, and it doesn't have the occlusion in the middle, and
Design a map from scratch? No, and I'm very thankful for it because this is way easier.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, we just get to roll up and complain about it because we have the advantage of having done it a million times, so we know what doesn't work. But like, yeah, no, it's incredibly hard making a map.
Yeah, it's
And,
the most complex aspect of tide games, but I think having an iterative process where you make something and then someone comes and shits all over everything you've done and like tells you what you've done wrong is also like just it isn't just like a big help, it's like necessary to end up in a place where you have something that ends up being good and fun to play, because the only way you can know, there's always a big gap between when you create a map and there's like a gameplay intent to what that map is going to look like when it's played for 2500 hours.
But I think the thing about this space is the reason that we're being so negative about this in particular is in every other space you will always hear us talking about all the potential we can see in the space. The issue with this is that it really is fundamentally quite flat, and the space itself doesn't yet have like spaces that seem to suggest something. And like that is an unusual position for one of these to be in.
Yeah, it feels awkwardly unfinished. Yeah, I think first steps, like this special drop down needs to go, specials need a much faster way to access the players, the range enemies shouldn't clump up at some stupid drop down over there, you know, the stuff we already covered. It also needs an objective. Why does it not have an objective to do? Like, you have to secure the consignment yard, so what if you had to keep hacking the Skyfire defenses because they keep turning out on something like this? Like, you already have, like, naturally 3 points we can potentially go to. You can move them into different places even, I don't know. There's so much space. There's so much space to play with.
Yeah, and I suppose the other thing about this too is that because a lot of the geometry here is like containers, and we're not imagining that this horseshoe is going to be rebuilt from scratch, but you can imagine quite a lot can be done with the containers and the crates and the train bits.
Literally plop down containers to shape a new area, yeah.
Yeah.
What if
Well, I mean,
what if we made this map like Guardian of More Green Labyrinth, but out of containers and boxes?
Unironically, that you could genuinely have a pretty interesting arena that had a very vertically constrained sub area that you had to go into to do stuff, and enemies had access to it from above. That could be really fucked up. The only problem is that would be fucked up if enemies could do things to you from above rather than just falling in front of you so that you can hit them.
Also, one more problem.
And it's actually kind of a running theme here is that, so many situations where you look at the geometry and you say, this should be really bad for us. It would be really bad if the enemies had ways to do things to you from above that weren't falling next to you and waiting for you to hit them. Like, it sounds really silly to say it, but it really is just like, they can't drop stuff on you, man.
These platforms break pathing, so you can cheese any enemy in the game by dropping down and climbing back up. Same problem as Relay Station. This shouldn't be in the game. Make it smaller so enemies can path on it. Like, walk over it. This is stupid.
Or
this is really dumb.
Just give enemies a vault. Give them a knee-high climb.
I think that is beyond our capabilities at this point.
No, I think the level designers can do it. I'll put them in. It's their job.
See, why are there so few spawn holes, man? I feel like this one as well is like barely active.
Well,
they're both barely active,
actually. On top of it. Actually, well, I feel like the one
yes, they are.
Is the one below, but it's like 6 poxwalkers come out the ground, and it's like, alright, idiots.
The only time I've ever seen enemies like appear out of here is holding here. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah, this event, and it's a shame too because if you actually look at the set piece, like the first time you walk into Consignment Yard and you see all of this, like
it's sick.
Isn't this just like genuinely awe-inspiring? Like, look at the giant arched bridge. Look at the giant 40 cranes. Look at the giant like broken
that's
ship.
an actual like. I didn't even see the void ship in the background.
No fucking way you didn't see this. This is the Consignment Yard. This is where they fix the ships.
Dude,
you can see the factory lit up.
The trains. I'm just like, there's trains you fight, and then there's like stuff.
I can see the void.
Like, that's not that voidy. Right?
What? That is pretty. That is pretty voidy.
Dude, look across the way here. Oh man. Why can't we go there? We should have a gangplank from here to there. You just run all the way across, and then like halfway across your board, you're like, why do we do this? Actually, but I think here's a final observation about this. If you go back and look at the train, and where the shotgunners spawn, this is a case where a completely flat path has been turned into a drop down.
Think about that for a moment.
Yeah, no, there should really be something like.
I mean, I know why, but it's at the same time it's kind of funny that if they were literally able to run in a straight line, it'd be more effective. But their entrance method makes them worse.
I think genuinely for this, the only way to fix this would be to be sitting down with the level designers and just like draft a new geometry, because
No,
this doesn't.
I think if they just restart, I literally just think if they just grey box restart some stuff, they will have no problems coming up with things. Because I think it's one of those
Yeah.
cases where when you look at it, the problem with this space, and also the fact you're not doing anything too, and I think that's why the space has ended up like this. It's because this space feels like it's been designed with the problems of people camping the one area that you start, and thinking, how do we make this a slightly more interesting area to run around just there? And if you just simply said, well, let's imagine that what you were doing here was different, and you wanted to do more interesting stuff in the space to do more interesting things, the rest of it flows from that.
Also, you can still jump across this if you have like a knife or a dueling sword. Like if you stand on top of the button here.
That's fine. That's like, you know, psycho privilege. It should be a
Maybe fix
force sword
that.
only jump. Dude, that should be an Obscurus only jump. They should give. I was thinking, having a deranged thought, like the thing they should do with the Obscurus is give it only 3 dodges, but give it like the longest dodge in the game. So, like, it's you do special floaty psychic dodge with like only 3 of them, or 2 of them, or something. Good timing, yeah. Anyway, that was
The guaranteed monster, yeah.
the guarantee was cool.
That is like actually like a good addition to it.
Well, I mean, that's the other funny thing too, is that like the iteration that they did to this section was good, and adding the monster was good. And I think it's interesting that even after all that, that's still where it's at, right? So I definitely think it's a sort of, it's a major black hole in terms of the outcome.
Yeah, it's a shame because like the rest of the map I think has like a fair bit of potential or is even already good. But then you get to this end event,
100%.
and there's nothing worse than getting to the end of a mission and there's just something that sucks.
The Vista
And it's like the whole map is ruined.
Yeah, the Vista is signing, is like signing checks that what happens in it, like that next to it. Because the thing about consignment yard is that I always like when you mentioned it, I was always like, I don't mind consignment yard, and the reason I don't mind it is just because it's one of the few genuinely long sightline areas in the whole game. And that was the only reason that I really like it. Is just because you go in there and you actually get to see enemies that are like 70 or 100 meters away and shoot at them, which you just don't get to do in the rest of the game. It's like an outdoor space, but that's it.
As a treat.
Like, that's it. Yeah, I would just like occasionally shooting at something far away, and that's pretty much the only reason that I like it. And when I think about it, I'm just like, oh yeah. I also don't mind that it's the only way to lose is if you're having to hold left click the whole time on Ogren and the dog jumps at you.
Holy shit. It's Reiner Winkler, boys. It's Drakenlord.
Hell yeah.
Alright. What's up next?
Mercantile or Magistrati.
oubliette. Okay. Let me final check. I think we haven't done. We could do a quick Hab Draco, but I think it's not.
No, Habreaker, I don't think we do.
Yeah.
But just it's not. It wouldn't be useful.
Sycorax. Fuck my ass. That is a dog shit map.
Which one's Sycorax?
The one with the middle event where you just walk through doors and then it's over.
Oh no, I don't. I actually think there's a lot to say about this map because it's got some of the nicest looking stuff in the game. It's absolutely gorgeous. I don't mind that event in the sense that I didn't even realize it was an event, which is, I suppose, why I don't mind it, because I just think about it as like you're just going from A to B, and it's more fun than walking through a corridor. But I think if you look at that and think this is meant to be an event, then yeah, that's
It is.
pretty disappointing.
It is meant to be an event. No,
Yeah.
I think Sycorax we can fix both events. I think the end event is easy to fix because it has absolutely fantastic geometry. It is one of the best designed arenas in the game. You just
Alright,
don't use it.
but before we pop off it now, we should pick the map we're gonna do. So are we gonna do Magistrati or Sycorax?
Oubliette first.
Alright.
You want to take like a break?
No, it's fine. I've already done the thing.
Pooped.
Yes. Yeah, it's just. And I think it's the other thing too is that it's very hard to be.
Oh, Catch a lungful of
you know,
that.
we complained a
Right,
huge
so
amount about the
begin
end
to
of
describe it.
Consignment Yard, but actually almost all the work that's gone into the end of Consignment Yard, in the sense of all the art and the background stuff, is like none of that is the problem. It's literally
Yeah.
just the specific platforms, crates, and spawners that are sitting in the foreground ruining it.
Oubliette. Oubliette.
All right, this first
This-
area, it's a
it's okay.
perfectly fine intro area, right? Like, it baits you into maybe picking slightly more of a fight than you want. You sometimes see groups like get fucked up here. Someone gets to a key and drops down here. Specialist or two shows up and there's like a big wave coming through here.
This drop down kind of sucks. Like, it's exclusively used so like enemies will climb up and you can murder them. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, but
Um,
I feel like that's not too big an issue just because most of the time
No.
people get too keen and drop down. It's like you can camp that, but I feel like you have to be a pretty you have to
You
be a
don't.
specimen to do
It's
it.
just there's just always one dude climbing up and like you kill him and that's like the purpose of the drop down. I
Yeah.
kind of like this trap area here. That like this is actually one of the few situations that is like this is bad to hold for the player, because
Yeah.
like you've got actually like enemies that come from here are like LOS. They're like protected, so like you can't instantly murder Jib. The specials and the horde
it's
that comes to you.
specialists, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just endless specialists because and it's I will always just and at first it's fine, but then as you go further back, sometimes it feels like they've gone a bit of a long way. But you can't really hold this against like poxbusters or whatever. So
Yeah, and then you've got stuff coming from the front, and you've got stuff coming from this door. Now this area I think is fine.
or I will say that the high ground on your left, where there are enemies at the beginning,
Barrel's gonna blow
Yeah.
up.
up on your left, like the high area. Yeah, there are shooters up there at the beginning. It would be cool if there was a spawn door up there. So that when you're going up top to push through to the next area, you could potentially have like shooters flanking you. Because the problem is, it feels like the bait here is meant to basically just be. And I actually really dislike one of the doors here. And the door I dislike is the door behind you. That door didn't used to be there, I don't think.
No, it's
I'm pretty sure it's-
pretty new. Yeah.
It's fairly new. And I really dislike it because it basically just applies. It's meant to apply all the pressure as you go up here. I'd much rather that they just use the door inside the room and they had range pressure coming from the higher ground. I don't mind that it's there, but I wish there was other stuff going on. Yeah, yeah, it's just not very interesting because the kinds of pressure that comes out that door is just like some poxbursters and.
I don't like this ledge at all.
What, you didn't see that drop coming?
Yeah, it's a bit of, there's quite a few. I think the problem is that like because of the way the ledging works in this game, there are so many ledges where I don't even try and jump, even though I can, because I'm just so used to thinking I'm going to trigger a ledging reaction even if I would have made it.
It's so weird. Look at how inconsistent that is.
Yeah, and it does often feel like if I'm going towards an area, just let me fall off the map and die instead of you know what I mean? It's like why am I checking the full volume here? Anyway.
This corridor is a thing.
This area does occasionally cause some fuck ups. Like you do occasionally find yourself in the back area here, like you've dropped down with a few other people, and then something stupid happens.
And there's a beast hunter goal, and more range enemies
Exactly,
get
and there's
pulled
a
from the
box.
front.
Yeah, and you're at the back, and then the specialist jumping off the bridge. That can be not too bad. It feels like if there's not much pressure, then you just stand up on the bridge and you just kill everything below. It's very easy to do so because the pressure from behind isn't high enough.
Yeah. I don't know, this feels like standing up here, like, kind of trivializes too much of it. Like, you're too incentivized to murder and camp here. I would rather, what if we put the drop down here, like the thing is broken, so you have to fall down it? Is that too evil? Is that too mean?
I mean, I think it's, but that's the thing is, it's like, it's more interesting and it's probably at least worth a try. But I think the other thing is here, the reason it's so easy to camp and kill everyone is because their counterfire isn't very dangerous. And that's part of it. It's like the very low ability for the enemies to return fire to you doing that is not great.
And the only other way they can come get you is like through the door you walked out of. So unless they literally spawn like 5 bulwarks, you're not gonna have a problem like just containing it, and even pushing through to get back there. I don't know. I don't think this is enough of like a problem area to warrant like suggestions on how to fix it. It can get hellish.
I mean, I think it's you know, it's really just meant to be set up to get here.
That looks dead safe, don't
This area has a lot of potential in terms of, it has, first of all, it has fucked spawning. Like the enemies that are over here and over here will just kind of pop into existence, like even as far as here, or even sometimes when you're up down here, which is strange. But it has potential for like shootouts. If they put slightly more cover here, you could properly have like long range fights. The issue is that what happens here is that you
The
very
enemies don't
rarely.
spawn. Like, you can literally see the enemy spawn here. Like,
Yeah.
you come here, you look across here, and on the left side, you can see them spawning in your loss over
Always.
there.
Yeah.
It's silly, and yeah,
Yeah, these guys
you
should be
can't-
pre-spawned.
yeah, and you do occasionally also get the thing where sometimes you do pull a bunch of stuff, and you're not a character that has suppression immunity, and like one Reaper or two Gunners are shooting you, like, and two bullets go across your head, and you're suddenly just like, this actually sucks, because they're not even hitting me, and I can't, and I have to now sit here behind
Well-
this like, behind. I say suppression. Anyway, carry on.
Anytime we talk about like creating a space for shootouts, it's implying that we have removed suppression and that we have made enemy guns deal damage.
Yeah.
Insane
It's
thought.
it's just this one in particular. A few times, it really has struck me how at first I think, oh, I want them to notice me and shoot back, and then they do shoot back, and I'm not even being hit, but I'm suddenly like, oh, my ability to shoot is gone, and because they don't stop you from pushing round the corner, right? So
No, this is always optimal.
yeah. So it's like it's a free option that would be fun, but then they take away the fun, and you're also I have never actually looked at how cool this area is. Holy shit! Look over here.
It
All
looks
this
awesome.
broken stuff. I've never seen any of this stuff. Why aren't we down in that?
And because it's a kill pane.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I didn't know the Nurgle guys had access to that kind of tech.
Yeah, I actually like this zone a lot. Like the supports of the platform or the ascender make for
my
quite a
God.
nice bit of cover
Okay.
that looks very thematic.
I have a clip you need to show trap chat.
Trap.
It will, you know, like so. This is this clip. I think is very important to show everyone on stream because I think it really highlights the depth and complexity that Lights Out adds to the average pub gamer's mindset.
It's you ledging yourself, isn't it?
No, much better than that. Don't worry.
Oh. It is you ledging yourself.
No, it's me ledging my entire team.
That's awesome. Very good.
I just remember seeing that, just thinking, I don't think this is the largest number of kills that I've ever seen Plague Ogre get, and it was entirely because no one respected the ledge.
I'm using solo play, true solo QOL, and Will of the Emperor to do this kind of stuff. So this area is like, in theory, so nice for like hybrid shootouts and dealing with stuff.
You got the drop downs from above, which actually function a
Yeah.
lot better here because it feels like they especially the one onto the ramp on your as you come in, that one over there at the back, it feels like they recover from that faster.
Yeah.
Somehow. It's sort of-
They also
yeah.
literally drop down from here, which is a bit devious.
Yeah.
But like, this is quite a cute area, and this is going to be the problem with the middle event because this area goes mostly unused. It's like you fight whatever's ambient here, then you get like a horde or whatever, and the horde isn't very interesting because you just know where it's coming. It's coming from the back, and then it's coming from the front or whatever, and it's pulling the ambience in there. So it's really good geometry that's kind of fun. That is leading up to one of the worst events in Darktide. Easily, just easily, like top 3 most dogshit events. Oubliette Middle is a non-event. Like literally, first of all,
Is it even? I don't know. I don't really feel like this is a huge event. Like this is the thing. This just feels almost like perfunctory. This is just something that you do, and it just like it takes a minute.
It doesn't feel that high pressure. I don't think I've ever seen a wipe on this event.
No, that's a problem.
And well, no, but all I mean is just that
Get away from that barrel!
it's not necessarily that it's kind of actively boring the way some other events are, just because
It is.
it just doesn't feel like it exists because it's short. There's not many. Like I don't know. It just doesn't really feel like an event. It just feels like you're just waiting for 30 seconds for the lift to come. You
That's
shoot
a
some
problem.
gunners, you shoot some gunners who comes down, and then there's like the same. There's like specialists that come either from the left or right, and then there's some poxwalkers. And then
So
sometimes someone gets like endlessly ledged because there's a barrel or something, and they keep flying off the map, but it still doesn't matter. And then you get them up, and you're fine. Yeah.
immediate problems. 2 major spawn points are big drop downs, including this is like the only place specials can come from. I think you just
And you
immediately
can see
murder
them
them.
coming before they even get to the drop down.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
if you're camping, if you're correctly spawn camping the gunners as they come down from there, you can see like the guys coming across. Also, if you're here and you have certain weapons, you can just kill every single one of the gunners as they come down through that gap at the back, because you can see the
Oh,
area. No, I mean up above, right? Like you can void strike an angle from the area right next to the lift that goes right through and kills them as they're standing on this platform just below where you're looking. And you'll kill almost all of them, and then they drop down to this crate and you can kill almost all of them. Like if you have a void strike here, you will kill almost every single enemy that comes from the back. And you won't have to aim because they're all in the same position.
Yeah.
And
So massive spawning problems. First of all, first problem, there's no objective. Literally, the objective is to wait for the ascender. Bad developer. I'm rolling up the newspaper and I'm smacking you on the head because you've done a big bad. This is awful. Second, spawning. Everything is too predictable, everything is too controlled, you can never get Ogren enemies, you can never get a boss, you know where everything is coming from, you know where the horde is coming from, you know where the gunners are coming from, and it's all so scripted, it plays out the same way every time, and of course, Imperial Advance is playing, which makes me grind my teeth.
So, looking at this, like, if you just look out across the gap, there is one thing for this that I think gives a suggestion for what could be an interesting direction to take this event. You know that really fucked up sniper sight line that you occasionally get from behind? Basically, the area that you go onto after this area, a sniper can spawn up on that walkway, and they can shoot you from behind up there. So if you look across here, if you look on the both to the left and to the right, you can see bits of walkway and geometry that enemy gunners could potentially exist in. You could imagine extending, say, where the drop downs are. If you extended those like further out and back and in a couple of different areas, you could feel hemmed in and pinned from lots of different sides, from people who have better positions and are shooting at you from above, or like, But instead, they all come from right in front of you.
Retro people, you want to explore the map so you can make maps for Kill Team out of it? Post that shit in my Discord if you're in there. That's cool. If you ever make like a Dark Tide themed Kill Team map, that's awesome. Okay, so my suggestion is, like Barat, use this fucking area down here, which is 1,000 times more interesting than the small bit of slop you have up there with nothing. This has absolutely fucking nothing going for it. This is just a massive kill all of the enemies down. And the only elegant way is to force an objective below, but what I would do is just fucking gas it up. Just straight up fart everywhere all around the area. Change the respawn point so it's not behind there anymore, and it's like somewhere below. Like, make an objective be down here. Like, you have to go and you have to restart the elevator because it's stuck by interacting on something that is down here or hidden on one of the pillars or whatever.
Also, if you look at it, if you just look where the spiral staircase would connect to the bottom floor,
Yeah.
it almost feels like when this event starts, connecting the bottom and the top layers could also be interesting.
Yeah, that seems really hard to do. I don't know how they
You're
would
right.
do that.
Yeah, no,
It is a great idea, but
if you could extend, but it's because it also just feels like when you actually look at how these two layers connect, the problem with going from the bottom to the top is that you go through the stairs at the back,
yeah.
and these stairs at the back, those are a bad place to play. Like, my experience of fighting on the stairs at the back is it's a complete joke or dumb unless someone gets ledged by a poxbuster. Like, those are the two situations for this staircase.
It's
you
the
get
two
ledged by a
extremes.
poxbuster or it's dumb. And I think that there's a sort of question where it's almost like if you redesigned those stairs at the back so they were a bit less
goofy and you
Okay.
could play with them more, then maybe
Hear me
you could
out.
traverse a bit better. But I don't know.
Hear me out. Extendable bridge going from here to here that gets activated when the ascender is activated. So you've created like, okay, that's cool. You've created like somewhere. Hello, Mr. Bot Ogren. Pull me up. Bot Ogren wearing illegal cosmetics. Oh, I. I think my internet connection has dropped.
Well, he's back.
That was very
Oh, no.
good, though. That was very good. I literally I got obliterated. I'm gonna quickly download a mod that Speed Priest made for me, so I can not die while I do this. Hold on. Speed Priest is such a fucking legend, man. The man went from having made no mods that I know of into having made like the most incredible shit, like killing bots. He literally made a mod called Fuck Off, which like is a private game.
It's just it's like that thing where you have someone who doesn't want to become a hero, but they just get really annoyed by something, and to fix this one thing that annoys them, they have to learn all this stuff.
Yeah. No, like incredible work. It's a shame because so he has a mod where I like literally can't die in maps. That's probably pretty good.
Dude,
I
nice.
need
Can you
that.
share that with me? I need that so I can play my normal games, dude. I think I could complete Damnation normal with that one.
Well, you might need an Ogre with a shield to help you with that one. No, Crab isn't a Fatter employee, but he is a long-time tester and probably the most productive thing. Tester man. Just a lot of documents have been written.
It took such a long time to put in every single specialist bug, and I've been working overtime to put in even more ledge spots on every map. It's my one goal.
Yeah. Okay, back to Oubliette. Hopefully I don't throw myself off the map this time. Oh god, wasteful screening is such a joke. But basically, having this like huge bridge that would extend and connect the two parts would add like a much faster way for enemies to get onto and fighting you. It might be too easy to trivialize because you can just shoot the Void Strike at the hallway or whatever. I don't know.
But I mean, look, we just delete. That's simple. Delete Psyker. Next question.
Yeah,
You know,
it really is hard to think of maps in ways that could be balanced when the game is the way it is and everyone is just so disgustingly overpowered that it's like I'm gonna make these very nice, carefully crafted encounters and people are just gonna shit stomp through them.
But the thing is, like, people don't actually play Void Strike that much.
Believe me, they
Like,
do.
This is what I've got. I'm kind of surprised by. It's just like when I go into games, I just see people playing the most. Like, they don't even play the most overpowered stuff a lot of the
You're
time.
so lucky, dude. You are
Also,
so fucking
share
lucky.
your screen.
Oh yeah, because my game closed, of course.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, but it's not so much that that you don't see people with plasma guns. It's just that when I like 9 times out of 10 when I see someone with a plasma gun, they're struggling to break 400k damage. Like, you know, I'm amazed at just how badly people can play with stuff that you really think plays itself. Like, it's absolutely incredible.
Alright, so basically the core idea for this event is to take the fight down here into somewhere that's actually, you know, like interesting and has geometry and add an objective that you can do that forces you to be in here. There are a couple things.
Actually, wait, here's the pitch. Take the button that's currently up there and put it down here. You literally put the button at the bottom of this, and when you come to here, you press it, and then the event starts. And you have to. It's going up to the top is the event. That could be a way of doing it.
Yeah, but you should encourage like fighting here for a long time
Yeah.
because it's a cool arena. There are a couple things that are lame. Like you can camp here and just like literally murderfuck everything because there's never anything spawning back there. Change that. Make stuff actually come from behind here. You could even activate doors so they don't have to run all the way back. You could have doors here that only activate once the event starts.
To be fair, yeah, I don't want to fight on this platform itself though.
What, here?
Yeah, I don't like fighting up here.
Yeah, no. That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
when the event starts, these doors become active. Yeah,
Okay.
fighting here is horrible. That way you have dudes coming from behind much quicker. I hate that there's like no fences here. Like, ledging is such a bad mechanic, dude.
But at the same time, it's like I don't mind this as much just because you know that situation where everything's gone really badly wrong and you're standing behind that one pillar at the back right with no from nothing behind you and you really feel like you're in trouble. A couple
No,
of
this
times I've been
is
stood behind this, just feeling like I'm in a very bad situation. Why am I here?
terrible. Anyway, putting an objective down here, making this an arena you have to fight in and traverse. Like, what if you had to like interact with these pillars in some way? Turn a valve or something on one of them. Just something that forces you to move, because they are actually spread out like all across the arena. You could do
Yeah.
stuff to them. That could be something nice. Like yeah, something like that. Because the upper areas are so fucking uninteresting. I like your idea better, like having the button down there. And maybe having this is like, I don't know, blocked off in some way to the players until the objective section is finished. Also, you
Yeah.
could just have dudes literally stand above these holes and like lob grenades.
Yeah.
Why don't they do that?
And I also just think like take that one sniper spawn and stick a few others around here as well. Like you could really spice up how people feel about this area just with a few extra sniper spawn locations and a couple of
Hell yeah.
places where enemies could be off to the side.
Can I move on
Even if it's
this
just
moving
enough to get
stairs?
people to turn.
Oh no, well here's the secret exposed. Moving platforms aren't real in Tide games.
Well, I mean this one isn't because you're not meant to be in here. Actually, is there any case we're on a moving surface in this game?
No. The game can't handle it.
I feel like that can't be right. Because you're in moving surfaces in Helldivers.
When?
Like all the time. If you just stand on if you literally just walk onto a mech
Come on, this, yeah? Come get it.
and the mech will walk around. Like
Can
and it
enemies
has
be on
abs-
top of the mech?
Yeah.
Hmm.
In fact, enemies will be on top of stuff quite a lot. I think but then
Maybe it's
again,
just like a fat track thing and not an engine thing.
No, I mean it's like one of those things where it's like engine in inverted commas because it's like all of the logic in this was written by someone in Fairtrack and or someone at like thinking, are they using the same engine? Yeah, not really. But it does strike me as odd that they genuinely can't have stuff on moving surfaces.
Oh my god, this stuff. Blocking your dodges, man. Yeah, clean that up. I don't know why this section was redesigned, but it is kind of funny the way it is. In this room, you kind of have this problem of everything has to come to you in like a very obvious way. Like you can just murder them around the corner. Like I'd rather we just have like a way straight through the wall. I don't remember, how did this used to be before they redesigned it? Because making just a hole in this wall and having a straight way to go through, I think would be better.
I mean, to me, it's a bit more. I can't honestly remember. The thing that strikes me about this is that this area has always been the same functionally, and the problem is basically this, which is that you have the drop down in front and the drop down to the side, and neither of them is worth taking.
Yeah.
And it's like that's the summary of the problem with this area is that you desperately want there to be a reason to engage with the enemies in a fun way down below, and instead you snipe as many as you can in front, and then they all start pathing or climbing up or going down below. And if you go further back, it gets worse. They don't have any way to put pressure on you except for specialist spawns behind you, which aren't that extreme, and occasionally an enemy dropping down from above through the ceiling. So it just feels
Yeah.
like, don't give us access to the enemies in front, make us drop blind. It honestly feels like if you close the wall there and force people to drop down through the hole,
Like on Vigil Station. It's closed on
Yeah.
Vigil Station.
or just reconnect it somehow, because it's just this. I don't know. And then for a while, it wasn't actually this bad because the pathing was bugged here, and so the enemies wouldn't spawn until you were already in this area. So you couldn't kill them because they hadn't spawned yet. But now they do. So I don't know.
Apologies for the noise. Yeah. Just closing this off completely, I think, would be a net benefit. We keep coming to these zones where my thinking to fix it would be something like this area up here gets closed off in some manner. But it's so hard to do with 4 players. Like, the only way you could do it is have stuff like gas slowly following the players. Because otherwise you could just have a 4th person just like stand here and like prevent this from closing. And so enemies would still just come and path to you. Bit of an annoying problem, because if you close this off, that would then allow you to make this not be a drop down. But I think it is good enough if you just close this, and you can't just like snipe everything and murder everything. Close this off. You've got this blind drop down now that you have to take. Have to make sure you can't aggro the enemies in here. And now then, this is your main play space. Is Crab alive? Did he say 1 sec for me, or did he say 1 sec for him? It's over, we lost Crab. How nice this looks. I love Caustic Street. Guys ever noticed that? Look at that stuff. Interesting. What I would do, as a thinking gamer man, is widen this. Probably on this side. So it's less of a murder funnel where you can just kill absolutely everything that comes to you. And it gives you... Hi. You're back?
Alright.
He's back.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, it's such a problem in this room that, like, you can't have things... Like, I always come back to this thing where you want some kind of mechanic in place. Like, Morrow tells you that there's gonna be, like, the platform's crumbling. So players need to, like, run forward, because otherwise you could have, like, a 4th player just hiding behind here. And preventing the progression from actually going through. Like, that could be a nice way to stop... Like, if you could stop players from running back...
If this room functioned like an
Hi,
airlock,
Dorak. What?
if this room functioned like an airlock, I think it
Yeah.
would be better. So if you know this upper section just becomes closed off when you get in here, and then you know once you've gone the Medicaid, you push a button and the floor like breaks and you fall through.
But in the meantime, I really think just having this walled off, having the blind drop down here would be an improvement. We could probably widen
then
the
have
store.
two different. And then for this area, you open this wall in front of you. And
I've had the
connect
same
it,
idea.
Yeah, and connect it to the upper level, and then the
Yeah.
lower goes to the. I mean, I have to be a little bit fiddled, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
I've
that
had
way
the
around,
exact same idea.
and that way you get the same upper lower split. You could probably come up with a fucked arrangement of the geometry that is much more because you need it to be a decision. This lower area is interesting because it feels like it should be the worst way to go, and then it actually isn't.
Yeah.
Because the enemies do have to. The enemies above can't do anything. The enemies far away don't actually have a good line of sight to you at all. In principle, they could line up on that bridge and shoot you, but unless there's a sniper, it's like it's not really a big deal. I don't know.
You notice this?
Yeah.
The big crossing ladder thingies.
Do you think that's going to be a gangplank in the future? That's a pre-plank.
Yeah, it's ready to be deployed.
It's a nascent gangplank.
Yeah. Also, yeah, ledging, like, why...
Oh yeah, I've instantly killed myself on that ladder quite... No, but on that ladder, if you go up to the top and then you press space,
Yeah.
if you're at the top of this and you press space, you fly backwards and it's just right, that it'll kill you instantly.
Yeah.
I think you need to be at the top. I've done this. That one I've done.
Shouldn't be in the game. Also this. Classic. Bot is slitting.
Good laugh. Then pull me up.
None of this should be in the game. So my proposal is widen this a bit. Like this whole walkway is just kind of like a death hallway for enemies.
Also, look, you've got this right area that's closed off here on the right.
Yeah.
Again, it just feels like if you hook this up to that little rickety structure, so that at least it was more than just a straight line.
Yeah, add more paths maybe. Yeah, that is a good idea. I think let's go through there. That could be cute. Something like that. Now you've got the hole we've created that like connects the bravery in a bottle down into the hole, which I'm sure could be achieved. It has a door here.
Yeah, and actually, just a side, there's something worth noting about this doorway down there. This is a classic example of where.
This one?
Oh, but if we add extra stuff here, it won't make it as dangerous. But if you go stand here, like, what happens if you're looking out this doorway and you think to yourself, the path in front of me is really dangerous and I can't progress through it? Where do you play? You don't go out and play in the dangerous space. You camp in the really safe doorway zone and use the doorway to like make the loss simple. So like, if you want people to play in an open space, you have to give them like at least the idea that they can go out there and have somewhere to go. Otherwise, they will just camp here.
Right there.
A lot of people camp here.
You guys saw the fans reset? They like
Yeah.
hitch a bit. They don't. Yes, look at that. They don't loop properly.
That's not a hitch. That's actually a bug in the FPS of your eyes.
Oh.
You need to update the frame gen on your eyes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Plus, like having a second way out, I think is like much nicer. Like you have an actual way out of the hell room. Plus, it gives another entry for enemies, so they're not just funneled down one way. Interesting.
Yeah.
Should be looked at. Can we break this?
And also, it would potentially replace a drop down with a. Isn't it interesting how many destructibles there are above the height at which you shoot?
Yeah.
Like, this is often something that strikes me as, like, I'm shooting everywhere and then nothing is breaking, but then you shoot at random stuff dangling off the ceiling and you see some really cool stuff. And it just makes me think that that's good stuff. Bravery in a bottle.
I like this part. This has some nice sight lines. This is overall like a pretty cute area.
Yeah.
This area breaks sound here. Sound is broken if you stand here. Stuff is like...
Worse down here.
You can even hear the ambient sounds going off. Look at this. Isn't this? We got ambient. And now it's gone. Sound completely breaks here. Not good.
Barrel's going.
Look, silent barrel.
It also, yeah. So this upwards area here is interesting because, like, again, this is one of those things that has like upper area that you feel like should be used and isn't. But if you go through here and go to the next area, because I think this is the sort of this to me is an interesting encounter. Like, what do you think about this area?
It looks like it has potential, but in reality what happens is that you just kind of pull everything to you and run back. And since enemies have like to do a climb up here to stop you on your way back, they can't do anything.
Because to me it's interesting, partly because this is also not a particularly exciting area in the other map it shows up in. But having the open sight line there does at least make it feel more threatening. What it feels like is that because all the ways into here are so, like, either you run into the side area where there's the plasteel and then you just cheese your way through, or you don't really fully go out on the side here and everything just comes in. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never quite works. I almost feel like if there was a hole, like you know the area that goes up that splits into two different paths from the res room here. Yeah. If there was a hole, like if you look to your right here, if where the plasteel is, either that or where the plasteel is here, if that was actually open, I think that could also be interesting.
This needs opening up. This is too good of a funnel. I agree.
It's so cramped too, and you could especially when you get like mass ogrins here, the way the enemies behave, you just feel like such a cheeser.
But you have to cheese because if you don't manage to run all the way back to the res room here, you now have a wall of meat that there's nothing you can do about, like taking up all this small space.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst of both worlds.
But again, it's like why is it so often I've had a fight in that tiny stairway instead of this big open space here, right? Like, why is that so often the case? And that just feels like, every single one of those is an encounter that should have been big and interesting and involved space, and instead was a tiny, tiny doorway.
Dude, Gigantic is based. I played Gigantic before it shut down, and it was actually a great game with a lot of problems. So I really hope the Rampage Edition ends up being good, and I hope they remove the two characters that were really problematic, namely the hit scan sniper lady and the stealth cunt.
Also, mantling with a bolter in this with this FOV shows the pre-release bolt pistol.
Avoid.
You know, amazing.
This item sucks. It's only for loot. I don't even think enemies. I don't think can drop down here. They like walk all the way around, like the same way they do on Video Station, and then drop down on top of this, which is really fucking weird.
Every time I see that room, I feel like I've forgotten something about why it's there, and then I go into it and I look around and try and find something, and there's nothing here, and I leave again. Where I'm just so confused by
should this be
is
a
out
thing?
of the way. No.
There's no purpose for this room. Like, this is only to waste your time to get blast steel. Like, fucking close this off. It's useless.
Yeah, make that a spawn door. Like, it genuinely serves no purpose.
What happens if you join a game when they have duo mod? You can't join. It's a connection error. Can I shoot this?
Oh, what's it?
Can enemies come over this wall? No. Hey, this is Video Station. Look at that. Feels like enemies should be fucking pouring all over this wall from here. Just something needs to be done. Maybe the same suggestion I gave for Video Station. Like, this is a bit...
Right.
I'm really not a big fan of these like super cramped pathways here. Feels like they don't really work for gameplay. I'd do the same thing I suggested for Video Station, just amputate.
Sorry,
Like a big hole in the
going.
wall. No problem. Just amputate this, make enemies come over here, and make this a spawn door instead of being like a pathway into a useless room that's only there for plasteel.
I quite like the fact that you do occasionally get a quite long sight line to the people on the stairs here.
Yeah,
At least you
sometimes
get
it's
to
cute.
use occasionally.
This is a problem, this climb up here, and make this
Yeah.
a door that they walk through. Since anyway we've closed off this door, so they no longer need to like walk around here, just literally make this a fucking door, dude. Big door.
Also, have you noticed how there's like these two bunkers up at the top and there and
Never
there?
used.
I feel like you get a gunner in there sometimes, and he loses lost once, and then just reparts and starts running down. Again, it's like you look at this and you just think about like what conceptually those are defensive structures. There should be dudes in them shooting down, and it never happens.
For stuff like this, it almost feels like instead of being a gunner enemy, they should literally have like a stationary machine gun, and
Yes,
that way it's easier for the AI to understand. I will not repath. I'm at my post. I am behind my machine gun, and I won't move. Like, it sounds really stupid because they have two gunners already, but this might help it.
No, this has been something we mentioned a bunch. There's been a bunch of cases where having a stationary machine gun nest enemy would be so useful for so many maps because it lets you have these enemies in completely unpathable areas. It's not an enemy where the player is expecting or getting confused by it. The enemy can't path. You can put it in weird places where it's just like a room where there's just a gun poking out and stuff. It definitely seems like something that would help for setting up control.
Yeah.
Like, there's always going to be a line of fire here if we push this button.
I like the way Oubliette looks. I like this room. It's fine. It's very cute. This spawn door here is like, you kind of see where every special is coming from, but
it's when you try and get the plasteel at the back, and then the box buster jumps in. Asmarak, we kind of feel like there just needs to be a way to make gunners want to stay in positions that are good for gunners to be in. Like a manual that says camping for dummies, something like that, you know. Look at that lighting, it's nice.
yeah,
That's
it
cool
is.
looking.
I like the water.
Yeah.
I feel like the water flow like stops midair. Like it becomes way too thin.
Well, it's probably because it was occluding. Like it was being annoying in front of people's vision, so they...
This room is fine. I like the little sideline breaking shooting minigame you can play in Dark Tide when there are gun enemies, even though they don't really hurt you. It's nice. It's nice to roleplay. It's like you're playing a tactical shooter where the only thing people do is like pretend to be someone they're not, because these games aren't fun to play. Just like I'm a tactical operator. Alpha 1, Pooper Tango 3, do you copy? Their enemies. Yeah, I've shot the brain dead AI 5 times. Yeah, room is clear.
Look at your crosshair popping.
Ran out of
I'm
stamina.
actually-
Sorry.
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip that. Wait. All right. Let me.
Here
let me
comes.
clip that. Oh my god! Like that is such a perfect example of just not.
It's
not
crusty.
something that you want to see. Because like this is such a good example because you weren't even trying to show it off. You can already see something is up, and then suddenly the gun starts teleporting.
Just spawn enemies with an out of sight distance gap. The game does that. The game will spawn enemies like around corners. It's just extremely inefficient, and that's why sometimes you'll like, let's say you're in this room, right? You just came in,
The game,
And
the
you're
game does
wa-
spawn. The
and
game
you're
does
walking-
spawn enemies as of us.
and you're walking
sorry.
back, and there's like a pocket of like 5 groaners. That's because the game was in the process of spawning a wave, but it didn't have time to complete it, so it's just like 5 groaners. And there are some maps, I think Consignment Yard still does it, where you can see like the whole wave of box walkers just happens.
Yeah. No, I mean the logic of spawn doors is that they can spawn in your loss, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's what they're an answer to. They're an answer to the problem of what you do when there isn't, when you can see a whole area. Well, you have spawn doors everywhere and just shit popping out. But
This area is something.
you do get to shoot people down below, which is funny sometimes. But I don't know. This area feels like if you don't get a monstrosity, it's a wet fart. You have to have a monstrosity, or this is just nonsense.
Yeah, and even then, it's just like there's so much room to kite. Like it's so easy to create so much space between you and the enemy. Like
you
it's
ever seen-
overdone.
Do you ever see the Beast of Nurgle jumping up to get to the
Yeah.
top level? Yeah.
Very cute.
That's a powerful animation.
Get away from that barrel!
Like I think these should be made. Like I think this breaks padding. Like this is high enough of a jump that enemies can't follow you, but I'm not sure. So little happens in this room that it's hard to tell. I don't like this because this is a nice set piece. Like this, it feels like this should really be used more.
But again, it's like this high ground. What do the high ground enemies do if you aggro them?
Immediately walk down.
They come down. So like, and again, it's like no, you don't care if the enemies are on a high ground. The enemies that there aren't enemies on equivalent high ground opposite. If you see what I mean? So like, if you go up to where you are, like where you start, if you look across the room, you feel like there could be across the other side.
Yeah,
See, there's a
guns.
symmetrical ledge. You feel like there could be stuff across, and even if it's not there at the beginning, once everyone has jumped down, all this high ground here, which you would take in order to fuck people up who are going in the middle, and then it doesn't really get used, except because all the enemies are down at the front for some reason. They're walking out of the lower level because they've all been having a meeting down at the bottom level or something. I don't know, but like you are looking where all the enemies are always in this map all the time, right? Like that one corner down there, and again, it's like there just should be more stuff in more of the space.
Like my suggestion, first of all, to improve the game, level design aside, is to get rid of the demon host. But like having the demon host here is like so restrictive, and it's not restrictive in a good way because like going all the way down of there like also trivializes the room completely. But having her be gone and being able to use sightlines freely, also like these banners stopping projectiles and shots, stop, please, thank you. You know what would be a cool idea? Get rid of this
See,
wall
this
here.
gun penetrates thin cover, so you're all right.
It does. Get rid of this
Not
wall
those
here.
banners, though.
Get rid of this. Make this like playable area. Because look where it lands. You could have a ramp that come here, and that would also make this a path enemies can take to get up to you instead of having to climb up. Necessarily.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a good example too. It's like this is a 2-level area.
But really, it
Except-
only has one.
Yeah, because either you're shitting on the enemies down below and they can't get to you because when you're above, you control the sight line so completely that the enemy behavior just doesn't work. But then once you're down, they don't turn the tables on you. So
Yeah, no, like I think making this playable too is cool because like look, you're right in front of the magistrate's chair or whatever. If they made this like a bit of a fortified position, and they specifically said that gun enemies can't drop down and they actually have to fight you, you could have a nice like little boarding action here where you fall into their platform, and now you're fighting from this POV.
you know what? This should actually be an event. And what it should be
I know,
is you
a
know,
mini event. Yeah,
well, you see the gates that are either side of this platform.
yeah,
Those gates shouldn't be open by default.
I
You'd have
agree.
to do something to open those two gates. I think is at least you could just have it being like you have to go across and climb up the other side to do something to open the hole or something. But just anything to get you engaged a little bit would be nice.
I was gonna suggest making this a bit of an event because it feels like you kind of rush past this too often. Like you kill everything from above and then you just come down and everything's clear. There's nothing to do.
And
Having
also,
to
also there's the space like behind you. There's the area at the back here. You know, this is all this
oh,
space in this room.
this is awful because this door can only be opened by enemies or from inside, I think.
Yeah, yeah, but that's a good. But that's the fact it's dysfunctional is exactly a good point because it's like there's this space here. It's technically functional play space if the doors weren't weird.
Wait, why are they
But, like,
stuck?
I don't know. But it's
Usually
one of those
there's
things where
one
it's like,
open.
yeah. I think maybe because you're cheating, and so the game's trapped you. But yeah, you know, there's just loads of space. There's so much room for activities.
Yeah, no, I love the idea of making this. You know what you could do? Make this a scan event. Like a very short scan event where you have to go on the pews here and like scan stuff to like find the code to open the door
Yeah,
or something.
Like a scab captain dropped his keys, and you got to find them down the back of the
Yeah,
pews.
yeah, he dropped his cyber ident. And
Yeah.
this would be a perfect opportunity to introduce the scab captain as an enemy because he's like literally here, like atop here, then telling his troops to come charge at you. There's a lot of room for potential here. I think just making this somewhere where you fight instead of somewhere you just path across, because it's so clearly set up to be somewhere you fight. Like look at all of this nice geometry to fight around.
Yeah, but where did the enemies come from? I mean, the other thing is this is also an issue of spawners. Like the enemies
Yeah.
can only come from one area, which is down below, and they're all there on up top. And so
Yeah.
you clear out the rest of the room, you jump down, and then maybe
You're
some more
safe.
stuff trickles in, and then you go, and then you push on. Anyway,
Yeah, this is why you need some stuff like a spawner hole here. They should drop down from here. Spawner, like make these doors active. Allow them to spawn up on this platform as well, and then immediately like come down for the melee horde. Like that would give them more options. There could be a couple nasty holes on the floor. Like this room could be made into something really amazing, and I think it should be made into a set piece like mini event because look at how cool this is. Like, has anyone actually stopped to look at the oubliette proper? Like, this is awesome. A courtroom in 40k? You don't see that often.
oh,
It's cool.
This is just also saying this
It's
is another good
thematic.
example. You know when you have a drop down, like
Yeah?
this drop down would be a great example of where the moment the last person has dropped down, that area becomes an enemy spawning point, and enemies now start pushing in from behind where you were.
I think they
And it
do
feels
do
like
that,
there's
but not hard enough.
not really. It feels like I don't feel like that's because it just feels like often you would have a very unusual feeling if you suddenly convert an area that you've just finished dropping down into an enemy flood location. You know. Anyway.
No, like this. Yeah, if this was like something, the moment you drop down, like you hear music, and enemies start coming from everywhere, they're pouring in, and you get Hadron telling you, because the first time they do this, people are gonna be trying to just rush to the door, as always. Hadron is like, Hadron here, the doors are locked, find the key! And then you have to pull out your auspexes and like scan a bunch of stuff. There's potential here. That way forces you to stay in there, forces you to have a fight, generates encounters, cool stuff. Like a small event, just like one round of scanning. And then you have to like put your skull on the door, and you have to wait for it to open, something like that. You know, bit of a stopgap. Because this map is so short as well. You're just gonna blitz through Blia.
Yeah, it is. This is definitely the speedrun map. I think wasn't it literally the speedrun map? Like that. There was that one dude
Yeah.
who was like, he would do this with a friend like in 10 minutes consistently whenever it was up and just to farm.
Yeah, it's super fast. You want people to treat scabs like more than chaff? Us too, buddy.
Like, but anti-scab bigotry has been a major issue for a long time. I don't think we can solve it.
This area is not very interesting.
Make your left.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you get snipers there.
Well, but this this entire area here, like, why is this not an example where you have parallel like raking fire? Because there are so many situations where by rights, like even look above as well. If you look at the high area to like 45 degrees to your right, there's this high thing I've often looked at and been like, why do you not get gathers there? Like,
It would make it so much more interesting.
yeah, it's like these are these platform to platform fights where you could be using the full space, but instead you're just shooting at people down a corridor.
And this area is only dangerous if you have like a beast of Nurgle like boxing you in, which only happens if you're clutching and monsters and you need to come forward. Because by the way, this whole part has like broken respawns. And so, sometimes instead of getting people here, you get them all the way across into this room here, which is terrible. It doesn't look like much distance, but when shit hits the fan, it is quite a lot. I would much rather have people respawn like here, or, you know, just here. Just something. Because when it happens, and it's horrible.
I mean, otherwise, like at least this is a pretty consistent. At least it feels usually quite intense, and then it turns out that for the same reason that you get a lot of time where you have a long sight line where most of the enemies are pathing in a straight line and they occlude each other, and then the enemies that are meant to be ranged are really far away because they don't move like the other ones, and then their shots are either getting blocked or they are just 50 meters away and can't. And like, how far is this front to back? Go to the door of this lift and just tag that back wall. How far is that? Yeah, that's a 60-meter sight line, right? So go to 30 meters. Show just how far it is before you would be taking even max fall-off damage from a shooter. All right, this is the point where a current range shooter is at his minimum effectiveness, like probably about 10% effectiveness. Now tag that wall and run to 15.
Check that out.
You have now reached the point where a shooter is actually able to hit you.
Vacuum
Now that is just why so many of these spaces, it's like if ranged enemies aren't put on the side, you are just not going to give a shit. Because although people, don't like the range combat, it turns out that your guns will kill all the enemies at quite a long way, and theirs won't. And I think that's sort of, again, these sight lines. It's not so much a map design issue, but
Interesting. I mean, it is partially like I just think there's just big hallway here. You have to be careful. Like, it almost needs to be curated as to what can happen. I think having enemies that would be able to like, what if you on top of engines you can shoot over there? They had a way to like leap across, and like you could just have guys like
a
boarding.
little bit of a gag. Well, I was about to say, this does look like a. If you just close your eyes, this is a ship. This is ship-to-ship combat, right? This is a steamship across the river, across the water, and they're pirates, and they put a gangplank over.
I didn't want to use the word, but yes, like this would be actually cool because the problem is that everything literally comes forward here, so everything that's gonna come to you is gonna come from this. Oh, also remove these buttons. Like,
I like the buttons.
The act of
push them.
The act of collecting plasteel in the map is already a humiliation ritual for their players. Having to force you to walk back through empty space as far back as this to loot is absolutely disgusting. If you're the one who's responsible for this, if I saw you in real life, I would spit in your mouth, but not erotically.
Yeah. One, if you have to clarify, but not erotically, that means it's erotic, or else you wouldn't have clarified. Two,
Well, yeah, duh.
I like this because when I first saw it, I was like, I can push a button and something happens, and the levels desperately need anything that make them feel more like places.
Not this. This is not the answer.
This is what, if you backtracking for 20 seconds to get your dirty, disgusting plasteel, you slut, is what it takes.
That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. I don't like the implication.
Humiliation.
Also, look at this. Instead of these fucking buttons, you could just have a platform connecting these two here. More boarding action. More enemies coming from more directions. Like, look at this. This would be so cool if the enemies had this as a playable area.
Yeah, it does. It does feel like this being an outside
Look
edge
at
thing
this.
and not using the middle area Like, because the other thing too, I mean, obviously that area is not finished, but if you go across here and then look down, like fighting the enemies who are here from this point of view, instead of having the drop down, and then having like, you have to lower. There's a thing you can knock over here and then go down across this area, instead of having another over there, which is a classic drop down single file cheese. Which also this area, I really dislike having to do it from this side and go along, makes this worse than anything. Whereas fighting it from here would at least be like everything here would be engaging with you, and there wouldn't be a climb up.
Yeah. I didn't even consider making this playable. Okay, what if... Okay, it's playable
Well, but
now.
making
but
this clever.
this...
If you look, it's not finished. So
Yeah, of course, but it doesn't need much.
just
Doesn't need
sprinkle
that
a bit of
much.
sauce in. Yeah.
Also-
No, it's
Like, make these, like, halfway finished gangplanks, so, like, you can't traverse, but enemies can literally leap across to come get you. Like, imagine seeing just a wave of poxwalkers, like, leaping over the gap. That'd be awesome. But then here it connects. And now you can have your fight here, and at the end there's, like, a thing you can lower to traverse, something like that. That could be nice. That might be a bit complicated, but at least making this a space enemies can use to leap across would make the run here way more interesting. Just way cooler. I like it.
Down. That's it.
This area is kind of like... Get rid of this wall.
Check that out.
What's the point of
Yeah.
this?
I mean,
Just making it so enemies can't shoot you.
Yeah, it's meant to be a helpful loss blocker, but it's probably a little too helpful. I mean, the thing about this though is it's like you come up, and really this isn't a major fight. You can have a little
Yeah,
scrap
no.
in here, but it's not. It's you can collect some stuff. There's a couple of gunners. That's it. And again, it's like arguable that that's fine, given that the previous encounter was meant to be reasonably intense, and this is just a minor jog to get to the Medicaid, collect the stuff.
Yeah,
and then for
perfectly
some
fine.
reason there's like 2 gunners in the lift sometimes. It's just like what you guys are doing here, or a ranger or something.
Plus with
Yeah.
our changes, we've already made this part of the map like much more complex, like much more interesting. I don't
Yeah.
think it needs to follow up into something else that's complex. It's fine to just have a walk to the end event, and then
Yeah.
we get to the Hydro hack. No, this is a new map. This is Oubliette. We're just talking about how to make it not dog shit.
I
In
mean, I
brackets,
think
complicated.
a good summary for this. I think in one very simple fact about this fight. I don't think I've seen this fight on any difficulty. Well, I mean, always or something, but I don't think I've seen the specialist wave that comes in actually reach us before the boss is dead once.
I think
in
I
the
may have
last
finished the
months.
mission accidentally.
Why would you? Look at his hand. It's all it's gribbled.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to say about this boss fight. Because the thing about this boss fight is there is nothing to say. Like, the boss fight has 2 things. It has exactly the same wave that spawns. And then there's exactly the same... and then there's another wave that spawns at the end. Neither of those 2 spawn in time for anything to happen. And the boss jumps down, and then he just gets clowned by everyone slapping him over and over again in a pile of groaners for like 20 seconds. And it's just, that's not even a map design issue as much as anything else, although, I mean, the arena isn't great, and there's only 2 places to spawn from, and it's weirdly delayed given they're the only 2 spawns. But it's just like, literally the same waves every single time. There's no variation whatsoever. The boss is not dangerous by himself, and the boss spawns in an area where you can just slap his shit. I mean, is there anything more to say than that? There isn't anything to say. Like,
I think
nothing
you could.
happens.
I think you could point to like specific failure points. Let me just actually turn on.
But I mean, I think, I'm more just kind of trying to say that like it needs a rework because I don't
Oh yeah.
think, but I think it's also the question of what the boss is meant to do, right? Because this boss fight structure could make sense if the boss himself was such a big deal that just the groaners and 2 elite waves is enough to get people to go to pieces.
That's. I mean, the problem with
That's
making
not
one.
a world.
The problem with making one big enemy, like the focus, is something you have to fight, is that tied gameplay isn't built around that, so it doesn't really work. Like, we've had Lord fights, and they were, without exception, bad. Nurgloth
yes,
got close.
I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying that's the premise of a fight structured like this. And if that's
Yeah.
the case, then this mission is going to be awful until the enemy designers come up with bosses
that are much more dangerous than the twins, because the twins, there were 2 of them, and that room fills with like nonsense. And it's like, if you, on hard mode.
let's not use the twins as a positive
Oh, no,
example.
but what I'm saying is that think about the twins on hard mode. That was what was needed, and this is like a less active one of them with none of the nonsense.
So,
So-
what can we do here? First problem, assuming stuff spawns, it's like the horde comes from here, the elite wave in theory comes from here, and from here sometimes. Now, why is there a door here, but nothing's coming out? Stuff should be pouring out here. Stuff should be...
Wait, you know what the structure here is? Look at those cells. You have
Yeah.
packs of enemies in the cells, and at like certain points they open and let the enemies out. Like that seems like the obvious structure. You have like the demented hordes of like fucked up Nurgle guys in here, and he opens it
yeah.
up to let people out.
Also, why are there no specials spawning? Because, like, the arena itself is, like, fine. I don't mind having this little drop down that enemies can't path around because it's a limited arena, so having, like, one spot, you can create space. Although, it does trivialize the boss because he literally can't handle this. Like, if you keep doing this...
No, but the boss can't
Because he's
handle
stuck
you,
here.
like, walking backwards, so it's alright.
Yeah. I think the purpose of a boss like this should be... The purpose of all bosses in Tide games is to be a disruptive force that forces your attention away from the main Tide game to deal with some imminent threat that like moves you around and does bad things to you. Oh, look at this. Look at my boy.
Wait,
I
how
can
come he's
push
got
him.
rages up here?
Yeah, that's weird. I think they spawned earlier.
Oh, he's
They
just
have
got the
to be
boy.
here.
Yeah, but that's like a rager and 2 thingies as an ambient pack. They're just hanging out up here.
So what I would do with this guy is that he comes in phases. Like you have to. Oh, that is unusual. Look at that, an ambient patrol through here. Because I'm invisible, they can spawn.
Hello.
That's haunted.
This is more enemies than the whole of the fight.
Yeah. Look at them. Look at them. Poor dudes. They don't even know what's hitting them.
It's me.
They don't know.
He's doing cardio. No, yeah, there's an interesting thing that's just like, yeah, there's just stuff to be done here.
And
The
like
attack
immediately.
vectors- yeah.
Yeah, just more stuff spawning from the back here would be more interesting. Potentially having shooters. Like, the fact that you know where everything is coming from, if it could even spawn, is a problem. And especially the fact that the horde is, like, always coming from the same spot, I don't like. Also, sometimes this door should open and, like, Ogrins should come out. And so what I would do is also use this door. Okay, here's what you do. This guy, he comes in phases. Like, you can't, first of all, why can't we stagger him? Bosses should be unstaggerable. You fuck him up, you deal with his first phase, he runs out through that door, and out come, like, the Crusher pack, or like a bunch of Ogren, and he turns up the intensity, and you get a massive wave of spawns, and then when the spawns have calmed down and you started clearing them, he comes back.
Also, look around the outside of this room. If you were a scav captain and you had people with guns under your command, would you notice the whole way around the outside of this room? Not just the front, but the back, the whole way around. High ground.
Yeah.
Ledges that the players can't get to where you could have shooter enemies.
Yeah, and this would be like a nice thing where
Couldn't get shot by any of them.
he could call them out. Like,
Yeah.
like, show them what the Mobian sect is made of! And you've got like an alarm in the back and the shooter spawn, that way you don't get immediately blasted and you don't know where it came from. Now that could be great. And I think the theme of having this guy show up and run away, first of all, it's funny because like Chaos Guy is cowardly. Like, it's an archetype, it's funny. But also, it lets you have this rhythm of gameplay where you actually have stuff happening beyond I'm pounding on this poor guy with a nerd name. And we got, oh yeah, the broken glass ceiling. Have stalkers like rappel through there. Also, I can see the void. But yeah, this arena needs specials. It needs more vectors of engagement. It needs to have the boss have phases. And I think this could actually be like a fun fight, like very intense. Maybe
and
the
also,
geometry could be
just-
changed a bit.
Just as a
Yeah.
quick note, you would want the boss fight in this to be harder than the boss fight in Chasm Station. Because Chasm Station is a longer map. And this is just like, this feels just like a much more raw assassination. You're just going to kill this guy.
Oh,
There's
shit!
Other stuff happening. How'd they get there?
I don't know. Because I'm invisible, I guess this game is
I've
doing weird
never
thing with the
seen
enemies that
them
have spawned in
spawn
before.
there.
No, they can't. When the normally, but I'm invisible, so I guess the
Yeah.
game works weirdly. The
Maybe
fight
it's
is clearly
already-
unfinished. Yes. No, I think very clearly the fight is not finished. Like, it's very obvious. Like, there's a bunch of places in the game that are not done. This is one of them.
But I mean, yeah, this fight's been the same since 2022. So to be fair, I think if the map designers had another run at this, I think they would do
He's
many.
cranking.
Yeah, they would adjust many of the things that they're commenting on. But yeah, I mean, this one just feels like it really does just need some, you know, it's like, you know how all they need is just a week for every map and the resources
Yeah.
to do whatever they want, and just give them all the time they want.
Because
But,
the structure is always there. Like, it is already there in most cases. Like we're literally just pointing out stuff that already exists. Like, this isn't a consignment yard scenario. Like, this could actually be very good, dude.
And also the rest of the map, like the setup is mostly there, and the music is banging, and you know,
Well, it's such a shame that it's a cool music that stops after 10 seconds because the boss is dead.
yeah, I haven't heard it get to the like. He's usually dead before the drop.
Yeah. Hi, Miguel. Fancy trailer about map changes, people would shit their pants. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, imagine showing in a trailer our vision for this room. Just like having this be a proper scrap. Also, cool thing, when he leaves, first time he cowers through, you could have a door here and he appears out of a random door on the side. He can, like, surprise you. That could be sick. Yeah,
He's
anyway, I
just
think
teleporting
that's...
from door to door saying, "Behind you, noob."
Yeah. I think this... Yeah, I think that's it for Oubliette.
Yeah, I mean, I think Oubliette's relatively short, but just
Yeah,
needs some sauce.
it is not a complete lost cause.
Yeah. Well, but I think the other thing too about this map is it's like it isn't usually a boring map. Unlike some others, just because it's quite short and usually at least something happens. Like, you know, the bridge fight after the lift is usually something
Well-
happens. There's multiple areas where at least usually something happens, even if it's not necessarily quite the way the design is envisioned.
It's a reverse roller coaster where it's like fun stuff happens and then you get to the middle event and you fall asleep, and then fun stuff happens and then you get to the end event and you fall asleep.
Yeah. But also I feel like there's less nonsense on Oubliette too, which is an upside and a downside. It doesn't have that much nonsense.
All right. What next? Oh, we're getting close to the really fucky wacky maps. Should we? Gaslam Station isn't that problematic, but I think the end event does need. The end event doesn't
Well, I mean,
need like.
let's do both assassinations back to back, so
Alright.
so that we can see if we have any notice. But
Yeah.
Miguel, our conclusion is every map just needs way more gangplanks. So what we're thinking is, if you just do a bunch of dark type art and you subliminally place gangplanks everywhere, like all over the enemies as a design element, it'll convince Fat Shark to put gangplanks on everything.
Yeah,
think it
can you draw us two guys? They're called Larry and Gary. Larry is the ladder carrying drag, and he just has a big ladder. And then Gary is the gangplank augment, and he just like brings down like a massive gangplank to cross chasms.
Yeah, so he's like a bulwark, except on his back is a kind of step ladder, and he can just like lie down, and enemies can walk up difficult to reach areas instead of like jumping or climbing. Oh, a gangplank! It's like, you know, pirates when they put a plank that goes from their ship to yours, and then all run across it. There's just so many spaces that we're just like, they just need a way to get across here.
Okay, you want to take a short break? I think I'll take a couple minutes, like pace or
Alright.
something. Okay, what do we
Yeah,
have
right.
left? Chasm Station, Sycorax, and then the two really, really nasty new maps. I think we could we bank this out today? Probably, if we don't ramble for 3 hours on one map. Okay.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
We're not doing Have Draco. Partly because we've put in the stuff about Draco before, and partly because there are other reasons. But we're going to do everything but Have Draco, and I think we're now at the last three.
Well, supply runs have got a bit airy lately. Can't blockade what you can't see, can you?
But no, it's I mean, it's just interesting when you look at the maps, and you just see so many bits and pieces that are. You see just loads of really cool spaces. Do the devs watch this? They've watched some of the previous ones, and they did find our previous discussions about maps. They did say that some of it was helpful. I guess just because it's, it's quite hard to hear coherent, specific discussions about how people approach a particular map and play it from people who've played like 2,000 hours or something. So I imagine it's useful from that point of view. But I don't know. I think they just find it interesting. So we were just like, why not? And there's absolutely no guarantee that anything will happen as a result. Except we do know that every time Telepots points out an area, you can see the void. One of them posts a sad face, so maybe the void spots will be fixed. But no, it's just kind of interesting too, partly because it's interesting from the point of view of how the enemies behave, because the way that a lot of the maps function at the moment in this game is essentially a function of two things, which is that enemies can't get up and down, and enemies don't really have range damage. So despite this being what you would think a more complex and flexible version of Vermintide, in the sense that enemies should have much more ranged presence and they should have more technology and there should be more variety. In reality, the way it mostly plays is that you have more powerful players who have more range presence, and the enemies are actually not that much more significantly difficult to deal with than in Vermintide, and they don't have the tactical flexibility to deal with the more powerful players. And this is why, you do end up seeing the game have to spam so many enemies and specialists at max difficulty, because the enemies just don't have enough special sauce to deal with it. And the thing that this definitely convinces me of is that genuinely, we just need to buff shooters and gunners and have some more significant ranged enemies. Projectile enemies, having like a pretty common projectile enemy so that you don't need to spam hit scan enemies, so the hit scan enemies can be more elite, would be nice. Enemies need indirect fire. Things like mortars. Ordinary enemies need grenades instead of relying on a random specialist to show up. Like, in other FPS games, the normal shooter enemy has something like frag grenades to get you out of cover. And stuff like that. I think the stun that happens when you get shot, the short answer is I would happily trade the ability for enemies to stun you for enemies doing a lot more damage. Oh yeah, I mean, not literally mortars, but indirect fire of some kind, right? Whether it's frag grenades or nurglings showing up and projectile vomiting over cover. It's also just partly a reflection of the fact that the enemy variety, in terms of what weapons they have, is very limited. Essentially, you have gunners and shooters, and that's it. The gunners are meant to control a line of sight and don't, and the shooters are meant to shoot and they don't. Gunners don't feel great because they turn your gun off with suppression, and they don't really control the line of sight, and they can't move, and you can't really engage with them because they don't have like uptime, downtime. And so, at the moment, it's rather like the Soviet Union. The old joke about Soviet workers, where they'd say we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. That's kind of how it is with shooters at the moment. Shooters pretend to be ranged enemies, and we pretend to shoot them. And unfortunately, there isn't really an answer to this that isn't enemies need to have ranged presence. What enemy works well in the game as things currently stand? It's an interesting question.
Okay, I'm back.
On a straightforward sense, most of the basic enemies work reasonably well. Certainly most of the melee enemies, they might be a bit slow, but at least they're functional. They do their job. Poxwalkers do their job mostly.
players are still quite powerful relative to them, which is an issue. But fundamentally, a lot of the melee enemies are basic but work. Like even crushers are basic and work, right? It really does just falls apart when it comes to putting pressure on players in more complex ways. Anyway, to the map.
All right. Crushers work until the game rolls back your dodge, and you get fucking splattered 5 meters away from him. After your dodge count goes back up. They also I think all melee enemies don't function because the moment you put a couple of them together, like hyper density nastiness occurs, and when they're alone, they're just never a threat. It's a bit.
Yeah, I mean, hyperdensity has always been a problem. I more just mean that in the sense of if you have a few crushers and some bruisers and some poxwalkers or something, if you fight them, you know, the different parts of that mix mostly work. They mostly control their space and so on. Whereas shooters don't feel like that.
No. Yeah, the range component
and
just doesn't function.
a good comparison here is that bulwarks and rages. Rages are an example of an enemy that functions but is bad, in the sense that rages are designed to pressure a space. And they do that by essentially just being a moving zone of fuck that you don't really interact with. And you just shoot them because they got low enough health that you can kill them, and so they get spawned in packs of 15. So rages function as a piece. Like if you spawn a bunch of them and people don't kill them, they will pressure space, but they're not good. And bulwarks are an example of an enemy that fails to do everything they're meant to do. Bulwarks don't control space, and bulwarks aren't interesting to engage, and they don't serve as a front line because enemies are often faster than them. They don't even behave sensibly in how they interact with other enemies. So that would be the rough like tier structure. Enemies that function and kind of do what you would expect. Enemies that function but do so in a bad way, and then enemies that neither function or do anything.
I noticed the skulls on his pike actually dangling.
Yeah, he's got
weird.
Physics-enabled skulls.
It's cool. Dickhead. One day we'll make you do something. I promise.
It's also just kind of interesting that we're at a point where you have a patrol that's 1 stalker and 3 shotgunners.
I think he's got his little...
Yeah,
he's got his little canteen. He's got his little water. One of them's for piss,
oh,
one of them's
wait,
for
look.
water.
His leather backpacks are like the leather backpacks we saw in the pile on the ground.
Oh my god, dude, look at that. That's so cute.
That's a doodad backpack. Yeah, that's where all that leather went. They've been nicking them. Alright.
God, we need to stop like these ambient patrols just being like chatty gathies, like talking to each other instead of guarding the front.
Look, to be fair, it makes sense. This bridge is where they should be doing that because they don't know you're attacking. You know, this is the first area. Anyway, let's talk about the map. So this area, what's going on?
I think this area's okay. Like,
Yeah.
Generally, Chasm Station doesn't have that much wrong with it. It is a bit like, oh, everything is coming up from here, and like I know where all the enemies are. I may have to muffle my game audio because, like, if I keep stuff spawning, it's going to be very loud very quickly. But I have to have spawning enabled so the boss doesn't die. So I think once you cross a certain zone, having them be able to wrap around or have a way to just appear behind you would help. Because, like, I'm actually going to turn the audio a little bit because I feel like something's wrong when there's, like, no sound playing. Yeah, it is a bit easy to trivialize. Something interesting... That was 5 snipers. Something interesting that can happen across here is the sniper sightline. One of the few cases where an enemy will actually contest a sightline. That's pretty cool. I feel like spawn camping here is like a huge problem with this huge climb up.
It's a climb up, and I mean, and it's a climb up with a single point, and it's also that, like, if you look across, the specialist spawn over here makes them spawn, and then they come down, and then they come up again.
Yeah. Just make a door on this side here. Like, why is there nothing around here where enemies spawn?
I've seen flamers come from here. I don't know where they come from, but I think they.
That's true. I have seen a flamer. Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of flamers here, but I don't know where they come from. Anyway, stop flamers phasing through existence in reality. Make a door around here on this wall.
Wait, turn on no clip and see what's through that wall. Oh, maybe they do just use the back rungs here. Who knows? Anyway.
Weird shit going on. Yeah, and give a way for the specials that spawn in there to just come out of here. Make that wall also spawn horde. Make camping this more difficult, because I really don't see a way to just not have a drop down for this area.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because when you look at it, it almost feels like it would be better to have a way for them to just actual stairs or something.
Yeah. The issue is they want this to be a drop down, and I can see why. Such a cute climb animation. Look at them. Little lemmings.
Walkers ready to blow.
Those jumps, like they
The
have
vertical
absolutely-
leap.
Those guys are absolutely popping off. That's what being an imperial guard elite means. Stimmed up to the eyeballs.
We need
on-
to find a way that's like a stair that only enemies can use. How do we do that?
Dude, it's an Ogren who gives them the stirrup gesture, and when they make
I
contact with him, he
know.
instantly throws them into the air, and they're just up on the top level.
I know, dude. Like, to you, it's like a trapdoor, like a spawn door on the floor. But when it opens, it reveals like a staircase below, but you can't fall down it. So that way, in functionality, for the player, it's like those spawn holes and that you know not to stand on, but it enables vertical movement, something to be considered.
If it's a trapdoor, when you stand on it, it launches you across the room.
Yeah, it displeases you.
Flipped.
That kind of thing.
Alright. So this area overall, it feels okay because this is intentionally like an entrance, right? So it's got to be
Yeah.
a bit cramped. You've got the mini cover on the right here in case you really want to play shooting down here. I don't think this area's ever been hugely problematic because
No.
all the stuff outside gets cleared before you jump down.
Even if you have like monsters and shit, there is like a little bit of kiting you can do. Like there before they gutted monsters, like playing around here was a fairly common thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's super tricky. I mean, again, it would be interesting if enemies could spawn up on the bridge where you came from, and could shoot you to hustle
Yeah.
you into the room. But you know, again, it would be nice, but you know, let's.
The technology is not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessary. I feel like this so far the map is pretty much okay. Like, there's not a huge amount to say other than the usual problems of climb ups.
Yeah. Also, I guess we made the bouncer theory, like idea before. Just a dude that says you can't get through here, dude.
Yeah, it's
You're
an
not-
ogre
you're not
wearing
one of
like
us.
like a tux, and he holds out his hand, and he just doesn't let you through.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Miguel, that's who you need to draw. You need to draw the ogre and bouncer that will allow enemies through, but not the player. So that instead of having like walls that enemies have to climb over, they can just go through the bouncer, and you can't.
Enemy
go that way.
psychers that open portals. I like it. Cool implementation of Chaos Sorcerer. Literally makes a portal. Oh, that could be a very good enemy design if they can get the tech working. It's just a guy that literally creates spawn doors. That could be awesome.
I mean, I think, unironically, they must be really thinking about like ways to teleport enemies in.
Because a lot of these arenas, like the bigger an arena, the more the issues of getting enemies where they want them has been an issue. And, you know,
No, that's a great idea, Blood Vomit. That we should pitch that.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, no, this area is fine. I kind of like this part. It's a nice sort of multi-level fight where it feels like, unfortunately, kind of the best decision is always just to drop all the way down to immediately break LOS, but I really don't think that's a problem. Like, that kind of makes sense. Like, assuming guns were really a problem too, then it would give way for the
Yeah.
players to, like, shoot back all the way across like that. Like, you know, that's kind of cool.
It's also worth noting that if it was a Nurgle Psyker or Sorcerer, he wouldn't be opening portals, he'd be opening Chaos Sphincters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many ways I'm cheating. Yeah, this area is fine.
There's a bunch of different ways. Even if you go down here, you can go up there, or you can go
yeah,
this way.
I really like the two separate staircases here. I don't
Yeah, it
know
mostly feels okay.
how would you improve this. is maybe like the spawners, like the way the horde comes from, but like that's really it. Otherwise, no, I think this is fine.
I don't have huge issues with this area just because it's like this area mostly feels like it does its job. The walkway across here I've often thought would be interesting to put people on. Over there, you can see that area above the sort of yeah, you can
Oh
see over there
yeah.
that high ground there could be interesting to explore, but mostly this area functions. Um, it
Yeah.
doesn't really feel like that there's anything wrong with this area in particular. This next room, the spawn door's a bit of a wet fart because it doesn't like you know when stuff tries to spawn out this door or you have a horde and it's just it does no one is getting tricked by it and you're just like, do we kill all these guys or do we just go through to the next room? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't do anything. Um, so
Yeah,
I would definitely.
we're just talking about maps and their various problems. Yeah, no, this area is okay. This part is like kind of strange. Like, there's only one way to play it, which is like you fucking blitz through and murder everything,
Yeah, but again, it's
and
like
then you just stand
conceptually.
here and like you murder everything, like that comes out from the bottom.
Well, that's the funny thing too, is that people don't care. They just go through anyway because it's like, why even wait? We can just kill them when they drop down from the next area
Yeah,
because the next area it's a drop down. And yeah, basically it's not an issue in the sense that it's not dangerous. It's not necessarily an issue that it's not dangerous, but you know, it doesn't serve a huge. It doesn't do much.
speedrunning in this game doesn't take much training. You just fucking walk forward. Okay, this event, I think we can make potentially really cool. It is an okay stand and hack. I'm not sure we should be able to climb back up. I don't remember how you do it, but that should probably get nipped in the bud. Not that I've ever seen anyone besides you do it, but drop downs should be drop downs. So this thing is, it kind of has this designated like holding spot here, where you can sort of see everything coming. It's just an issue of everything is so predictable. Like when something comes from the left, it's either like a literal non-problem like horde spawn, or it's like, oh, it's the gun patrol that comes out. Like it's time to rush the shotgunners and kill them. And very
It's,
rarely, if it's a treat, like as a treat, they'll spawn here, but it's quite rare.
you can get specialists coming from the left side, but the problem is that if it's almost never a trapper, and sometimes it's a poxbuster, and they run up to
He
the
just
to the edge,
suicides. Yeah.
and he suicides because there's a railing there. He's like, no, my one weakness, the railing. Ah.
Yeah, we need
Like,
we need a way for them to come closer to the players. I don't know, because
well,
this
I mean,
hole is close, but it takes them so long to drop from
well,
it.
but also poxbusters, like poxbusters should be able to belly flop over railings. One, but two, really, poxbusters should not spawn in places they will suicide.
Yeah,
Infinitely.
we should find a bunch of doors and report them as being like special case this, so the boosters can't spawn there. That would improve things a fair bit. Otherwise, I quite like, in theory, that there's this upper level. Do we want this to be more used?
I think it's reasonably used. You often get like one or two shooters up here. The shooters tend to actually maintain this position up top if they get here. You get snipers occasionally at the very top area. You get a couple of
Yeah,
quite fucked up sight
all
lines.
the
You
way
get that
here.
one up there. And
Sometimes a
you get
bomber as well.
yeah, and the sight line that the sniper has on the hack itself is not too bad.
I like
Um,
that.
the
I like
only
that the
thing
sniper can come here and like pressure the hack.
exactly because it's one of the few cases where you have a spawn where the sniper sight line from spawn specifically just sees the one thing you would want a sniper to be able to see if people aren't like clued up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, probably the big missing element is pressure coming from the left side of your screen right now. So if you look where the upper area that you drop down from,
Yeah.
the area down underneath here, sort of halfway between that spawn door on your left and here, like this is kind of a dead zone, oddly.
Completely agree. Having a more direct way for like melee stuff to come rushing out of here, like would be really nice. I don't know. I feel like this event, we need something that can actually dislodge players, and like maybe when the Tox Bomber goes live, he could do that role. I'd like a
Yeah, although-
monster
but
to spawn.
But again, this is another one of the few events where it's like if you stand here with a ranged weapon, you can actually be useful, which is less common. It more just feels like there isn't. I mean, again, it's just not that big a room, so it's sort of hard to know. Because it's very easy to cover the specialists on the right side here, right?
Yeah.
So that you can cover quite easily. The only time it really goes wrong is basically when you don't have anyone paying attention to the left side, and you just get shotgunners who just walked onto the middle platform from the left side, and someone gets ambushed. But that's quite rare. I don't know. I mean, actually, enemies. Look up that thing above you. The thing in the middle of the room, like above the central area. If enemies could drop down from there somehow, that would be pretty fucked up. But
Yeah, stalkers dropping down onto the event itself, like breaching in. That could be sick. They drop a bunch of smoke nades and pop down. That'd be cool.
But again, it's like this event is relatively good overall. If you were to just say all we're going to do is increase the sort of variety of enemies that can spawn, toss in an ogre and wave or two, mix up the waves
Yeah.
a bit more, and add in a couple of extra spawners and a fucked up new sniper sightline, that would be great.
Maybe a boss. It just I feel like it also needs more. Like it's one of those events that isn't tuned for 4 players, and it is super easy even to do as like a duo.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit minor.
Lackluster.
But then again, it's also this isn't that main an event, and the following areas don't feel reasonably intense. So I don't know. It's a sort of tough one. It doesn't. Yeah.
There's
'Cause
parts in
I'm
that
just looking at
carnival
the-
one. The carnival event is way worse, though. The carnival one has like way worse spawning behavior. It's like completely uninteresting. It has no geometry. This at least has like some interesting stuff going on in the middle event. Like fucking Warren is a disaster. It is
So
just
I-
straight up a disaster.
Okay, here's my feeling. Fundamentally, this room isn't big enough to really sustain the kinds of stuff that is going to really push a team without it turning into a clusterfuck in 3 seconds if it goes slightly wrong. And I think that's probably the case that erring on the side of caution reasonably here. It just needs to be interesting. It doesn't necessarily need to be the ball breaker event.
No, but it does
But,
need to be like about twice as intense right now because it's fucking like an
Yeah, no,
event,
it's-
like a
it's
stand and hack
definitely on the
event
low end.
that's like
Yeah.
trivialized by a duo is not
Oh
good.
yeah,
So-
it's definitely the low end, but I just mean I think it's kind of.
Hey, look,
It-
it's this haunted part of Silo Cluster again. Did you guys ever notice that it like actually connected to this map? Look, it's like the exact same thing. It isn't. It's just reusing the same thing. But this has the exact same problems where it's just like 3 climb ups, and like enemies can't do anything to get to you. They just get fucking murdered. Like you just shoot down everything here.
It's even easier to go around the back as well. Like you can just drop down here and you're fine. So it's
Yeah.
a sort of.
It's the kind of thing that just favors the player so much. Like there's nothing the enemies can do to get to you. I don't know, how do we fix this, man? How do we let enemies come up here? Okay, where can they actually spawn?
Well, they do try and come over the wall. It's the same thing on the other map, actually.
Yeah,
They'll come
yeah,
over
exactly
wall,
the same
which is
thing.
fine.
Yeah.
But I don't
But
know.
the trapdoor stairs, dude, I'm telling you, they have. Look, here's the pitch. They have a door that they can enter, like at the wall here, and it takes them on like a secret staircase you can't enter, and like a tunnel that like opens up here, and it's like creates this like door in the floor, and they
Yes,
come
but
out
you
like
see,
that.
you're
Rah.
already door camping the new door. you,
Nah,
it
dude.
might be a trapdoor, but you're still spawn camping it.
Nah, dude, because you add a couple spewers everywhere. This needs spewers. Can enemies actually like? Yeah, they can spawn here and they climb over this. I think this is horrible. Just make a spawn hole. These climb ups are problematic. Just a bunch of spawn holes here, basically, to kind of somewhat pretend to pressure players before they're about to drop down.
I just think that the simple thing is, with a room designed like this, it's very, very difficult to apply much pressure to players.
Yeah.
And in general, what I've seen here is that you do occasionally get stuff going wrong. If you get a beast of Nurgle here, not for a good reason, but because they eat you and when they spit you out, you get thrown into the back rooms. It just happened to be like 3 times on this map.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this area, you could like tone it up a bit.
but really it's not the main event. It's the
No,
next
it's
phase
not.
because this is an interstitial room. Many of the comments about previous areas and climb ups apply here if you wanted to make it something more intense. But I think that the question is the bridge
Oh,
because
this
that in particular.
this pipe needs to be made like to not have collision, because if you're an Ogryn, you can go
Bang your
in,
head.
but you can't go out. It's actually a huge problem. Yeah, this is fine. This I don't like. This funnel is like way too tight. Just leads to like when you're standing up here, you just kind of do this and you just murder everything that's coming to you. Good luck on the interview. Like this wall should
Anything
be
aggroed.
blown open.
Yeah. Because anything aggroed from the bridge, the first half of the bridge gets cleared by you literally being able to stand at this door
Yeah,
and just doing this. So
yeah. No, this is not good. But the bridge is potentially kind of cool. Like ranged enemies aren't really much of a thing, but
I'm really unsure about the value added by being able to shoot all of the ranged elites downstairs through the holes in the stairs here.
it's really bad. I think they should be covered up.
Well, but also just even if you covered this up, the hole in the steps. If you walk back and just look through the slats in the steps, you can kill every single ranged elite downstairs through the what's it. And
Yeah.
it's not. I don't think that's really great.
I don't like that. If I can shoot
yeah.
them, they should be able to shoot me.
They kind of can, but at the same time, it's like
Not really.
only a few of them have the angle, and then the rest will start running up, and then you just get the standard funnel at the top of the stairs. It feels slightly wrong. It feels cool that you can see them, and it feels cool that you can see them through the stairs. It feels of questionable value that you can shoot them through it.
What if
Because it's
we
not
did
just
cool
this, right?
things?
But it's really not just this, because if you go back, it's literally through the holes in the actual like you see the floor, like those little steps on the floor. You
Yeah.
can shoot through these gaps,
Yeah.
and it's like, especially further forwards, it's not. It feels really unintended. I don't think.
Owned. Idiot.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so that's what I waste time doing this just because it's funny, but like it's also not very good.
So this section is kind of like not very interesting. If we had gun enemies that behaved properly, they would kind of get trivialized by this. Like the fact that they have to come all the way around, and then there's like this blocking their LOS, and then there's this blocking their LOS. It kind of further linearizes them. I'm not a huge fan of that. What if we made some interesting stuff with these platforms? I have some wacky ideas. I don't know how good they'd be. What if this
I mean,
connected?
straight up, like you could connect this in a horseshoe shape, like right here. You could connect this to the thing on the right side, and then make it so that this is more of a circuit or something. You could do something quite deranged. I just.
Yeah, I know.
It feels partly because
I don't know
if
how
you
good it
look
would
at-
be, but
Well, it's
it would
also
be
just that
deranged.
This is an interesting. Like having a one-way path, having it connect around the outside. At least there's just something that could be done here, because the problem is at the moment, again, it's like, in as much as this isn't two straight lines of the bridge and the sort of stairs going up to the bridge, the ways in which it deviates from being straight lines are entirely player favored and unfair. Where you can shoot the enemies from outside, you can pull them deterministically, you can see all the spawns. There are no specialists that are relevant here. The only specialists that can turn up, they come from behind and walk through the doorway from miles away, and they can't hit you. Or they try and come over the wall on your left, like occasionally you get a mutant, an optimistic mutant coming over that wall who can't make it. So you're under no pressure while in the middle of this bridge.
There needs to
And-
be something that can like board the bridge from the side. Like that's kind of why I was looking at this. Like, can we connect this? Can we make something happen here?
Yeah,
Like
or
maybe
enemies coming from higher up platforms or something. It's just, as it stands, you don't. The more you draw the players' attention to what they can do from this bridge, the less interesting both the bridge and the fight below that follows is, because they've killed everything.
Yeah. So enemies, Shazbot, enemies can in theory shoot through the same hole you can, but you have like player aim. They can't, find like the most disgusting peeking hole imaginable. Like I'm not going to get shot by someone through here. Like I don't even think they can draw line of sight through this.
Yeah,
They
because
just
you
get
can think of
blasted.
that as each of these is a peak, and it's a peak that lasts like half a second. It's like,
Yeah, and as a result, the guys that I don't shoot are gonna be walking towards me and die. This wall's a problem. Climb up walls, we've talked plenty about them. I would just straight up like make this a big fucking door instead. I really don't like this climb up.
Yeah, I mean, you only ever really see mutants come over there anyway. Or the occasional beast of Nurgle.
Who does the funny flop animation?
Yeah, exactly. We come down here. Coming down this staircase is not too bad because the fact the staircase is kind of open on the right
Yeah.
means you do shoot as you come down. That's cool, and you can feel a bit of pressure to get down to this area. But I don't know. This is not. Hey, look, that gets one out of loss. Once you get here, this part of the level is interesting and not interesting because it's a bunch of weird unstructured fights. There's this side area in front of you where you have this little area in here that feels like it should be something, but every time you come in here, it feels like you've broken the flow of the level because all the enemies outside get confused. There's like one or two guys in here, maybe a specialist.
It's almost too big. Like there's just too
Yeah.
much map.
Well, but yeah, and you just come out and you're like, where are the guys? And then there's some guys over there. There'll be some dudes through there. It just sort of feels like it's all quite split up.
Yeah, I think okay, for covering this bridge so you can't shoot all the enemies downstairs would like help with that partially because you haven't emptied the area below before you get to it. But we could probably do some closing off, like cleaning up of this, because it's saying like it's a very accurate comment to say that everything feels kind of like disconnected little fights, like in different places that don't really like merge together. And you can go into this room here and like immediately break all of the LOS and pull more shit from forward. Like I don't know, maybe I'd get rid of this, like this barrier here, and open up this area as well. Just make it feel more connected in some way.
Yeah, and it also just feels like each of the enemies you can pull. So the enemies that you can pull from really far away down here, and it confuses them. The enemies you can pull on the left side, the other side of this building, in that
Yeah.
in that line of sight that you just described.
And through across, like here.
Yeah, and all those enemies, they then become part of a confused trickle where they end up in a weird place and don't apply the pressure they were meant to later, but they also don't do it now.
Yeah.
Because there's so much, there's like all that, not only the areas the lines of sight are blocked, but the distance they have to travel is pretty long. And if they go the whole way down one path and then they have to go all the way back round to come to the back of a different area, they just don't do anything.
Same comment for every door. Players shouldn't have access to doors they can open and close. The only thing this does is encourage like massive cheesing through one way or another. I don't like this. The hole should be bigger. With like these super tight choke points always end up being problematic in one way or another.
I don't mind that door as much just because I like going into there and closing the door and feeling like, now I can get on with, my business. It gives a pleasing sense of closure.
Yeah, but then there's another one. It
Oh, yeah,
opens
but
it opens the wound back up.
This door we don't talk about, yeah.
There's a weird
It's easy-
spawner. I think it's here, like where like the dog will climb up and come over. It's only a couple specials that will come out of here. Very strange.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because beyond that area is where, the mutants that will climb up the wall and the bridge as well. If you go through
Yeah.
here, I think you'll find a spawner. And
Yeah.
in here, they go to this area and
Exactly.
they go up there and all. But if you go back out, have a look at the end of this area, where you were just looking. The back of this area where you have the high ground, and there's a bunch of usually gunners and stuff over here, like in this fortification, this weird dead end fortification, and it's always kind of confused me because it feels like this is meant to be in front of where you're going, right? Like it's a fortification, but there's just some guys here, and they're not even that aggressive because it's usually some gunners and shooters, and you can actually ignore them.
Yeah,
don't
I mean, they
think they
literally
track
like
it.
if they're like here, they literally can't see you.
Yeah, well, it's also funny because this is a classic bit of troll cover. So if you look at this cover, it's got a vision slit in it. The enemies can't use it. And again,
Yeah.
it's like it would be really annoying if they could, but at the same time, it'd be quite nice feeling like you were actually shooting a head through here. But
Hell
it just
yeah.
feels like, again, the enemies need behavior to use the stuff that is here. Otherwise, you just have enemies standing around fortifications that they can't use, which are actually reverse fortifications. Because they stop the enemies, but not the players.
It's trapping them. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, I know how to use this. Your gun's getting blocked. And it's why the most deadly enemies are basically always just ones that are standing like in nice positions with nothing in front of them, as opposed to I'm in a fortification, except no one told me about crouching. Oh, look, he's got a pointy chin. Oh, he doesn't look very happy. His nose fell off.
It looks
I
like
like
he's
it. I
got
like
2 sets of bottom teeth. Look at that.
like a shark. I like that his chin.
Oh,
No, I like that his
well,
chin guard had 2 spikes on it, but then he took his head off. Right, that was a bit rude.
he deserved it.
This is also like another drop down that instantly wastes whatever was in this room because they try and climb up, and it's usually just a few elites, but they
Yeah,
instantly die with their hands on a climb up.
it does more. I think that the intent here is to put the players in a bad situation, and it succeeds at that. It succeeds at that, but I'm not sure it shouldn't necessarily be you're in a bad situation here because just everything can shoot through here. Like, this is actually one of the few sidelines that, assuming enemies with guns could deal damage to you, this would be absolutely fucking horrible to deal with. I would like to see this expanded to be less horrible, so people are more maybe inclined to actually use the drop down. Maybe we could make these like a fucking airlock here or whatever. Just anything to prevent like cheesing stuff by making it come up, something like that.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. But beyond that, this, I hate this so much. Like, just like this super small, very tiny opening, and then you've got all these little slits that enemies can blast through. I'm not a fan.
It's also too accurately modeled, so sometimes you'll just
yeah.
find a lasgun shot that will
Oh, yeah.
shoot the spikes. I think the spikes can clue, right?
Oh, no fucking way.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
the spikes
stupid.
can clue. And there are a lot of things like this where it's what I would describe as entirely too accurately modeled geometry.
Yeah. What if you open this door here? Look at this. Imagine how much nicer this area would play. People would feel like they can breathe. They can come here. You don't have you don't have good cover, but you have space to play against the guns that are set up
Oh wait,
across
I
you.
didn't even notice this is the same geometry as in the drop down later.
Yeah. No, yeah, you can literally see across the room.
Yeah.
Sometimes
But
there's
it's
enemies
also
there.
this is structurally mirrored. Like I didn't even like notice that. Yeah. Oh, look, there's a train. Oh yeah, it's green.
Yeah, that's the
Metal
trailer train that crashed from
train.
somewhere.
The trainler.
No comment. Yeah. No, I think this area would work quite well with just opening this up. I think would do wonders because being forced to fight in like such a shitty chokehold lends itself naturally to you either cheese them all by nuking them or you are not going to have fun playing the game.
It's also less. I will say it's less bad than it used to be because this is also one of the worst places in the game for old shot blocking, where you would be trying to kill the ranged enemies and someone would just stand in front.
That's not in the game yet.
Oh well, you know. I got Hellbore. Actually, I used a Hellbore, so that was fixed when they increased Hellbore double cleave charge shots. So,
Did they do that actually?
Yeah, well, it was an accident. All of the cleave weapons, all of the weapons that used certain fixed cleave values, all of the fixed cleave values like single cleave and double cleave got increased.
Huh.
And that's why, for example, the IAG Mark 1 will now cleave through players.
Hell yeah.
40% power boost on top of its existing cleave. Anyway, yeah, this room's alright. I mean,
She's okay. Yeah, no, it's this is alright. I like the shitters here. They really should put like a skibbity toilet Easter egg. Like sometimes the head
Wait.
can pop out of this.
I didn't even realize these were toilets. These are squad
Are you
toilets.
kidding me? Yeah.
No, I just thought this was like shower room or something. I never even looked at what these were.
What? You never look
Just-
at the map, Scrap. You never look at the
I just see them and I'm just like, I don't see any
You just
ammo
see
for me to
shapes.
steal off other people. You know?
I like this area. I don't like the stairs too much. The stairs, I feel like maybe could do with a bit
far too-
more covering.
Far too many of the enemies come from up here.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like you look up here and you just see a patrol coming down, and it's like you just kill all of them at the top of the stairs. And if you have a good enough gun, you should be able to kill almost everything, and then it doesn't really matter what else is here. You can just go straight up, and you're fine.
Yeah. I would love if stuff could spawn maybe more dynamically. Like, the only reason you're ever here is if you're farming plasteel or if things have gone terribly wrong and you need to do a loop before getting the res.
Yes, I
maybe
don't know
this
why
could be a
that area
spawner?
exists, but yes.
Like, it could be a nice spot for enemies to emerge out of. Like, maybe enemies could spawn from here.
They do, don't they? It feels like specialists come out of there.
I don't think they do.
Specialists come out of this room 100%.
I have clutched here, and I haven't seen anyone come from up here.
Oh, I don't think they come from up there. I think they just spawn in the room because they're out of loss. So when you go up
Yeah.
the stairs, you'll have specialists coming from both of these two angles potentially.
Yeah,
From
I think
behind.
that's it.
But I don't think they. Yeah, it's the cheeky. You're not looking, so I'll spawn here.
So what I would do is, what do you think if we covered up these stairs completely? We just give it a hijab. We put in like a massive arch tunnel thing, and like this whole thing is like blocked off. Like you can't see it, you can't shoot it. Maybe you could be a hole here.
Yeah,
movement.
but I mean, think through what happens. So the player has cleared everything else, and then they go into the bottom of the staircase and look up, and the patrol is still there, and they just get killed in a closed room instead. I mean, I think it's more to do with how often you have enemies on this staircase. And I think it's there are a couple of things. One of the things you could do is you could potentially spread this, like make this open and have a little balcony coming out this way.
Yeah.
So they can look down into the room. Or if you look up, you see how there's stuff above you. You could potentially open this area up here. So there's, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like it's not a good. You fundamentally can't have a turn on a staircase be a good fight.
It's a bad place for enemies to be in, and they are always in that place. Yeah, totally.
This is like the traditional demon host location.
Yeah, there's a drop down here, by the way. Can you do on top of that actually? Huh? You can do this.
Advanced.
Yeah, I feel like this area is fine. It has problems at the other end. This massive climb up teleport is such a big issue. It is so stupid. They teleport in your line of sight, wait, and then walk and drop down.
And also, when you're shooting enemies up here, they form a clump. And they form a clump where occasionally I will shoot once and see I've just killed 20 enemies or something when you're using a bolter. And it feels like they clump up in one spot and then the stagger from the bolter makes them walk backwards or something and they instantly kill themselves on a kill plane or something. There's something fucked about this area where like hyperdense enemies in that area when paused will just all mass kill each other or something. You just get so many kills. It's terrible. I don't really know what the solution is because...
Well, simply just get rid of this. Just why are enemies spawning here? Like, make this a wall with, like, a fucking door, make a door... Like, just put a bunch of doors instead. Like, this serves no purpose.
I mean, it strikes me that part of the problem is that if you look down, like, how you... Because fundamentally, they definitely seem to want players to engage with enemies down here. And so the question is, so you shoot at some enemies here, should they just be chilling here? And like just maintain position or fall back. It feels like that is there but to answer the problem of what enemies need to get to the players if they start shooting at them, which they're obviously going to do. So what happens if we take that away and now the enemies have nowhere to go? Do they just chill here as you shoot them?
Well, ideally, they'd be shooting back.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it's like if you go further, if you spawn the enemies here, and you just take the angles through the holes in the floor. So like, if you're up here to your left and you just shoot them through, like, you have so many shitty little peek angles you can take if you really wanted to. Like, a sufficiently determined dweeb with a las gun could sweep this back to front. And that I think is kind of the issue. Is it's like, so long as the players can start on high ground where they can very easily and quickly determine which of any of the enemies down here they can see, you have a free advantage. And so you need to have the area up there so that they can get to you. But it almost just feels like...
Okay.
I mean, I just wish it was... Like, this would work better if you couldn't see down and you all got to this here and then it collapsed and just dropped you into the area.
I was just going to say, make this right here an airlock. And when you're inside, like the floor collapses under you and you're down there now. That would, good idea. I like that. making us fall down here. That way you can't like preemptively cuck everything from range. Now you're dropped into the fucking room. Don't think every area has to be super complicated. Well, the problem is that this isn't like this is dysfunctional. Like all enemies come up here and get instantly murdered, or they come
Yeah.
from behind and get instantly murdered. Like I don't
Yeah.
want things to be super complicated. They just need to be functional, and
The
they're
problem
not.
is this. Yeah, the problem is that if you look at this, this is literally. So if you think about what you actually do in this area, you stand either side of this and you hit enemies as they fall down in front of you,
Or you
and
shoot them as they spawn.
yeah, and it's like this is definitely bad, and the problem is that I can see why this is here. I see the problem this is trying to solve, and I think that the reason why we're suggesting what isn't essentially a complication is because the obvious way of letting players engage with this space makes the enemies trivial in one way or another. Now, I actually prefer the idea of not letting them come up and just like having a shooting gallery at range that's straightforward. Like, I'd rather have that than having the artificiality of them teleporting up and then falling down in front of you. At least that would make sense, and you could imagine having enemy compositions here that could respond. But it feels like it's a genuinely quite difficult thing to do if you also want to have the drop down and give players control over their positioning.
Yeah, it's also like this is unused. Like this little alcove here is completely unused. Like enemies actually have a whole zone here they can use to climb up. Like this is a dedicated enemy stair. I think this is the only one in the game.
Yeah,
Full
I
blown
mean,
real stair. Look at that.
the other possibility is you just give the enemies more ways of reaching you up top. So you could
Grapnels.
imagine just zip lines again, rappling,
Yep.
gangplanks, but also just maybe if there was some, the area you were just looking at, you can see across the other side. You could imagine having some enemies there that could shoot up, shoot back. And if you look to your left across there, you can see there is stuff on the other side up high that could also be shooting back. You could maybe mix it up a bit. But yeah, I mean, it's
Oh
not the end of
yeah.
the world.
Look at
It's
this.
not. Yeah, and you imagine if you connected that to the other side on the high ground. So
Look at this.
yeah, so if you look across here to the other side, you could imagine connecting this high ground up here to the other side there, and you have like a
Oh, open this.
yeah, and it
Huge
connects.
bridge connecting the two
Yeah,
from here to
and
here.
yeah, something like that. Anyway, I mean, it's just there's not enough play on your sight line that you can't control, and the sight line you can control, which is below, is very trivial. So there's the teleportation. Anyway,
I mean, the problem right now isn't so much ammo economy because that doesn't really exist. The problem is just that guns are literally unusable. Like, the problem is that a zealot cannot take a gun and shoot at enemies that also have gun because the main mechanic of enemy gun is to make your mouse not work good. Gun don't shoot where you point it.
but no, but here's the funny thing: they can, so long as the enemy is in some way being cheesed. So if the enemy can't shoot you, they're already suppressed, they're looking away, you're in a dumb position. Oh, then absolutely. But engaging in ranged gameplay the way the good Lord intended when things are shooting near you, nah.
Yeah.
Which is sort of, why?
So no, I think there's something to be explored here at the very least, like making this some kind of an airlock, covering this up so you can't see down there anymore, and just getting rid of this piece of shit, putting like spawn doors, spawn holes on the ground, whatever, and have the funny airlock that drops players. Plus it's funny. Like the game doesn't do that enough. Just like fucking with players. Like you
Yeah.
open this and you drop down. That thing is now moved to the back because this is a very annoying like enemy drop down. Like they drop down and then they slid all the way down somewhere you can't
Yeah, they do weird stuff.
access, and there's just this giant pile of shit in the way. I don't like it. So what you do instead is like this is the thing that players now drop down on top of, like here. If you want to keep the pile of garbage because this is kind of soulful. Um, and then what you do is enemies can just literally pour out of the hole that the players have created. Uh, and yeah, I don't know. I think this area is like fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, trappers can grab you up there, and yeah, you can't be freed. I have seen that happen.
Yeah. It feels like a lot of the problem that we're running into is a problem that I imagine they find really annoying, which is just if you have four players, you can never guarantee that those four players are going to be on the same page or they're all going to go to the same place at the same time. And so
Hence
it's
the
like you
airlock.
have to do these weird artificial like airlocks and like, oh, I want something when he gets here, this cool thing happens. And it's like, yeah, but what if like Greg is over here and Gary's over here and I'm like, damn. Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard,
But
but
on the
it could
bright
work.
side, you do tend you can often get like a quite a cool secondary fight here from the stuff from the other room. Like again, quite long sight lines. And you can get some cool stuff happening here.
Yeah.
Can work. This room feels odd because the left side of this room, as you look in, feels like it doesn't have enough stuff happening in it, and so you
There's
get this
usually a
weird.
pocket of like 2 guys here, and that's it.
Yeah, there's usually like two gunners there, and then on your right, there's all the gunners in like a huge cluster, like
Ready to
lined
be
up near that
killed.
wall. Yeah, and there's dudes there, or they are coming up on your right side, but there's not that much on the left side or coming up the stairs. But again, it's like this is just before the final assassination, so
Eh,
arguable.
this is like a geometry change, but I really hate these like clump ups of enemies. What if we made this bridge like take up the whole thing? Like these holes don't exist anymore, and you just find another way to get the specials to come up. Like, do they really have to climb up here and then wrap all the way around here? Like, it's just not interesting. It doesn't do anything for gameplay. Just make this a bit wider so the ambients that are here have more of a chance to put up a fight or something. I don't know.
I do like sometimes you just get a guy round the corner here. Like he'll just be on the right side or the left side.
Yeah,
Like right round the corner.
right
Quite
here,
funny.
ready to poke you with the bayonet.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do you see Commissar Tia breaking this? Like,
Yes.
jumping down ahead, and then the mission crashes.
It didn't crash
stuff.
this time, but yeah. This arena is a big waste of potential. It has this cool setup. Look at this. It has all these spawners of cool things. It has 1, it has 2, it has 3. It has 4 actually. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Are these double? Oh shit, they're double. So that's 5 doors on one side, and then how many doors is that on this side?
A
1,
lot of
2.
doors.
Oh yeah, 3, 4, 5. And one thing I've always wanted in this room is that the spawns feel kind of random. It's just like normal timer stuff where it comes in wave. And what I would want to do is, you know how one of the trains that you see, like both in the trailer and earlier in the map, has like this gas pouring out of it? I know gas a lot.
Yeah.
Gas is cool. What I would want to do is like the big bad comes and shows up and you fuck him up a bit and that's his first phase done. And then one side of the room, like the trains like light up and just like green gas comes pouring out of the door with hordes. So like half of the room is just engulfed in this gas that you can't walk through and buffs enemies, and you're forced to like play around the other side.
Dude,
Something
I
like
genuinely
that.
didn't realize these are train carriages.
Are you kidding me? It's a train station.
No, but I know, but I look at these and they just look like buildings, because they don't
Train.
move. Exactly, but because they don't move,
Yeah.
and there's no sign that they're things, your brain after a while just goes, "Oh, this is just a big room," and then there's what's it. On
Yeah,
both
making
sides.
them not move kind of sucks. Like my original idea was to have the train actually depart and then arrive back in, and like deliver enemies to you. Same with like the boss. Like the boss should just come out of one of these train doors. It's just the issue is this is so. It plays out the same way every time. We just turbo rape the bad guy. Like legit, if you could split that into phases, that could be cool. You could
But I
even
mean,
do something.
again,
Wait, what if we
but
could go
like,
here?
go through. Yeah, no, walk through here and see what happens. Keep going.
Is it gonna crash?
No, just keep going.
Is something bad gonna happen?
I don't know. It depends if they changed it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Do you know how I know that?
because Beast of Nurgle.
Yeah, Beast of Nurgle ate me, took me into the back room, spat me out there, and I was having a great time fighting the enemies in the spawn room, and then I went too far back and fell through the floor.
Yeah, I think the problem with this event is like way too low density, boss is a bitch, and it's extremely predictable. Once again, fight without occurrence. You can never get a monster naturally here outside of the boss. Like, why doesn't he fucking summon his pet Plogrin to like come fight you? Why don't we have stalkers dropping down from these like platforms up there? Why don't we have, like interesting stuff going on? Like, I think the idea of the trains like neutralizing a portion of the map, it doesn't have to be like half and half. What if only these two and this one here spew gas, so it's like a third of the map gets split off. Like they have this whole mechanic to play around, and it's only stuck into the upcoming modifier that I don't know how it works, and the fucking twins fight, which sucks. Like, this is a prime way to use it, because this is what they use the train for. Like, as you literally environmental storytelling, you get to see the train with the gas, and then later you get to experience the train with the gas.
Kids experience, I guess. I mean, I think the thing I'd say about this is just both this and the previous level. Their final events are hugely subject to how the bosses are, and they both use the same boss, and that boss is very limited, inherently not mobile, inherently not very challenging, and inherently puts on no pressure.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question, like how much of this is a level design issue, and how much of it is just that basically the bosses need to be turned into something serious, and then you can see what the space needs. The space is fundamentally not too bad. This
No, it's
isn't a local
fine.
arena. There's a lot of different ways for enemies to get in. You know,
The issue is that they're not being used.
Yeah, it's just that fundamentally there's not enough pressure, and the boss goes down so fast it doesn't really matter how the arena is set up. The random shooter spawns that come in from the back here usually don't even reach you by the time the boss is dead. It's sort of
Yeah. I'm also maybe thinking of just straight up closing this off completely, like so players can't go back here, because there are things spawning like behind you for sure, but like you can actually, if you really want to, if the boss was a problem, you could like drag him here and cheese him.
Dude, I've failed this mission once ever. And the way it happened was, it's actually quite recent. It was like maybe 4 or 5 months ago. Someone said, "You guys don't know the strat. I'll show you the real strat." And he said, "What you do is you stand in this back area and you always win." And we all went into this, and I was just like, "This sounds hilarious. Let's try this." And we all stood in this back area, and two poxbursters came in from the side, and I
Right around the
watched
corner.
as 3 people didn't push them. And I didn't shoot them because the poxbursters were too close to them. They jumped and killed basically everyone. And I was just like, I've never seen this before, and it's amazing. And then this dude called everyone retards and left. And I'm just like, brother, you had a plan that was so bad it actually wiped people on the final boss of Chasm. It's like, you see some stuff. Anyway, yeah.
Nah, playing around with gas here could be cool. Enemy composition is a huge problem. They're too predictable. And it has a perfect opportunity, because I don't want to be like, haha, I spawned 20 shooters behind you, and I've also made them deal damage, so you die instantly. What I would want is for the trains to signal stuff, like they have lights, like they light up. Like you see, they've got all this nice ambient lighting going on. Like activate that, like do something, like make it brighter, make like an alarm go off on this side. Like you could use the spotlights here to like change. Oh, you
Yeah.
can break them. Huh. Maybe make them not
Yeah,
breakable.
it's as is traditional. All the interesting breakable stuff is in areas you never shoot.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but I think the other thing I would say is I think this arena would need slightly more cover
Yes.
if there were more shooters.
Totally.
Because yes, something you don't need. The line of sight, like all the cover here, is actually, it looks like it has quite a lot of cover, but it's all way too low
No.
to use. Like all of these obstructions, it's not real cover.
Like there is room to experiment with that. I think there's a lot of places you could put a couple more walls, like something here. Like even back when this boss fight didn't go down like 2 seconds, it was so frustrating when you would just shoot you, because guns shouldn't stun you, but they do, because some designers are what they are.
I mean, look, it's not an unreasonable thing to say that being shot should make you pause.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I do when I eat a bullet in real life. It's well known that soldiers will stop and think about what just happened and reflect upon their
Exactly.
actions
You'll
for a
consider-
solid second.
They call it stopping power for a reason, but like I think it's just this isn't this is exactly the same problem as Oubliette. It was done in 2022, and if they had another pass, I'm sure they would come up with a bunch of stuff. But I think it's definitely worth saying that both of these are particularly. I think it's particularly notable that these 2 missions have a very, very straightforward final encounter that depends on the strength of one specific enemy. And that specific enemy has been the same since 20... No,
Yeah.
that enemy's got easier since 2022.
I think the
Because
solution
2022,
is
we had the chout that stripped your toughness, and he doesn't have that anymore.
I think the solution is twofold. You've gotta like first make the boss himself stronger. Like he cannot stay a baby. He can't be a baby. And then it's offloading some of the pressure of making the event hard off of him and onto normal enemies. And manage to have this beautiful arena actually serve its purpose. And that's gonna need a little bit of cover, maybe cleaning up this area back there, maybe blocking it off. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it for Chasm. It's not monumentally problematic. I think the biggest problem is like that drop down area with the pilot suitcases we talked about, with that awful thing that teleports enemies
Yeah.
up to your right.
But I think but it's interesting looking at this map. The early sections where the sight lines aren't that long mostly function, and then the moment you get into the big open areas where the sight lines are really long, the weakness of ranged enemy presence at range becomes apparent, and you just kind of get encounters that don't really feel right.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's, less of a proper level design problem and more a general how do these guys behave kind of issue.
Yeah. All right. Shall we do the last two? We might as well.
Last three,
What's the last three?
Sycorax, Warren,
Oh yeah,
Mercantile.
Sycorax. Actually, in that case, let's do Sycorax, then we can leave Mercantile and Warren for tomorrow. Because
Yeah, no
I wake
problem.
up at midnight.
Oh, no problem. I don't want to keep you forever. Plus, Sycorax is complicated.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Sycorax is worth doing today, just because I think it connects to a
Yeah.
bunch of other stuff.
If you want to stop, like we'll stop.
No. I mean, I think the last two should be done because I think Warren and Carnival need a bit more discussion because they're newer, and I think it's also the case that there's clearly more stuff going on in those maps in terms of how they're put together than some of the older maps. Like a lot of the geometry is less more true. This is more true of Carnival and Warren, but there's lots of stuff that you can do in those spaces, and it's new chunks.
I hate Warren, but I think Warren does something interesting. It's a
Oh, no,
dual end event. It's a
does, but
triple end event. It's just
I
that
mean,
two-thirds of it is bad.
Yeah, I just mean more in the sense that the physical spaces, like in Carnival, there's lots of really novel geometry that isn't a chunk from any other level, and in Warren, there are like the early sections are quite the big open boxes in the streets.
Yeah.
Less, So whereas I think Carnival has more genuinely interesting geometry.
Randomized modifiers like grudge marks. I see grudge marks, I vomit. Fat Shark is not good at designing modifiers. Like grudge marks will literally becomes immune to gun. Is immortal for time. Can teleport. Actually, giving him a teleport would be kind of sick because he's.
Yeah, there's some of those that are fine. Like the teleportation could be cool. But...
I think in terms of randomization, you could randomize like what happens during the event. Like it's such a big playground, such a big arena that you could actually get away with doing a lot of stuff. But I think as for literally applying buffs to the boss himself, I don't know. What I'd like to see instead is having different variants of the boss. Because it's already in the game. We have two variants. They just don't really play that differently from one another.
I think the issue, just to quickly go over that, the issue with applying modifiers to the enemy, the way the enemy works, he has lots of systems that interact with the player directly, and so if you mess with that, it can get really unsatisfying. Like you say, if he becomes unstaggerable, it's not interesting. It just fucks with you. But messing with the arena, like it's very clear what the player response is. You have to just not be there and go somewhere else, and then you have to use all of your tools to solve a problem that's now imposed. Whereas if the problem is the boss is now immune to blank for 5 seconds, what do you do about it? You have loads of tools for moving, making space, and enemies inherently complexify moving around. If one enemy just simply has a random property that is from a completely outside the game system that you had no idea was coming, and you don't have any tools to deal with, it's like, well, I guess I'm not shooting him for the next 5 seconds then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it isn't. There's no interplay.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
It's in Clavum Barras.
Yes.
I like this area. I detest this map, so I'm gonna try and be very nice to the few parts that I can. It usually nothing happens because this is like the starting room, but it is like
It's cool.
I think also can enemies spawn up here and drop down? That could be a nice thing.
They can spawn up here and they can go in any of the 3 directions. They can go over this wall, down here, or over the other wall.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have guns. Look at the stat line. That could be sick. That could be something nice. We need to move up gunners into the priority sound queue because right now, have you ever been just like blasted in the back for 5 seconds before you realize it's a gunner unloading into you? That's happened to me more than once.
I'm just so used to people like blasting me from the back. It's just impossible to do.
Oh,
It's tough.
yeah. No, this part is fine. I don't think there's like major problems. This isn't where the filth begins just yet. This corridor is kind of stupid with its one door spawner, but there you go. Like you can
Yeah.
kind of just stand here and murderize everything that's coming your way.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also it's kind of it's intentionally the case that you get here and you feel like you have a nice line of sight. You get to tidy up the enemies coming here, and then you like look around, and then you open the you press the button, you murder the couple of random dudes standing here, and then you drop down into what should, in theory, be an awkward place to be, given there's a spawn door behind you. But this room's slightly too small. The door in front of you is too easy. The enemies that are meant to be across the way don't hold position, so the ranged enemies can't do anything. There's some slightly cursed geometry there.
Why is this
No, it'd be-
modeled? Don't
but if
model
you-
this.
But if you go to the doorway to this room and have a look out across, that's the way that this sightline is divided up is so obstructive for the enemies. And usually the enemies here are mostly on the left side. You know, the back area near the lift where
Yeah,
there
totally.
tends to be a patrol that spawn there.
They're clumped up like back here.
Exactly. And so they notice here, they trickle out across here, and then they all end up centralizing themselves and not doing anything. It's a very inefficient sort of position for them.
It should
And,
be
you know,
more
it's-
opened up. It feels like they cluttered it up, like because they thought it would be nuisance for the player, but it works the opposite.
I mean, it's also just that. How would you deal with this if you were the enemies? The answer is you would just camp the railings, right? You would form a line and you would just wait for people to come through the door.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like even with the awkward sightlines, you could still have some. It's just it doesn't end up quite happening. Are you looking at the crosshair?
Yes.
Don't look at the crosshair. I'll show the clip from earlier.
Also, this wall. I don't know why it looks weird to me. Like this wall is so naked. It looks almost unfinished.
I think it's just because it's facing you, and so it's much lighter when you're facing towards it. 'Cause you
So
get the
weird.
reflection. Yeah. Yeah, it's just catching ambient light coming from this direction.
Like look at how detailed this is in comparison, and then look at this.
It's like he's just hanging out. He's just a wall.
Yeah, I don't know. Not much to say about this part here. Like it's never very
It's a res room.
interesting. Yeah. Now this is where the problems start happening. This is one of the worst things in Darktide. And
wait,
Reddit loves it.
Hold up. Let's first say complete. The first thing is this event conceptually, it's cool and a lot of other stuff that happens in the other levels because you're not just stuff like the doors actively opening and closing. This feels more like something where things are being triggered and happening. It feels more like a system. And for a lot of the levels, the older levels, which don't have anything in them that interact, they feel much more sterile and dead. And this does feel more like something is happening, like the level is doing something. And it does feel a bit more like there's time pressure, even if there isn't really. And you know, the music is great, and there's the impression of danger everywhere because stuff is dropping down all the time. Even though after a while you realize there's like 2 rages and maybe a confused-looking bomber.
So the problem is that it all falls apart because the gameplay doesn't exist for this. This has a concept that is good, which is that players are moving forward. The issue is, do you know where else you move forward? Everywhere in the fucking level. It's not enough for an event. So, what Crab said that is correct is that there is an impression of danger, but there's nothing. Any time you play this on any modifier, you can literally just do this. You can just do this, and there is nothing that can stop you. Like, there's barely any ambient pressure, there's barely any horde, everything that spawns has to take this immense drop down to get to you, and then there you go, you're in the room, and now the door closes behind you. Isn't that convenient?
Well, but the thing is, it's like it's closing as if there's danger in there, and that's actually something Agatha was gonna say, which is like which Agatha
I was
was
literally gonna say that. I was literally gonna say that.
Where is the contaminant? What are you afraid of? What is this? Like,
Why do we need to redirect the airflow? You know? Like, exactly, Agatha. What I would do is you start this, and then gas starts pushing out from those doors. And you're now forced to push forward. And like you can keep this fairly light density fine, because if you plop like 5 bulwarks to block players away, like the players away, it's not going to be very interesting. Like the issue is, Dark Tide doesn't have much of interesting enemies that could prevent you from walking forward. What it does have is a lot of really good enemies that could pressure you to move away from them. So if it spawned a relentless amount of shit coming from the back, which is also after a while coming from the gas, and you keep the current density what it is for the forward spawns, but then when you arrive here, the doors stay open with like gas seeping out, so enemies don't have to do this stupid drop down here to get to you. That would be a massive improvement.
Yes, and I think that's the other thing too, is you get through these sections, and okay, although you weren't in any danger, the game acts like, okay, you get a bit of relief.
Yeah.
So you always get at least 10 to 20 seconds before anything happens. Like, it's literally impossible for a drop down to happen for that. And then when they do start coming,
You're
they
already
come from
leaving.
deterministic places that are high. You're on your way out. It's like maybe a couple of specialists and a rager or two.
Here's
And then
here's
you're
how you
on to the
solve
next
it.
one.
Here's how I solve this. Instead of this being the reprieve from nothing happening, because what I've done is make the thing a little bit scary, but it's not too scary. But when you get here, this is when the fight happens, because guess what? Why are you redirecting the airflow? Because the next part has had Sergeant Braphog let loose his anus everywhere, and there's fucking gas blocking the way. So
you just hear on the radio a Mobian guy going, "Oh no, the Pilgrim's got the beans again."
So, yeah, you do this instead of immediately opening... Yeah, no, actually, it does immediately open the door, but there's gas. There is gas, and you can't go in here. And you're forced to fight, and you now have this door, this door, this door, and the drop-downs. And maybe we could activate this here, because the drop-downs are lame. Like, this drop-down is stupid. Like, if anything, we should get ranged enemies in there to do stuff. But basically... we have now made this into like a little arena you can fight in. And look, it has some stuff. It has the geometry here. It has a natural little kiting route. It has enough going for it that if you turned it into a small but intense fight, it would be cool. And then you get the OK from Morrow or Hadron, which tells you that the air has become 70% breathable. Go, Varlet, and you go forward. And the same thing happens now behind you. Like, the gas slowly starts filling in, and you've got to keep pushing forward, and you repeat the same thing again, and this is still a bit of a, like, easy event with the thing I've done, but having 2 short but tense arena fights, and also if you could spawn a boss here, that could be sick. Also,
Well, I
these
think, yeah.
drop-downs.
Well,
I hate these
it's also just these rooms are not, I think, the best to have a really big fight in.
Yeah, it
But
should
it
be
does
small.
feel like
But like,
he
look,
really
why
needs
are
to
we doing
stand-
this? Like, what is the lore explanation for turning these fans on? What is this accomplishing?
You're redirecting the airflow, dude. It's fucking
But
crazy.
why? This makes no sense. Put gas in here. And okay, you get in here, and maybe this event. Okay, this room. It has only these 3 doors active, but there's a fucking chaos spawn you fight.
I mean, I feel like for one of these rooms, the thing I would want is just for one of these rooms to be a bit. I mean, the thing is, Miguel, I know what you mean, but the problem I feel like is anytime you have the possibility for players to get actually like genuinely cut off or actually messed with like this, you always end up with somebody, like some speedrunner ruining it for everyone.
Also, being
but I
stuck
do
here
think-
isn't very interesting for gameplay.
Well, but I do think that there's something to be said for the idea of doing some more with the doors too, because once you know how this works, what happens is you go into each section of this, and if you're the first person, 2 of the 3 doors immediately start to close, and you just go to whichever one doesn't. And it does feel like there's something that could be done there. You know, there's something that could be done with that isn't just walk through whichever of the 3 doors doesn't immediately close. You know what I mean? Which isn't really.
I think randomly opening the doors might be a necessity anyway, because like Jochi said, you can get stuck here. Like, it doesn't take much to get stuck in this map, because you pressed F as Ogren wrong, oh, you're now stuck behind the door, and you have to reconnect. Oh, sorry, you move-teched too hard with your knife? Sorry, you're stuck. Did you run backwards? Sorry, you're now stuck forever.
Move
know?
taking with knife should instantly kill your character. That's fair. This room's also weird because you get into here and you feel, and it feels like the game's giving you catch-up spawns, right? It's like, oh, here are some random units that feel like they're getting dropped in because they couldn't get to you previously. Also, why does everything have these really cool smoke effects? I don't see these smoke effects.
I have no idea.
They look awesome. Like, that's such a nice volumetric smoke effect. Where is that coming from? I've never seen that stuff.
I don't think it's volumetric. I think it's 2D.
No, I don't think that's 2D. I'm gonna believe it's volumetric.
Volumetric these nuts.
No, I don't have a 4090. I have a 4080, but I have a better CPU than him. So you know.
Yeah, but you're playing fucking 1080p, dude.
Exactly. So I get better. So I get better feeps than you.
This room is like weird. It's rare that you actually have a proper fight in there. It could be interesting. It has a little layout.
Well,
that you can
but I think
fight.
that's a really important thing. It's like, what do you actually? Whenever you have a fight in this room, what are you actually fighting? And the answer is the door.
Yeah.
That door is one of the biggest spawn camping areas in a non-event, I think. I've seen so many enemies get killed through this door.
Yeah.
And again,
it's
it's just
ridiculous.
like, why is this door here and not above?
Yeah.
So many occasions, it's just like... And the thing is, the spawns come out of that door at the same time as the players are there. Like, it's impossible for you to not spawn kill them. You have to actively say, I'm not going to stand next to this door to... You know what I mean? Like, it...
Oh yeah.
I know it sounds a bit messed up, but it's like, it really is asking for it.
Do you know what I would do to add a bit of cinema and fix the map? First of all, I'd put lights here because like no one likes being in the dark. This sucks. These small stairs can create like a really nasty area where you get stuck here, and it's like it's super hard to get back up because sometimes the character won't mantle. Like, dude, please, yeah. But what I would do is I would put the Medicae at the start here. Like, it's right immediately when you think, like, whew, Medicae, I'm safe. And then when you walk forward, you've been lured into a sense of safety, you get to this door, and you open the door, and there's just, like, a million boys behind. Like, you get the catch-up spawns, like, behind here. Like, get rid of this fucking door. And you have a lot of dudes coming from the front, but what you also have is the door that I think we've moved up. What even is up there? Is this, like, only for enemies to drop down top of you?
I think this is just the enemies, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead, activate this. Why is there a barrel here?
I mean, look, sometimes it's just a barrel, man.
That is weird.
I mean, I think, but the thing is, I think if you want to have a big fight in this area, it needs to be slightly more complicated, because the other thing is that if you go through into this next area, so
Immediate
here's the
corridor,
next thing.
yeah.
Well, but yeah, and so here is another classic question: what happens to all the enemies in this next section? And the answer is they get killed coming down this stairway. Like, I've seen, and again, and I'm not talking about like try-hard duos. I'm talking about if you go into a random pub game, you will see that door get camped and everything get killed coming down here.
It's just kind of the way the game invites. Like, it's the kind of gameplay the game invites naturally to be played. I think this whole part might need just a complete readjustment. Like, why is it so many winding things like that?
This area needs to just be opened up a bit. It just feels
Yeah.
like, is this an encounter or not? And you get quite a lot of enemies here. Like, you get a weirdly large amount of enemies here. It's not an area where the game is clearly saying, okay, you're having a
Very ambient heavy, yeah.
Yeah, and then you come into here, and the same thing happens. You have enemies that can come behind you. There's usually an ambient pack in here. There's almost always a bunch of shooters and gunners over here that get pulled in. And what does everyone do the moment they look through the doorway into this room? They pull back. And so they get killed. These raised enemies get killed either in this doorway, or they get killed in the doorway to the previous room because everyone's pulled them back.
Yeah, this might be complicated to open up, like redoing the whole area. But here, just like this wall, just like open this all the way up. Like, this should just be open. You know? It just doesn't work right now.
But it's kind of funny, just like how like small doors going into big rooms really do seem like, how do we deal with the problem of players being able to use the doors and the enemies not being able to understand that if they go through the tiny door, in front of all the guns that get shot.
We
It
blow
feels
up the
partly
wall.
like it's well, but it feels partly like it's it's almost like we're victim blaming. We're blaming the level when it's basically just that the enemies simply cannot stop but walk themselves into a doorway covered by a bunch of guns like moths to a flame.
Okay, this room. Another last bit of positivity before we go into really bad sections. I love this little room here. First of all, thematically, it's awesome. Like, you're actually getting to see the servitors do their thing in the archivum. They finally, at some point, they added noise to them. It's awesome. Look at these. Look at this guy.
Like the rosettes on the ceiling and stuff. Not rosettes,
yeah.
but just like the patterning. It's awesome.
I wish you could shoot them. And they get angry. Like, you can't destroy them, but you can make them pissed.
Can you?
No, you can't, but it would be cool.
Oh, so I'd say that sounds cool.
Yeah, I like it thematically. I kind of like the shape of the room. It naturally has a bunch of kiting paths. It has a lot of geometry that could be cool for gunfights. Like, there's just a lot of these columns you can use, like a lot of cover. It does have a few problems. This door here, very egregious. Like, usually you'll just see every special that comes out of this door and shoot it. I don't know why this is closed off. I don't know what they were trying to stop here.
Oh no, I think
Moving
it's
players too
genuinely-
fast.
Yeah, I think this is just to get people to spill into the other part of the room. And because otherwise I think they're just basically thinking you come into the room and the first line of sight you see takes you to the other end of the room. And then you would just go straight through. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to force you to pick either this, like, because this area going down the right side here feels much sketchier than going further to the left. I mean, I think it feels like a sensible way to push players away from an area that can be controlled by enemies, right? So enemies get this area here as theirs, and then they can come out and then they cover you going across the other side of the room, I think. But yeah, I'm fine with that. But again, it's kind of it's a defensive structure for the players, not the enemies. So
Yeah. And then once you're here, it's like almost too safe. Like, you have access to like, this immediate drop down here.
Dude, for those kinds of walls, you know what they need? They need to make the metal plating go down and have enemy shooters and gunners be able to just literally put their guns through and shoot you instead of climbing over. Just
Hell
like
yeah.
straight up make it so that they can stand behind here and shoot you while their friends climb over. Because, it like really is just
One dude has a step ladder, so he can actually aim his gun.
yeah, it's so player favored. Or even just put a little step there, like put a tiny step there, like they.
Yeah, I think this area kind of likes spawning locations, because basically you get stuff coming from all the way back here, which just gets tunneled in here and murdered.
Yeah,
you get the
all
special.
the way back in the other room, right? And then it has to come all the way around if there's one player
Yup.
lagging.
You get the specials that I pointed out earlier that just get murdered, and I think this door, I don't know what this spawns.
Or deletes.
Huh.
You see quite a lot of elites coming out of there. I don't think specialists come out of there if you're right there, but I've definitely seen a lot of gunners and
Specialists just seem
stuff.
to come out of there. And, yeah, like we need more. We just need more avenues for enemies to pour in. I don't know where would you disguise spawning holes. There's a nice pulpit here. I don't want to ruin it, but maybe make a door here.
I mean,
don't know.
of course, they could have an emergency gangplank to connect the previous room to this one. Gary, the gangplank dropper. Just comes.
That could be that would be a nice bridge actually.
But I mean, I think
Something a bit
there's
precarious here.
Yeah, I mean, actually, connecting this in the general sense would make more of the room to part of the main playable space.
Well, why do we need this chasm here? Fuck it, just make this just one big room. Solves a bunch of problems. Climbing
well,
up from
I'm not-
below, yes, amazing idea. They literally climb up, like the rats used to do on some maps in Vermintide. Like they climb up this and then board.
That is actually a good idea for out of lost spawns on some maps,
Yeah,
where you can literally just have, if there's a below section that people can't see, you can have poxwalkers and certain enemies capable of
Seeping up.
climbing up at a loss. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
no, that's a good idea.
And I think it's nice because one of the big things with a lot of the procedural spawning in this is it all comes from points. And that wouldn't come from points because it feels like, yeah, what makes the enemies feel really repetitive is you're like, I know there's only these specific locations they come from, but now it's like, they could be any of these holes could suddenly sprout a poxwalker.
Hell yeah. Also,
Do you know the
this
conspiracy
carpet.
theory where people talk about how they can spawn poxwalkers behind you?
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy theory. It's not true. there is no invisible poxwalker, but I do like it just because it does reflect. Wait, look how small that grenade is.
What? What do you call my grenade small?
Yeah, look how tiny that is. Throw the grenade on the floor. That is minuscule. Fix your grenades. Anyway, but yeah, I think the other thing
My
about this
shit is
room-
pathetic.
Yeah, the other thing about this room is you also have the line of sight problem. So like ping the distance from up here, ping the distance all the way to where they might be engaging the players down there.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, that's going to be what, 60? 55?
Yeah.
So this is another case where it's like the enemies have to go pretty much halfway down here in order to even begin to be effective most of the time or even engage. And although a lot of enemies do still get to do something kind of, it does feel like this is more about what comes behind you. And usually actually I feel like the only time you ever really feel pressured here is if a boss gets into the main area that you're coming out of.
I think
Like sometimes you have to fight a plogger in the entrance.
what we need here for range units to be a thing is some kind of like, it's not very elegant, but it would work. Just like the way we'd want like a fixed machine gun spot is to have little parts of the map be like, okay, this is like a shootout zone and it's tagged as such, and the enemies will like literally be like camped behind it, like in the trailer, like they're literally poking
Yeah,
out.
Overwatch. No, it's
Yeah.
literally the idea is
Yeah.
you have Overwatch and there are Overwatch locations, and I think there's also certainly in the utility calculations for stuff like gunners, they really should be like highly favoring positions that have high line of sight. You can also cheat, I think, a little bit by doing stuff like if you depending. I don't know how much information they can get about like player positioning, but in areas that the players will have to come through at some point. If you could cheat by saying, well, no player has entered this area yet, so you can maintain position. It at least means that they can like hold position even when aggroed instead of just breaking.
Yeah, no, that'd be sick. This little side room is cute. Doors are bad. Remove doors. I've already complained about them enough. It's just an avenue for cheesing both normal enemies and bosses. There's just no reason a player should have this much control over how an enemy can path to him. It's stupid. I like this little jump into the revive spot. This area looks fantastic. This is the coolest tile set in the game. Fixed
Yeah,
gun
yeah.
sentries, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and we've been looking at a bunch of maps where there are areas where it just feels like there should always be an enemy ranged presence, and very often there isn't. And having like fixed gun emplacements would be nice. Partly also because fixed gun emplacements would encourage enemies to actually stay there.
Yeah. I hate these little walls enemies climb up on. Just slows them
Yeah.
down. But
It's
this
so-
area really isn't that problematic because this is part of a good map.
Yeah, and you get bosses. Well, you get bosses here too, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think this is the best section of the map, like with the room that we had before as well. But that's only because the events are so fucking bad, and that makes me sad to say because the end event I think is very, very close to being amazing. But like, look
I mean,
at this.
the problem is I find it so hard to be annoyed at this map just because I think it's one of the best looking maps.
It is.
And it's also one of the maps which most like it has a very different feeling to a lot of the other maps that have quite an indoor like maze like low ceiling structure, and in this one you're just like
This
it
is the
feels
mutant wall.
completely different. in space.
Mutants will jump over this and kill themselves.
Or boxbusters will just blow up behind it.
Yeah. It might need looking at into how... Might be worth looking into how the enemies can spawn to then path to the players, because I think there's enough winding things here to make ambushing fun. But I can't, like, think of, like, any specific spot that is problematic more so than
Yeah,
they aren't playing enough with it.
It's
It's
partly
a-
that this big area is kind of a mess from the point of view how players navigate it. So it's quite hard to pin down where exactly there should be an encounter. I think it mostly functions. Relative to a lot of the other areas, it feels quite procedural. You get quite
Yeah.
a lot of variety here. If a boss
Everywhere
shows up-
could be an encounter.
yeah,
If the
and I
AI
think-
played this card right, you know.
Exactly, and I think it's one of those cases where it's like if you fairly linearly just keep a pretty decent patrol density and spawn bosses there, you'll very often get something nice falling out. Whereas this area is much more suspect. Because this is again, it looks like it's so this is one of the areas that I think of as the worst example of it's like corridors, except you can kill enemies in other corridors before they get to you.
Yeah, so first of all, this part looks great, but... Like, okay, you come out of this door, there's like a fiesta here where you camp a bit. And then the real nasty ass blowing section of the map starts with these fucking stairs. This is horrible. This is like Crab says. It's like corridors but worse. Players walk here, they aggro everything, and then they pull back and you fucking murder absolutely everything and they can't do anything. And you repeat that like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, and the worst part is that if you fuck up doing this, so if you're an idiot and you re-peek before they've come far enough and they stop, the correct thing to do if you're that idiot is to just pull back and do it again. So like, you're encouraged to play slowly and stupidly if you're like feeling lazy. And the other issue here is if you are someone, I mean, the thing is, I think this section can be fun if you play it as if you, so like, you know, if I'm basically always playing veteran with executioner stance, so I don't mind this section because I walk out onto every single one of those bridges like Billy Big Balls. I turn on my suppression immunity and I shoot everything down there and feel great. The problem is that for, you know, Gary the Zealot, he either runs in here like a hero or he isn't having fun, and it just feels like it's too linear, really.
Yeah.
Despite it being very curvy, it's too linear.
No, it is like a very straight up like stair, flat room, stair, flat room, stair setup. That's not interesting at all. But I think the idea, I guess, saying like spawn enemies behind, yes. But what I would do is, we've been talking a lot about like these mini events. This should probably be a mini event where you have things to do when you get to the library, like you're contacted by Rannick himself, and you have to find his favorite book that is gay porn. So like when you get to something like here, you have to like pull out your auspexes and like snoop around. And while you're entering this area and you're in this searching for stuff state, you have like a constant flow of stuff from behind and from forward. Opening up some more spawn locations would be great. I love your idea, Agatha, of having to just climb up here. Like just climbing up along the wall. That is so cool.
I mean, I think I would say that the thing about this area too is that each of these individual rooms, if you're at the bottom of the stairs looking down into one of those rooms, and you don't think that you can go back up, you can have a
that
pretty
would
good
be
encounter there, because the
very
actual
cool.
sightlines and stuff that are decent. Like if you imagine that you're suddenly teleported to the bottom of the stairs, enemies in front of you, and told to go, right? That would be interesting. The problem is just that the stairs themselves, like every single one of these staircases, is essentially asking the players, do you want to take a risky decision, or are you going to be a bitch? And being a bitch is always the safest and easiest thing to do.
They should collapse the stairs. Like something should happen. Like there should be. The problem is we have this issue. How do we make sure that everybody has moved forward already? Well, it's simple. Fucking gas follows you. I know, blah blah blah, whatever. But just bear with me. If we have this gas mechanic in place, we can then start having stuff like players physically can't go back up. And now you're like forced to fight. Like that is exactly the biggest problem, is the fact you can actually use these stairs at all times. Just climbing back up and murdering everything is so lame. Like it's making a super basic layout even worse. Like there is no fucking chance of anything interesting ever happening on this map section. Ever.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing too is that someone mentioned spawning things behind you.
Shaft.
In that first area, a bunch of specialists often do spawn behind you. And what you often get is just someone who just stands turning around, killing the specialists as they come out of a single spawn door across the bridge. It definitely feels like you do need something, a way for the enemies to get into the players, to whether it's climbing up or something else that's a bit
Zip
spicy.
lines, climbing up. Maybe they could have. Cause that's a bit much for gameplay, but.
Oh, yeah, but that
A
connecting that with
sneaky
the gameplay
pathway up.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, it really is that, like, if there was some way to connect those stairs that wasn't those stairs, so that you had to commit, because it almost just feels like what you want is you want for people to be forced to commit instead of having the pullback option. Because the other thing about this too is if you go all the way down to the midsection, this section of the stairs here, you are basically screwing yourself. But if you like super big nerd, just go just very top and you just edge this section at the top. Like, you know, you want to sweep the room, right? So you just go do 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 and you do it like this, and it's
Shutting doors behind, yes, but the problem is how does the game know? Like, then you could cheese it by having someone stay back here, and the rest of the 3 players are like going down and going back up. Or what you could do is like a big, massive fuck you HUD indicator that is like, hey, the door is closing in 10 seconds. Go forward. And if you do get stuck behind the door, you can make it so it's not a failure state. Like, you're not literally soft locked, but you need to like, you know, like pull a lever or something, or wait for Hadron to open it back up for you. That could actually be interesting. Like, that could be a nice diegetic way of like cutting these areas.
I mean, I do just think that ultimately it's difficult to come up with a systemic solution to players
Yeah.
just being dweebs. I think it really is the case just that ultimately this isn't the end of the world, because at least there's some verticality here. You're going down, and if you are playing gunman, you can just decide to play and have an interesting time by just walking into each of these areas and just shooting everyone. At least you can, you can make the decision to be the person who walks in and doesn't cheese it. I think it's quite difficult to know the way the game is currently set up without messing around with the connection between these things or making it a bit more complex. I don't think there's a way to avoid players repeatedly pulling back.
I think the simplest way the simplest way would be the objective that you have to do to find Rannick's gay porn collection when you're down here, and the stuff that once it activates, it like constantly causes stuff to spawn behind you to the point that you don't actually want to go back up those stairs. And yeah, just like something you need to scan stuff. Maybe but there's too much hacking because there's hacking at the other end of it. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna make you carry a fucking vacuum capsule here, okay? As much as I'd want to. But this is probably like the way of doing it that would break things the least and wouldn't need gas or doors closing. What if you have to search on both levels? I might need to go back up. Going back up is kind of the problem right now. I think you have to just search, but in linear order.
I mean,
Like, okay, hear me out. You deploy the servo skull up here. And then the servo skull takes you, and it will like determine a couple of random locations where you have to scan stuff. That way you turn this into like a baby objective that has actual density coming from behind at all times, so you are disincentivized from going back up. And what this also does is that since now this is an event, what you can do is the enemies are just not ambients here. Stuff gets pulled forward. Because stuff is spawning.
Yeah, I suppose the other thing too is just that if the enemies hold position better, it's less of a concern. I don't know. It just feels like.
I mean, those are some nasty sightlines. Even if they did hold position, it's just like they'll just be trivialized. Like, look at this. I can see everything.
Yeah. It does. It sort of feels like, yeah, we just get to go down a series of things. Although I have. On Monstrous, this area gets a lot hairier because this is much spicier if you have a chaos spawn or two jumping around.
Yeah, literally like a disruptive force that prevents you from moving. And yeah. No, making this a mini event that pushes you forward, I think is cool because it also leans into the theme of the map. Like, that is also kind of the theme, even right now, in its broken, unfinished like incarnation, the whole doors thing at the start. That is also like a moving forward theme, like the momentum theme. And my idea for this event, I think, fits that bill. Like, you stop the hack, and then it's like, go forward. There is stuff pouring in behind you. That could be cool. Something like that. I think it's worth exploring. And it's not like you would need to make new assets, because you could just tag this as being scannable, and like, boom, you've done it. And then you've got this funny room where everything just gets like turbo murdered.
yeah. Although again, at least this does function. If you're a ranged character, you know, it is much like having executioner stance is one of those cases where you look through and you're like, oh yeah, I can be executioner stance man and be immune to suppression and kill everything through here. And it's, you know.
I'm curious why you think the stair section is memorable. You play it the same way every time and nothing happens. Like, visually, maybe, but I think this whole map is visually memorable.
The thing about the stairs section, which is, and actually this is true in general of this entire map, is that most of the early maps, they shared a lot of chunks. And the stairs section is completely unique in terms of layout. And
well, actually, it's all reusing assets that you could see in Compsplanks, because Compsplanks literally has you go through Archivum Sycorax.
Yeah. But you're not on it, and I think that is something worth saying, which is I think that the only problem, like the problem with the stairs section, is pretty much just the gameplay of the stairs at the corners and how that ends up contributing to the feeling. But it's interesting. It's not like it's, you know, creatively bankrupt.
Are you noticing a
It's
problem
something
with
new.
what I'm doing?
No, I mean you just bounce, man. Look, there's spikes on top. How do you pull over? You can't. By the way, shoot over, and those spikes will block your shots. Just FYI.
No, not this one.
Oh.
Oh, this one.
yeah, okay.
What?
Yeah, the little spikes block your shots. See, I'm telling you, the little spikes on every single one of these are the most cursed geometry. Every single time, like it's also every single one of those really, really narrow fences, and all of these things, everything is like tight, like you'll block all your shots. I've had so many bolter rounds or laser rounds hit going through entirely too accurately
yeah.
little geometry.
A sympathy, I agree. Endless hordes are a way underutilized tool of putting pressure that forces momentum. So, this arena is fantastic. I love this arena. Make me use it. For the love of all that is fucking holy, stop designing these grand open spaces with so many different kiting groups and drops down, and then you spawn nothing. Archivum Sycorax's end event has absolutely nothing happening in it. It's a fucking disaster how low the density is on this event. And it's also one of those events that is extremely predictable. It can't have augurants, it can't have a boss. This was made for kiting a boss. Like, I think there's a Trudio I have where Rodders throws, like I think he literally kills himself in the hole, and I have to clutch. And running around here and killing stuff while running around here is just so much fun. Like, literally, I don't think there's anything wrong conceptually with the geometry. It has one issue in terms of the objective, which is that once you're here, you just scan things so quick and you immediately go to the next thing that you don't really give the map enough time to be, you know, threatening. It has a couple issues. The ability to just speed through is one of them. Like, I'd simply make it so the skull is much slower to reach the next location. Because, like, this is so fast. This is so fast, and you have this natural drop down you take that breaks, you know, creates space between you and the enemies. And then you're already in the next hard location.
The other thing I would say is this low area, it always feels like the enemies catch up to you when you get here because they can come from every direction to get here. And the number of times I've seen basically all the elites just get killed in a pile in one of these corridors.
Yeah, they just come over here, or come over here in, like, a cluster.
Yeah, and the same is true for, like, rages or whatever along the other section. And it feels like it, you know, the open areas are, the spawn locations are not close enough or able to aggressively get stuff on you when you're, like, outside. But then in that middle section, it feels like when they get to you, if you're in a bad position, that area is too narrow and doesn't have enough interesting. You can't really kite there either. It's just you fight them, and you know, and it's like funny trauma man will like instantly delete everything, or whatever. But it just doesn't.
It doesn't feel like a nice balance because it basically feels like every single one of these events turns out the same way, where nothing happens until I get to the underground section. And then all the elites that
The world
get killed. Yeah, they get massacred by like a few grenades and some slapping around. And then you get out and everything's fine again.
I have an idea. It's not elegant at all. It's really not elegant, but it might be what we need. So when you're over there doing your little hacking, how do you prevent people from leaving? Well, you literally make it so to do the objective, they have to stay here. Like, you have to stay near the servo skull while it's uploading data or whatever, and you've got a little bit of a fight going. Also, this is a bit too linearized of an area, like two places enemies can come from. This needs to be a bit more chaotic. I don't know how you would redesign this.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine to have like one
That's like this because you know, it's more
They're
just
all
that
like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's not. I think there's one that's less bad. Like this one, I think. Is this
Has the middle stairs?
Dude,
Dude, the stairs the enemies take so long to get to you through the stairs. I think that's the core issue. Nothing can spawn on this part of the map. is
So
the
I
problem.
basically never do objectives ever. So I don't even know. I've never actually. I don't think I've ever consciously done the scanning on this mission.
I think I know why
I
this feels so
literally-
wrong, actually.
Yeah, I just stand around.
So the issue with these end objective is that you are going through areas that cannot spawn enemies, and then you do an objective. That means that all of the enemies that have spawned are now halfway on their way to you here.
Yeah, yeah,
And so
they're
then
all moving around.
and then you drop down to get to the next part, and they have to do 180, and they take even longer to get to you. That's a huge problem.
And that's why they pile up for the middle, because then when you go to
Exactly.
the middle, it's the shortest distance from all directions, and it's cramped.
We need a shitload of spawns like around here, like in all of those areas, like holes in the floor, doors. Like this needs to be rearranged a bit, and it needs to start spawning from here as you arrive, so that you're actually facing resistance as you climb up.
Well, also, the other thing that strikes me is that, again, what you're describing is an issue with having enemies that need to pass your melee. And if you look upwards, you can see there's so much high ground. There's all these gantries. And also there's those connection. If you look to your right, there's quite a low level. You can,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
you can see there's all of these, and there's that. And so again, it feels like if you want to make sure that there's at least some enemies that have line of sight to the player in a thing like this, you don't need to do it all the time, but having at least some high-level range pressure, just because it will even distract people and just get
Yeah.
them to turn around and pay attention.
Plus you have cover, so it's not like they'll be instantly killing players or whatever. You have enough space to fight back.
Yeah, and it also does strike me that if you had enemies that could circumvent the usual pathing routes, it would completely disrupt people's sense of timing, where they just go, I know where the enemies are, they're not going to get to me in time.
Okay.
If they are people who are jump packing or teleporting or whatever, you know.
Extremely radical idea. We close this off. Like, not completely, so that you could still have a shootout, but this is no longer climbable. This bridge is you can no longer vault over. All of this is just like, if a player is here, he now has to commit to go out through one of the exits, or take the fucking stairs if he wants to leave. And see how that plays. Because it's so accessible, like it's right here. It's always right here. You never have to think about how you're going to use the map, because it's always just literally at the tip of your finger, man. You can just do it. I wonder how that works. And then you make it so actually enemies can appear in these areas. And now we'd probably have something way more interesting. Also, this arena was made for catching a boss. Please chaos spawn. Please chaos spawn at the end. Thank you.
I do think there's something to be said for, could this be addressed by changing the objective type? Because part of what you're describing here is that the player doesn't need to do anything other than basically go to a spot, go to a place, do something in that place, and then leave. And what that means is that all your pathing around the arena has no limitations on how you path. And
Well, I was
You know,
just
with-
about to say.
vacuum capsules do
Yes.
stop you from doing certain things, but the major problem here is drop downs.
Yep.
And you can still yeet and jump with vacuum capsule, right? So
Yeah.
there is a legitimate question of, if you had a vacuum capsule that couldn't be thrown, it has to be manually carried, and if you drop it, it breaks and you have to get another one. Essentially, a vacuum capsule that says to the player, you have to take a linear path with no like drop downs or whatever to get this thing to the what's it. In fact, Joshua,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
what I'm
it.
describing
The
is
fact that it
trying-
breaks might be a bit.
Well, but the reason for this is just that if you think about all the ways that people have circumvented capsule events, drop downs and throwing are two major ones. The events that have you carrying it upwards are much less of an issue. But going downwards,
Logistratum.
yeah, and going downwards is an issue. So, you know, to be fair, a capsule containing something, it might make sense that you can't throw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's something to be considered, because it's the kind of thing where you could turn a player into essentially a moving cart or an objective or whatever. It explains why you have to, and I think the other nice thing about it is it gives you a clean way up. You can take whatever route you want to get to it initially, and if you put it down, you can always come back later. So you can put it down and then run a circle and then run it a bit further and so on. So there's definitely, it doesn't have to be the be all and end all of Doom. But it is certainly something where if they want to make sure that players actually commit to a path and don't just like yeet around at 3 million miles an hour, you could do something like that.
I was just about to say before you said it, like my suggestion would just simply be to change this objective type, since my suggestion earlier is like it's a hacking event, like a scanning event. What you should be, what you should have to do here is like, what are we even scanning? Like we're getting the information out to the scribe, like that's kind of lame. What if Hadron has already downloaded it into the scribe, but you need to like manually find, like ink, like literally like a fucking big block of fucking whatever they use on these things of toner, and you have to bring it to the scribe, and then you have to find a huge parchment and bring it to the scribe, and then you have to find a replacement pen and bring it to the scribe. You know?
Yeah.
You can only grief.
I mean,
You can
that
already
is
grief
actually-
vacuum capsules
Yeah.
by throwing them into the emptiness. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Yeah. I mean, like all the objectives currently that aren't, just do the objective. Anything that involves an objective object, you can grief. So you can never outthink a sufficiently determined cunt.
Yeah, just report them. And
Yeah.
then the problem is that this event has this section here, like this stay and slay, which is so lame. Like, what if we had bridges connecting this to the sides here to make this much harder to defend, to the point that you discourage people from holding here?
I mean,
don't know.
I think I will say the thing about this thing is that enemies can walk through this object in weird ways.
Oh, really? I haven't even seen enemies here.
They can phase right through it. It's very strange.
So-
But yeah, I mean, here there's meant to be, if you're going too far back here, you get the gunners on the sides who can shoot at you, kind of. But then
Sometimes.
again, you have the same issue with line of sight where mostly people are playing far enough forwards that they end up like funneling
Dominating.
themselves around.
So
Yeah.
here's my pitch for this. It is a 3-stage vacuum capsule event, one capsule at a time, that you bring to this, and then you keep the little stay and slay as like a reward or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's what I
Just
would
pump up the
interpret
pressure.
this
Yeah.
as.
The scribe is shy and can't work with people around. My initial suggestion was literally when you're near him, he doesn't work. Yeah, that's cute. You could see him blushing too. That's a great idea. That's fantastic.
This is 3 seconds away from him going ugu.
Yeah, no, I think because the thing is, like, this geometry is awesome. It's just make us use it. So yeah, basically vacuum capsules make this taller, or simply make it so that if you chuck the thing down, it breaks. So you need to have someone down to catch it. But even then, it's like that's cheating. That's really cheating. I don't like it.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a sort of reductio of like what you would need to do in order to force players to not jump.
Yeah,
I mean, I think people would much rather have something that isn't as heavy-handed as just you have to carry this thing in a straight line.
yeah. I think just making it so the
yeah, choosing interesting ways to solve the objectives is usually part of the fun. So designing an objective to deliberately only be solvable in a trivial way is not that fun. But
yeah. But I think if we make these vacuum capsules, if we make it so enemies can spawn here, if we increase the intensity by about 200%, we may start to have an event here that is like fun and challenging. This could be another Logistratum. This has enough going for it in terms of potential for gameplay that it could actually be that. This servitor's fucked up.
yeah, he's broken. Like he's sparking. Actually, you know what else is the other thing about this? Each of those locations could have like a bunch of enemies guarding it in advance.
Oh yeah, of course, ambience.
Because that's the other thing is that this event is super light. I don't even think that there are any, but it would be another way of just like adding a bit of complication. Is for each of these things, you've got a pretty serious group of enemies already here. And in fact, if you just had the ambience all the way across this area in each of the zones, so that you're always having to deal with at least something there, and you might potentially risk overpulling on top of the other enemies that are coming. It would
Yes.
certainly crank up the intensity without basically telling the event to just mass spawn. You see what I mean?
It needs
It would be
ambience.
a more sane and controllable way to do it.
Plus, it makes sense because this is the finale. Enemies should be waiting and ready with their guns drawn because they know that the heroes have spent the last 30 minutes tearing ass like on their turf. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just there's a lot of potential here. Like I shit on Sycorax a lot, but I will say this: at least it's not war. In fact, at least it's not Consignment Yard's end event. But there is potential here for something really good. I like
I mean,
this.
I will say that it is hard to overstate how much of a sort of art design triumph this level is. And
Oh yeah,
and,
most
and
levels.
if you, well, but I think this one in particular, it's just
So a lot of the other levels, they're pretty generic sci-fi areas in the sense it's like, okay, here is a smelter. And yeah, it's got some spooky stuff, but it's mostly just like, metal gantries and walkways and stuff with a bit of grandeur. But in this, they took an idea of like, how actually would it look to have a kind of massive organized repository of knowledge in a culture of this kind, and construct things that begin to approach the kind of scale that you would need. And it's just pretty cool looking. Just the massive banks and like the services going up and down. It's just a different kind of vibe. Because a lot of the areas in this place, they're either broken or they're just, it's a big factory, and we know about factories, even if they're not as cool as that. But it's kind of something genuinely alien and grand in comparison to a lot of the other areas.
It's Warhammer.
Cool. Yeah.
Spread some objectives that may be completed simultaneously. That might be, and I don't say this often, perhaps a bit much for pub environment. Like having to do two things at the same time. I don't know. I like the capsule idea. I think we don't need to go that far.
I did once suggest that there could be doors that require two players to press at the same time. Or you need two people to do it, the double doors in Helldivers. And someone was just like, man, have you seen these pubs? And for a bit I was like, yeah, I can kind of see the problem there. I was thinking it would be a nice way of dealing with speedrunning, is you just have some doors that require two players, so at least two players have to be there.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
But it also then people were just like, oh, but it'll never happen. I was like, yeah. All right.
We already have like a two-man door in a way, like it's just airlocks.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing about airlocks, right, is everyone. Whereas for this, it was just literally meant to be, because the thing about airlocks is that they gate the level in a much harder way because they force everyone to be there. Whereas for the two-man doors, I was literally just thinking of it essentially in cases where an airlock is too awkward and where you do want to maintain the connectivity between two spaces, you could use this as a way of at least making sure it's not just a single person ruining it for other people. So then it just means the griefers would have to form duos, but now they're making friends, so everyone's winning.
Dude, Fatshark, I got paid 2,900 Aquillas. It's like 100 Aquillas off of being able to buy the backpack and this new set.
They're just trying to bait you into doing more testing. This is how they get
dejected. Look at how many pouches this skin has got.
Do you remember how much left there was in the pile? That's where it's all gone.
Yeah. They've just made this beautiful outfit. All right, anyway. Thank you, Crab. If you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think we've solved all the problems ever. There's going to be world peace. No problem with anything we said. Add more gangplanks.
We need
and
two
we'll
more
do
maps.
the final two levels tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm not streaming tomorrow. We're Tuesday, right? Might have to be Thursday or something.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do it off stream. I don't know.
Yeah. Alright. GG's.
See you later, man. Thank you.
Smorches.
Oh no, does the stream still say Pacific Drive later? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. No, I'm not touching that today, man. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you. We're gonna fix all the maps. It's just... I'd really love to just have the ability to get an actual proper iterative process going on where we suggest things, the developers slap that in the map, and then we get to try it. And immediately see what worked, what didn't work. That kind of stuff. Anyway, gamers, don't thank me for the stream. Thank you for watching. Dude, Cracklax is fucking popping off, man. Jesus. I should play Helldivers. Look at that. Look how many players. Look how many dudes are watching him. Jesus Christ. Too bad it's a shit game. Do I do the same thing with weapons? Weapons are being talked about kind of constantly. And they are in a much better spot overall than maps. And I think getting maps done is just way more important. Because the maps being bad affects the playability of the game so fucking much than weapons. Like, okay, dude, you've got your weapons that are functional, but then you hop into a mission and it sucks. And it sucks every time you play it. But no, I think most weapons are alright We don't need massive tweaks. We do need some stuff. And Crab is already on the case. Like, he's got this fucking 16-page document he's writing, including stuff that explains why the recoil is so broken in Dark Tide and why the weapon handling is so bad. But no, I think the maps need to look at, because they are one of the most problematic aspects of the game at the moment. And I think a lot of them are easy fixes. Some aren't. Consignment Yard and Event is going to be rough. But stuff like Sycorax you can make interesting very easily. Alright, anyway, gamers, I love you all. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna bust. Goodbye, Alfred. I'm busting right now. Ooh.